Danny,
Yes, sir.
we're streaming live, but I had to come on here because I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'm gonna send you an email to your better half because for some reason I don't think I have your email. Is it just Danny at 1mile1veteran.com?
That's the one.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna send you an email right now with the give you access to the schedule, which you should have had already. So there's going to be a few variables on this, but I'll keep you posted like we did yesterday.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
Everyone tuned in. There, you get to see behind the curtain a little bit.
I know. I'm checking my phone, making sure everything's good.
Pre-check.
Exactly. Welcome, everyone. Oh, get my chair adjusted. He took the overlay off on us unexpectedly, Annette.
What the heck, man? Was it
I feel
just
like
me? Huh?
Go ahead. Was it just you or what?
No, I was gonna say, was it me or was you exhausted yesterday from all the excitement?
Oh, I needed to take a slight nap after I got done.
I sat on the couch with my dogs and I was passed out. I was like, "What is
Good
wrong?"
morning.
Oh, welcome back, Joe. Glad to see you
Good-
here.
Hi,
Good morning,
Joe.
Danny. Good morning, Annette.
You look refreshed.
What's that?
You look refreshed.
Oh no, not really. I'm just, as they say, hanging in there.
Is that your cup of Joe?
It is. Also, hey, are we already live? Are people able to
Yeah.
watch? Hey, good morning, everyone. If you're here a little bit early for the pre-show, welcome.
They are. We are live.
I'm seeing a couple of new names, I think. I don't recognize Chad
Let
from
me see.
yesterday. And I think Rebecca and Dixie may have been new to me. And perhaps Sam Westfall. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Hi, Kimberly.
It looks like Andrew wrote in the chat here that we are live. I want to share something with you guys. Like I have this other co-host.
Who's there?
Yeah.
Hey,
What is that?
you need to.
Oh, is that your cat?
Your co-host.
The other co-host. She sat there the entire virtual summit yesterday. Entire summit. Before I started, she kept trying to get on the keyboard, trying to get on my notebook. So I just grabbed a shoebox, put it right next to me. She climbed up on it, and she listened to every speaker we had come to the virtual summit. So
Did she have any feedback?
This cat is super knowledgeable now on veteran stuff.
So if it fits, it sits. That's the rule for cats, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I am allergic, but I still cuddle with them. My wife warns me every time I see a cat, do not go hug that cat. And then she'll turn around. She's like, "Why are you picking up that cat?" I'm like, it's an animal.
Danny,
That's
do you
so
find that cats just show up around you sometimes? Like you go places and then there's just a cat.
Animals, bro.
Yeah.
Like, animals just sense that like I'm one, my neighbors, which they do foster dogs. They have 6 dogs, all small, and 3 of them were very much people and hand shy because of their foster situation. So I go over there and I just lay on the floor, and then they end up coming and cuddling and getting really excited.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Like I didn't always have that. Like I think there is a truth to when you find a certain calm and peace within yourself that nature attracts itself to you. Like so animals weren't always like readily, but now I find that they're all over the place and they come out and I feel like they're friendly to me. If that makes any sense. Anyway.
I love it. I love it. Chat. Not to pit any animal against, but what's your favorite?
Oh man.
Not cats versus dogs, but what's your favorite pet to have? Some people are going to be like, my chinchilla, what's the dragon thing? The lizard? It's very
the
trendy.
bearded dragon.
The bearded dragons. People love those right now. My sister had one for a while.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to say a dog still has all like in its own and tech. Yeah, it's always been the dog. Like, but don't get me wrong, I love all animals, and what I've come to realize is I'm not a dog or cat person. I'm a paw and hoof person. So I like horses as well and goats and even pigs are kind of cool, right?
I haven't been around pigs that often to say pigs are cool.
See, hey,
Interesting.
There's going to be a good show. We're talking about pigs and dogs and cats and bearded dragons. So we
As long
know
as we're not
the
eating
summit is going to be rocking.
As
We're
long as
not-
we're not eating the cats, eating the dogs, I think we'll be okay.
Yes.
What do we have? What do we have for
Is it too soon to say that?
mini pig? You know, I think I heard, Mike, mini pigs grow up and become big pigs. There's no such thing as a mini pig. It's just a pig that hasn't grown up yet.
Are you serious?
That's what I've heard. And so they end up at like people like buy these teacup pigs, and then within like 2 years they're 60, 70,
massive.
80 pound. Yeah. Like they're actual pigs. So be
It's like
careful because
I think in the 70s, people would buy baby sharks, and they would
What?
think, yeah, they would buy baby sharks. My dad was actually bought a shark. He thought it was like going to be a cool thing. I remember it because I was like 3 years old, and this thing just like it kept on growing. You know,
Did he want to be a Bond villain?
I don't know. I think so. I think he did actually. So that's probably what the inspiration was. It's like one of these James Bond movies.
Put
But,
freaking lasers on its freaking heads.
Exactly.
No,
Lasers.
the 70s was something else
I think we
because
should put the lasers on the cat's head.
Yes.
people also bought
Oh my gosh, laser cats.
right.
Laser
Did people
cats.
buy rocks as pets back in the 70s?
And welcome to the Veteran Social Summit, where we grow, unite, and elevate. With, talking about cats, eating the duck.
Oh god.
Anyone who didn't tune in yesterday is like, oh, I'm glad I didn't
I'm
tune
out.
in.
Peace. Oh,
Peace
gosh.
out. And
This is the pre-show because
yeah,
we
this
got
is
we
the
got good
pre-show.
stuff available for you later. I hope you're enjoying our morning news. It's
we've got to warm this up. Yeah.
this helps me out because it's not even 5 a.m. yet.
I know. Yesterday, I thought you were in. I'm not being political or anything, but yesterday I thought you were broadcasting from like the Middle East or something. You know, I was waiting for some fireworks in the background or something. You know, you
Oh,
look like you're a CNN reporter.
Yes, there's a cityscape behind me. I forget sometimes because I have these lights behind me and I like color a little bit. I mean, I also like black, but our brand colors for 1 Mile One Veteran is blue and red. And then somebody had said like it reminds them of police sirens, and I was like, oh no, that makes sense. So based off some comments, I made adjustments to my lights, and I was like, let me not trigger anybody.
Yeah. Well, I have this background, so it's not wonderful. This is HQ over here.
This is a black sheet on a wall.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah. Keep it simple, we and then when we are on the road, we can just pull this out of our bag because it's really small and then hang it behind me, and now people will have no clue where in the world we are.
Yeah.
That is so
Well,
smart.
Yesterday was amazing. And it was
See?
great.
Kombucha.
What's that?
She's laughing at my wine glass.
Is my hair too sticky? Is that what you're saying? Oh,
I'm
you're
not
having-
even
yeah.
judging. It's
You're having
my mom. My mom says it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. So
Yeah, exactly. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
So background.
To be big.
This is kombucha. I don't drink. I haven't drank for 13 years, but these are the only glasses my wife and I have left from when we sold our house to start this, and we decided to store the wine glasses that her mom had got us for our wedding because even though we don't drink, we always wanted fancy glasses to serve when we had people over, and so now these are my glasses. We have 4 of them.
I love that so much. You can be fancy.
though. I have
Fancy.
this or a coffee mug that flips you up when you tilt it back. So figured this is like the safe way to go.
Those are
Looks
so
like Connor is he's headed off to his VA CMP exam. So
Good luck.
And
Wait,
listen, if you lift your arm and you
Just-
start to feel like a pain as you lift it, and you feel pain right here, even if it's a 1 out of 10, my recommendation to you is make sure you let them know. You
These
know,
are all recommendations
One other
from
thing. One other
experts.
thing. Remember.
Valerie. Exactly.
And the other thing, Connor, remember when you're in the VA and they ask you what's your pain level, remember normal pain level is 0. So that's the normal is 0. So if you're feeling any pain, let them know that it's not normal, that you're feeling pain. And the other thing, and if you ever hear any of the talks that we do when we've talked about healthcare for veterans, be your advocate. We have been trained
You got to be an advocate for
to
yourself.
not advocate for ourselves. We have been indoctrinated. So if there is something bothering you, tell them, because they don't expect you to. So let
This
them
is
know.
one thing I truly believe this as soldier, as a former soldier. Listen, when you go to your unit, you get a piece of equipment, whatever that is. Let's say it's a cell phone. You sign for it. You're accountable for it. If you go and you go and lose your shit and you throw it against the wall and break it, what's going to happen? Uncle Sam is going to start taking some money after, the flipple, the investigation. They're going to take some money out of your pocket to pay for that phone. When you went to the recruiting station and you sign those documents and you put your serial number, because you are a GI, that's general issue, 561 XXXXXX, that was your serial number, and that is your contract between you and Uncle Sam. So if they broke it, they got to try to fix it, or they got to compensate for it, just like they would do to you if you broke a piece of equipment while you were on duty. That's how I see it. That's just an old veteran's thoughts on it. Some people disagree with it, but of course, all that starts at va.gov, of course. But we're starting to ramble. But I'm sorry, not the rest of these guys. These are all professionals. I'm just a guy with spiky hair. But we got to talk about the next guy. Okay, our keynote speaker for day 2 is Johnny Krotek. This is an amazing individual. He's been a part of the veteran community since he served, right? But he's been really in the veteran community, through various projects like Green Zone Heroes, and also he had a podcast back when podcasts were not even really a thing, called Straight Outta Combat. And it was actually one of the first podcasts that I went on when I started Mountain Up. This was almost a decade ago. And if you Google it, Straight Outta Combat, Ryan Hunt, you can probably find it if you're that interested in it. I'm probably the only listener of that one, but it is kind of fascinating. I listen to it not just because I'm an egomaniac, because I'm not, but I listen to it really because it's a great reflection tool. I can go back and I can see my growth, and I can really put myself in the position I was in there, which was, as an entrepreneur, I was very closed-minded. I was still serving on active duty, just very closed-minded. And now, to listen to that and to know who I am now, just two completely different people. My journey over the last 10 years as an entrepreneur has been insane. I'm not the most successful, for sure. But I have definitely failed a lot, as a lot of us have, and I've failed forward. So definitely learned a lot of lessons, and it's this event here is tremendous, a tremendous way to give back and to share those lessons. All these valuable speakers like John giving these powerful lessons so that we can really, really unite and grow and elevate this veteran community. And that's really the purpose of what we're doing here. So we're very happy that you're attending. We have John Krotek coming up here in about 2 minutes. So maybe I let in a little bit early on that, Danny. That's why Danny's a professional. He would. We
I
still
was
have
like,
2
you
minutes
you
to go.
got to you got to riff for 2 minutes
I know. Here we go. Oh my
and keep
god.
the focus on him. We can't bring it back to
I
dogs.
know. We've got to keep the
Kombucha
focus on Sean.
glasses.
So how did he
Well,
come
he-
up with the is I like the name of John's podcast, Straight Out of Combat.
We
Is
tried
he-
to bring it back. We were going to resurrect it this last year, and we did actually pre-record about 4 episodes, and I was
Did you-
going to co-host for it, and we decided that it really wasn't paying tribute
To
to
NWA or combat?
what Straight Out of Combat was and is. So I think we both looked at each other and we're just like, it's not high quality enough. No offense to the people we interviewed, but we just didn't feel like, so we put it in the vault.
Well, if
So-
you need some podcast producers, you got me and my wife.
Oh, we
Yeah.
know that is true, everybody. We got some podcast producers out there, and I'm telling you, 1 Mile, One Veteran is just fantastic. The quality of it is amazing, and look at this production too. Danny,
I still dig
on
the
Chris, you're,
premise
you,
is amazing of your
Your
show.
team is
the
part of
One
this.
Mile, One Veteran.
I guess it's time for us to
Is he
bring
chatting
on
back there?
John. He's pre-recorded, but which is great. He's going to come on, and he is definitely going to throw down the value as our keynote speaker for day number 2. So let's welcome him to the stage, and thank you for joining us today. And Danny, I'm passing the guide on over to you for the rest of the day. Take care.
Okay, let's roll. Welcome to the VSS 24, the Veteran Social Summit. My name is John Krotek. I'm a veteran of the United States Army 4th Infantry Division. I served in the late 80s, and I appreciate y'all out there who are actually veterans yourselves. And I mean that. You've probably heard it a million times, but I'm a brother. So thank you. But before we get going here, my presentation today, I just wanted to play a very short clip from a 1989 movie called Field of Dreams. Now, I'm just planting the seeds here. So pick up on this clip, bank it, and by the time we get to the end of this presentation, you're going to know exactly where it fits in. Also, before we get started, I realize your time is valuable. I'm going to try to be as concise and as short as I can be, but I would suggest maybe pick up a notepad or record this. Take some notes. I think you're going to get some good information out of this. Let's go ahead and watch the clip. Thank you.
If you build it, he will come.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that clip from the movie Field of Dreams. I just want to say, let's get started. I started my first business in 1991, not long after I'd gotten out of the military. And at that time, it was pretty much the dark ages of the digital age, World Wide Web anyways. And there weren't many services or not a lot of help back then for veterans to get off the ground. So consider yourself privileged and honored to at least have some tools and some people like myself that can come out of the woodwork from time to time and impart to you some good knowledge and a few tips. Now, I sold backpacking and camping gear in Florida, climbing gear too, for 23 years. And 22 of those 23 years, we made a profit. The only year that we did not was in 2007 when the bottom fell out of the mortgage industry. And a lot of people weren't spending tens of thousands of dollars to go on adventure trips or just traveling in general. Pretty much shut us down. It hurt us with revenue flow right off the bat, but we were able to adapt and overcome. Now, I built my first website. Actually, I didn't build it. An employee of mine at the time built my first website in 1992. It was rudimentary at best. We really had no plan. We just did it. We wanted to be innovative. We wanted to be keeping up with the times, and we wanted to have a website. There was no plan to it. There was no sales. There was no products being sold on it. It was basically just, hey, look at us. We're here. In fact, the most amazing thing about it was the jungle sounds that we had coded into the website. We just thought that was really cool. So I kind of just built it. Didn't expect anything. It wasn't this moniker behind me or the statement right here, build it and they will come, which we hear so much about today. So we'll fast forward to current times. And as you all know, probably already found out, there are lots and lots and lots of website developers out there. They charge basic fees sometimes just to get a page up, and then it can get into things more elaborate, like tens and tens of thousands of dollars. But I'm sure that we've all heard the claim or the mantra from many of them that if you build it, if you buy your domain and we build your web page or website, they will come. In fact, I've heard this declaration from a number of website builders and, over the years, and that's not what actually happened. And we're going to get into that. These potential customers and clients are the ones that all of us are seeking when we enter the internet or when we put a website out on the World Wide Web. The impression that, again, is if we build it, they will come. Make it go live, that they will come. And it's going to immediately shoot us up to super business stardom. Our businesses are going to make massive amounts of money and riches beyond our wildest dreams. Now, I'm sure some of you have too, but I've been there and I've done that on many different occasions. Found a developer, designed a web page, bought the domain, and then made it go live, and then nothing. We may have had a trickle of sales right off the bat, but sometimes not. And for the most part, it was crickets. And this is recently. This is just in 2015, 2016, and even on into 2017 and 18. So I'm thinking, what's the deal with that? Why does that happen? Why do we keep feeling like we're just a check? We're just a checked box by most of the developers we work with. And then once the contract runs out, we mutually move on. Now, that's frustrating to say the least, and over time can be quite expensive. So I'll say here directly, the myth, the social tool myth, build it, your website, and they will come, is just a myth. You need to really pay close attention to that because you're going to continue to hear that from website developers out there. So there's a lot more to it. So this is a time to grab your pad of paper or your note cards and flip the switch if you want to record this. And I want you to think about these things before you build your website. And these things are not rocket science. These particular steps or this particular process is not new. This is what most companies have to do to build any company, whether you're on the internet or not. Number one, create your vision. What's your product? What's your service? And we're not going to go into too much detail now. I just want you to jot them down. This might reinforce what you've already been through. Number two, write your mission statement. Make it brief as you can, but make it all encompassing as well. That's a task. That'll give you some time to actually sit down and think about it. Think with air quotes around it. Think about it. And then develop a business, maybe even a basic business plan, because you can change it as you go along. But like I say, these are the basic requirements of any business. You know, who are you? What it is? How do you do it? What do you do? What are the benchmarks that you want to reach? And how will you get there? What's the plan? And I said a little bit earlier that we had no plan. And that's why with our first website way back when, 1991, 92, and that's why all it did was sit on the internet and pipe in jungle music. Not a very good source of revenue, but just the same, we were innovative and we did have a website. Now comes the stuff that you really need to dig into before you even think about building a website. Or you could actually, you could have a dual track here. This could also give you some ideas what you want the website to look at. But think about your brand. Think about your logo. Think about how you want to look and how you want to portray yourself to the business world and to your potential clients. This is going to take some thought. How are you going to differentiate yourself from all the competition? You may not have competition, but you still want to make sure that people pay attention and take notice. Remember how we talked about the vision? The vision is very important. How do you take that vision and how do you put that into a website format, into a visual and audio type of website? How do you do that? How do you and you know what? This is the time that these early stages when you should be, or actually need to be, a lot more cerebral. Be creative, be cerebral in that approach. Don't rush this. And if you take your time and you build it slowly, brick by brick, then it will pay dividends for you once you launch that website. Of course, determining who your customers are is paramount to finding any kind of success. If you don't reach the right customers, then you're never going to do or sell or have any success. So determine early on during that formative stage, who are your customers? Who's your audience? Who do you want to reach? What are you selling them and who will buy from you? Write all this down. Give it some serious thought. Change it if you have to, but just keep working on it. Keep putting that foundation down. And we haven't even gotten close to the website yet. We're talking about vision, mission statement, business plan, branding, messaging, audience. There's a lot more to that. I didn't think about any of this when we were building the website the first time. Now, what is your message? What do they need to know about you? Your products, your service? What do you need to know about them? What's the benefit to them if they do business with you? What makes your company better than the competition? All these questions. These require clear thought, thinking, brain power. If you don't do this, you're going to find hiccups down the road. Think about that. So now comes a very important part that no website development company ever talked to me about. Now, they talked to me about a budget, but only a budget for their website development, the deliverables. This payment goes here. This is what we're going to deliver. And you make these payments out as you start to develop, as they start to build your website. Now, they're not talking about the budget that you have for after the website is built, the domain is bought, and it's launched. The website company that talks about a budget for marketing is a website company that understands business. And this is kind of interesting because I've paid particular attention to this in the last few years, especially when I've dealt with people in digital services products. During the conversation, I'll ask them, wow, that contract sounds great. You have a heck of a reputation. I like the product that you build. Now, do me a favor. This is $130,000 contract. Tell me how I'm going to pay for it. And I'm not trying to be facetious or smart ass. I want that company to tell me how I'm going to be able to pay that $10,000 or $11,000 a month. How am I going to pay for that? I can pay the contract to build the website, but how would I pay for that? How can I use your product, your service to make money for my company? And I got to tell you, I have yet to meet, well, that's not true. I've met one, the person that we're working with now for website development. I have yet to meet a website developer anywhere in the past that was able to answer that question. And that's one thing that helps them to understand what their product is. And if they can give you testimonials, or if they can give you actual numbers, this is how our website made X amount of dollars for this company, and this is how we did it. Those are the things that you as a business owner in the digital world needs to see. If they can't answer that question, if they can't give you a basic answer, how you're going to be able to pay for their website development contract, then maybe you want to just move on. Maybe you want to look for another company to work with. So you contract, you build the site, all these things that we went over, you have set in stone, or maybe not set in stone, but you have an idea of what it's going to look like. And then execute, that plan. Go ahead, build it, launch it, what's working, what's not, adapt and overcome, make the changes, and do it again till you reach what I call corporate flow state. That's another concept for another time, but it has to do with everything's working. The website's up, you're making sales, you're starting to increase your sales. This happens, you have to change it to make this happen. But you're actually in what I call this business corporate flow state, where everything is really working. Now, at first, you might just be surviving. You might be making just enough cash flow to survive. But what I'm talking about is you want to move into the thriving type of situation where you're actually making money. Money is what makes the business world go round. It's what makes everything just fall into place. So there you have it. Vision, mission, business plan, branding, messaging, budgeting, website development, marketing, and then adapting, building it, executing it, and then adapting and overcoming the challenges that you are faced with, which all of us are. And then an important thing that I think that we should think about too, when we're developing that plan, once it gets launched, your website, is think about the benchmarks that you reach in a certain time frame. What is it you're shooting for? How many customers? How many widgets do you want to sell? Do you want to put an extra page on your website? Think about the different benchmarks and make some. Have benchmarks. Don't just go out there like a loose cannon and throw this website up without having any benchmarks. Those are the only way that you're going to be able to figure out if you're having any success at all. Let me think of a couple more things. So probably the most difficult thing for any of us to do as a business owner is have patience to make sure that things start to fall into place, that you really actually start to make money. And when there's a playing field of dozens and hundreds and thousands and even millions of competitors at a time, and because of the money that we have, it's not finite, especially if we're not making any. You don't want to give up. You want to keep moving forward. You want to be innovative. And there's a quote that I used to have at my bricks and mortar store that I used to look up at it like every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And it used to say, or it says, the field of victory is littered with the bodies of those who gave up at the last trumpet. And that's what you don't want to or desire to become, is the victim of the last trumpet. You're just about there and you give up. I can assure you, if you keep going, if you don't give up, you will find success. And it may lead in another direction you never even thought of. So this multi-billionaire that I still know, we're still good friends, told me one time when I was in a really dark place, he said to me, John, I know you. I'm going to give you 2 words. And remember these words when your darkest place. Keep going. There is always a solution. There's always a place that you can go to. So remember, building your own Field of Dreams website takes time. Be patient. Believe in the process. It will work. You're going to be led in the right direction. May not be the direction you think that it is, but it will come. You have to give it a chance. Persevere. Build it and do a few more things, and they will come. I wish you well on your road to finding success in whatever business that it is that you have. And thank you very much for attending the virtual VSS 24. Thank you very much.
Wow. That is a way to kick it off, I think, for day one. What do you think?
Fantastic presentation. The guests that that you and your team are finding, Ryan, are absolutely incredible. I know you have a huge role to play in this. In finding these guests, it's part of that sourcing. But just as important as our guests are, an event like this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors.
Oh yeah. I mean, our sponsors are tremendous, and I should share. And when I say I should, I will. I'm going to let me just pull up a screen of one of our sponsors, because we would definitely be failing here if we didn't mention one of our sponsors. These are people that have enabled us to have this wonderful conference. So I do want to mention the Veteran Lending Team. This is really a wonderful company. They're doing a lot more than just mortgages and home loans. If you didn't get the memo when I said Veteran Lending Team, but they are also doing life insurance products that they've just launched recently that are really specialized for the veteran community. So if you're looking for life insurance, this is one place that you may want to stop just to check out what they have. And if you have been in a situation, and there's a lot of veterans that are out there like this, where maybe a medication, maybe a medical condition has prevented you from from obtaining life insurance or any type of meaningful life insurance, then the Veteran Lending Team may be the solution for you. So just wanted to quickly mention them. They are one of our main sponsors for the Veteran Social Summit. So we do definitely thank the Veteran Lending Team, and also their CEO, who is a veteran, by the way, retired Air Force guy, Ryan Hammer. So definitely important to mention him. And whoa, there's another one of our sponsors. He just like crept up on us. And of course, we thank you, Matt. Maxwell Soap, of course, brought us the pitch competition yesterday. And there are just so many fantastic sponsors of this event. A wild ride called Life, for example, Soldier Girl Coffee, even the Pando Commando of Mountain Up has jumped in on the app. So there's a lot of people out there, that have sponsored, are powering it. 1 Mile, One Veteran. You said, you talked about our team, but you are part of our team. But you also sponsored us too, actually, the 1 Mile, One Veteran. And they sponsored us by their time, their mentorship, their experience. So we greatly appreciate you too, Danny, on that. And I'm a Patreon member, a small one, but I am a Patreon, and
every little bit helps, and that's the thing, right? Every little bit helps. So I'm happy to be here. I know Joe's happy to be here and supporting our veteran community, because we are responsible to one another. We have the experiences of our predecessors that have helped establish VSOs, helped fight for the benefits that we have, but we are always in danger of losing them if we lose our community. And so it's important that we maintain our community.
for sure. And Sam said, I had a mentor last year tell me if your dreams goals don't scare you, then you aren't big enough, or you're not dreaming big enough. So keep pushing. I think it's true. And one thing that I do personally, and I don't know if you do this, Danny or Annette or Joe, is every October, November, actually right around the Military Influencer Conference, I sit down and I just clear my mind and I try to put myself into a time machine, as my lieutenants used to tell me I had, sitting in the motor pool. But I sit and I really contemplate what is my next year going to look like. And I, at least mentally, and maybe on some notes and on a whiteboard for sure, I start planning out what that year is going to look like. Now, and what I'm saying is, and it falls back on our basic military skills, use the op order method. There's a great guy out there. His name is Michael Penny, and he has the what's it called? The 5-paragraph business plan or something. I'm butchering it, but if you Google Michael Penny and op order, I'm about 99% sure it will populate on the Google machine. But I have it. It's fantastic, and it's very basic, but it gets to the point. I build out through the year. I build out a plan of what I'm going to be doing, and it's the old saying: every plan falls apart on first contact. So you have to be flexible. To what you're doing, you have to be adaptable, and you have to be creative and grit. And that's what's interesting about our next guest. Actually, she's coming on here in about 5 minutes, but she's just fantastic. She's a fantastic human being, and I'll tell you, someone recommended that I talk to her about becoming a speaker, and I think before maybe she talked to me too, but anyways, I'd already known about her.
You got this, Ryan.
So, anyways, I was like, this person is just amazing. But some of the things that she's going to be talking about is that being able to be flexible and adaptable. I'm probably butchering. I'm misquoting her completely. So, Emily, don't hold me against it, but against me. But she's going to talk about transition, and a lot about that transition and developing those plans and being adaptable. And I don't. And again, I'm not her. So what I told her when we were talking, I was actually in Vegas with Frank from Crayons Ready to Eat, which are Mill Treats, who's also a sponsor, who will be talking to us later. And I had a chance to talk to Emily. And the one thing that I think we both agreed on is sometimes as you begin that transition, planning, yes, plan, blah, 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 blah. But you also need to be able to take a knee and to reset yourself. And that's what I was talking about in October, I reset myself and I create that plan, but I understand that I've got to, at some point, build in the balance there and begin to realize that there needs to be some adaptability and flexibility. I hope that made sense. I kind of went on a ramble there, but that it's definitely important. That's why the next speaker, when she comes on here, I think she's just going to blow our minds.
I like that you bring that up, because one of the things that I recognize is we need to rehearse immediate action drills, because I think there are certain immediate action drills in business that are always present, but those are just like band-aids, right? Because the plans are going to change. So if you rehearse those immediate action drills, when like something comes up, you go, okay, I got to take this step, and then you just adjust your plan. And the way I look at it, I know who you're talking about. I think we had a video of him before going through the 5-paragraph order of business.
Oh yeah, we did. He was
cool.
Actually a speaker in VSS 20 for sure. And he's a great dude. I'm telling you, I've been friends with him for a decade now, and he's just tremendous and bringing tremendous value. I did see a comment though, major in the motor pool, which is very interesting because so I tell this story to my significant other, and I'm not stolen valors. I'm just going to tell you straight, just to all the veterans here. So I was a commander of a forward support company supporting a tanks. We'll just say CAB, which is Combined Arms Battalion. And there was one photo of me pushing. I touched. It looked like I was pushing the motor, the engine. I'm calling it a motor. The engine of a tank, into the tank. But in reality, we all know that no captain is installing an engine into a tank. So it is true. I did have another staged photo where I was putting the dipstick into the Humvee. So you caught me, Sam. You're right. Majors in the motor pool. It's never a good thing, and it always destroys the creativity and the fun and awesomeness of what the motor pool can be. Speaking from a prior enlisted guy, so I had my time. When the cat is away, the mice will play. Okay, so enough of my ramblings, and I'm more excited. Really, this is tremendous. We're going to bring on Emily now, and we're going to set it up. Emily, thank you for joining us. We're going to start to remove ourselves, as you can see here, and we thank you very much for giving us your time and supporting the veteran community as you do. And with that, I'm getting out of your way.
Oh, don't leave. Thank you, Ryan. It's a pleasure to be here. Hi, everybody. My name is Emily King Grandinetta. I say it that way because many know me as Emily King. That was the name under which I wrote my first book, Field Tested, 11 years ago. And so anyway, great to be here with you. Thank you for your kind words. I think what I'll do is a combination of just talking with you guys and gals and sharing a couple of slides. So I'm going to give this a shot at presenting, and we'll see how it goes. So bear with me here for just a second. And we'll see if this works. It's uploading. So, I've been around this space, the veteran transition space, for almost 25 years, believe it or not. And you may not know me because usually I'm hired by organizations who hire veterans to help them get their house in order in preparation. And particularly, if you remember back around 2010, there was a huge surge. Everybody wanted to hire veterans, and that was a beautiful thing. And they, a lot of these companies didn't really know what they were getting into, and they didn't know how. They didn't know how to attract veteran talent. They didn't know how to compete in the market for veteran talent, and they didn't know how to lead veterans and really elicit the best performance that they could get. And I was trying to help them do that, to teach them how to do that. And so I had the opportunity to work with a lot of big companies like Booz Allen and Accenture and Sodexo and Comcast and Dell, and it just goes on and on. So chances are, if you have worked with a company that has a strong veteran integration program or onboarding program, I was part of that. I'm not a veteran. I always want to be very straight up with that. My background is business. I've been a business executive, and my education background is applied behavioral science, which basically means I look at what goes on in organizations, how people behave and why, and how to improve performance and all that. So let's see are you able to see my slide here? Okay, I'm showing my incompetence. There it is. Yay. So this is my new book, At Ease, The Guide to a Smooth and Successful Military Transition. It just came out a few weeks ago, and it's already, made the bestseller on Amazon and other lists like that. And the reason why is because it has a lot of support. The foreword was written by a sitting congressman, Brad Wenstrup, and he is also a done it all, and he's a physician, I should say. In any case, he wrote the foreword, and it's been endorsed by a lot of veterans. So I'm just trying to establish my credibility with you, since you probably don't know who I am. Let me go ahead and just tell you a little bit about, I don't expect you to read this. This is a kind of an eye chart, but basically what this is telling you is kind of how I got to where I am as kind of a leading expert on this, on the what I would call the psychosocial aspects of military transition, not the how to write a resume, how to get a job. I don't talk about that. There are plenty of people talking to you about that. What I focus on is the actual experience of separating from a life in the military and transitioning into the life as a private citizen and as an employee in a civilian organization. That is it's a big life change, and it really isn't always presented that way. It's usually presented as, okay, your next mission is get a job. And yeah, you want to get a job, you want to keep the paychecks coming in. But what I want people to realize is, and this, because this has been so helpful and transformational to so many over the years in my work with veterans, is that the transition is a process, and it can last years. And I don't say that to, all you veterans out there who have been out for a while know what I'm talking about. I don't say that to make it sound scary or overwhelming, but just to set your expectation. So I'm going to talk about that, but I just wanted to say just a word or two about this slide. I happened to get involved in this topic, and it became a passion and a mission for me 20 years ago, when I was an internal consultant for a big consulting firm called Booz Allen, and they hired a lot of military officers. They courted them, they paid them a lot of money to come in after they retired, and they were failing. And so my job as an internal consultant was to figure out, why are they failing and how do we help fix this? And and so I did a study, and what I found was that, there's this thing called culture. I mean, this is 20 years ago. There was no thing called military transition. I think I coined that phrase. At least people tell me that I did. Anyway, and it's really different to lead in the military than to lead in a civilian organization. And who knew? And nobody really ever looked at, well, what are those differences? But it was those differences were showing up in the form of a failure to succeed once these officers had transitioned into civilian leadership roles. So anyway, that was the beginning. So I think so Booz Allen funded me to build them a program to help veterans make that cultural transition, and to help the organization understand the differences. And I think that was the first ever internal military transition program. It was at least 20 years ago. So that just fired up a passion in me, because it was something that I feel like I was able to figure out. And if you can figure something out, then you can kind of solve for it at scale. That's been my experience, and that's my training, is to take a problem, figure it out, and then implement a solution that scales. So I did that, and I just read the other day that Booz Allen just got the #1 spot in one of these coveted military employer listings. So good for them. They've kept it alive. But anyway, so that was just the beginning for me. But the passion for me came in when in the process of learning about this and understanding it, I met with these officers who, they were very senior officers, like 05, 06, who their first year out of service were being told by their civilian employers that they were lacking leadership skills. And they were just gutted by that, of course. And I just didn't get it. I was like, how can it be that this guy or this woman is leaving at the top of their career in the military, and they're coming into the civilian world with all these promises of success and impact, and it's just not working out? So that just really touched me on a human level, and I felt like I can help here. And so that became my focus professionally. So anyway, this you can see back in 20. I built programs for a lot of big companies, and then in around 2011, I wrote this book called Field Tested, which was the first book that was written from the business point of view to around, okay, you're a business, a for-profit business, you're hiring veterans. Here's what you think they know, but they don't know, so you can prepare them. And here's what you think you know as civilian employers that you don't know, so that you can retain them and be successful. And so I was trying to bridge that gap while all these companies were saying, yeah, we're going to hire 100,000 vets. And I'm sitting there having gone through this huge experience already, having done my master's thesis on this subject. And I looked at all these defense contractors. They all had the same issues Booz Allen had. That's how I knew this wasn't a Booz Allen issue. It was a veteran transition thing. Anyway, so I wrote that book to try to help employers be successful with the veterans that they were hiring. And, oh, by the way, to help the veterans who were being hired to succeed. So then you can see a big gap in my timeline here, like 10 years, a lot more than that, between that first book and the second book. And the reason why that happened was because I've always been working to support veterans, but mostly pro bono as a volunteer activity. In those 10 years, my first book, Field Tested, went out of print unexpectedly. And so I was faced with the possibility of just all of that work that I was trying to share through the book being lost. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to lean in again and make a personal investment in writing this book. And this book is for employers, but really it's really my book for veterans to say, look, here's what to expect from this experience. Here are all the things nobody tells you, but that are highly predictable because I've seen them repeated over and over and over in all different companies over the years. And so anyway, that's kind of who I am, what I'm all about. I've got lots of Army veterans in my family, but I am not a veteran. So with that said, let's move on to the topic at hand. Oh, there's a picture of me. I thought just to give you a little bit of, this was back in when my first book came out. I was invited to the quarters of then General Lloyd Austin to be part of a small group that were advising him and other leaders on matters of veteran employment. Anyway, that was a really cool, amazing evening. So I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of what military transition is not and what it is. So what it is not is, it's not a moment in time, a thing that happens one day. You leave service and that's your military transition. You take the course, the DoD course, and that's military transition. That isn't military transition. So you want to be reading across this slide. What it is military transition is a process that transpires over a period of time. And this is what veterans tell me, is that even years later, even after they've had one or two civilian jobs, they realize they're still learning about who they are outside of the military identity and the military way of life, which is so ingrained and indoctrinated. It's military transition is not about the administrative aspects of separating from service, like, signing the forms and turning in your stuff. It is a personal transformation that includes emotional ups and downs. And this is part of what I don't think most veterans are prepared for, really. But it's a common experience to be surprised by, whoa, this is way different than I thought. This is not a change of duty station. I really thought this was going to be like a change of duty station. Military transition is not successfully completed by writing a resume or getting a job. Your transition will continue well into your first job and maybe into your second or third job. Your successful military transition is successfully completed by working through the 3 stages of transition that I've identified and I talk about in both books, Field Tested and I'll show it to you in a second, and At Ease. And military transition is not addressed sufficiently by the military today in their transition program, nor is it sufficiently addressed by the hiring organizations who are waiting to receive veterans who are leaving service. So there's this big gap. And I was surprised between writing my book in 2011 and writing the new book this year. I was surprised at how many of those same issues and problems, stumbling blocks, are still there. So I was like, I got to write this book. Finally, military transition is finally fully addressed, in my humble opinion, after 20 years in this work, by my book At Ease and the accelerated military transition course that we developed, my company developed this year as well. So I feel like I expected a lot more progress to have been made by now, and it hasn't been, from what I can tell and what I hear. So I'm doing it. So I'm so happy that I could be here to talk to you about it. This is the military transition framework that I referenced, the 3 stages of military transition. I would be shocked if you've ever seen or heard this, unless you read Field Tested, or if you've read At Ease. This came out of the research that I did at Johns Hopkins University on, trying to really understand and see if we could put some structure around the experience of military transition. And this was the result. There are these 3 stages. And a quick note here, at the end of this presentation, there will be a slide that gives you links to a lot of different resources. And one of them is a link to our webpage. On that webpage is a free assessment of where you are today on this framework. So what stage you're in, detaching, regrouping, or integrating. And not only does it tell you what stage it is, but it gives you a little bit of insight. So it's just a taste, but it's something that doesn't cost anything, and it's a way to start to get some insight. This has helped so many veterans because it makes sense of this experience that seems senseless. It's very hard to understand because the civilian world and life as a private citizen is really, really different than being in the military. And it's hard to even get your arms around it. So that's what I've tried to do. Okay, let me pause here. I'm going to stop sharing. And if I can figure out how to do that. Sorry, guys. Let me see. Sorry. All right, let's just leave this up. I'd really love to know if anybody has any questions or comments at this point that I can address. Otherwise, I'll just kind of proceed. Okay, let's see. I don't see any questions. Okay. So let's just go forward then. So that's a very, very high level overview. I'll say more, but I wanted to also tell you about these things that are available to you that I want you to know. So there's a link here on this slide to how to purchase At Ease. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it anywhere. At Ease by Emily King is the name. And if you want to take the accelerated military transition course, which is really one of a kind, it's the first of its kind. It was developed by and produced and just created by me and my team of folks who are instructional designers, executive coaches. So as a master certified coach, I specialize in working with people through big career transitions, and all of the behavior changes and the adaptations and the mindset shifts that go along with that. And so I've kind of poured all of my wisdom and all the tools that work with so many of my clients into this course so that it's finally available to anybody, as opposed to just being available to employees of the big firms that hire me. Okay. So let's see, you can also take the free assessment there. Here's my email address if you want to reach out. We have a Facebook page. there's a link there for that. And then also for the last like maybe 12 years or something, I've been the administrator of a group on LinkedIn, which is called the Military Transition Interest Group. And the purpose of that group was to connect job-seeking veterans with private sector employers and HR folks and recruiters, and to have one place. And this was, again, like more than 10 years ago. So now there's a lot of sites like this, but at the time there weren't that many groups that were trying to bring them together so that, to try to improve hiring. But anyway, I remember when I started the group, and the first and the second and the fifth and the 10th person joined that group. Well, now it's over 8,000 members. And those members are very representative of the military, all branches, and of recruiters and employers. So it's free to join. It's free to post jobs there. So the link is here. It's also on the website. So we just want to make sure that you know of all of these things that are available to you. Let's see. Now, sorry, I'm so inept here at trying to not share my slides. But what I really wanted to talk to you about today is all of this work that I've been doing and that my team has done, and that we're trying to really move the needle, because I really believe that as a nation, we can and should be doing better in helping our veterans be successful, leaving in the emotional and psychological experience of leaving military service, and addressing and mitigating the very predictable pitfalls that they encounter once they hit the civilian job market and workplace. And I really believe if you can name something and you can find the root cause, you can solve for it. And if you can solve for it for one person, you can solve for it at scale. And that is what I am trying to do with the book and the course, is really move the needle. One of the things that is really concerning to me now is, unlike 10, 12 years ago when companies were scrambling to hire veterans, what troubles me now is less about veteran employment, because unemployment is low. It's a good time to get a job. A lot of people have jobs right now. What concerns me is what's called underemployment. And I don't know if that's a term you're familiar with, but it's really important because it's been linked with mental health issues, with veteran suicide. It's a real problem. And what it means is underemployment is when you have a job, but it's way below your capability. It's maybe not the hours you want to work. It doesn't pay what you need to be making. It's not giving you any sense of purpose or meaning in your life. Well, the number of veterans who are underemployed is way higher than non-veterans who are underemployed. You hear what I'm saying? So it's more likely that a veteran is going to take a job that leaves them underemployed, underutilized, underleveraged, underpaid, undervalued, and appreciated than a non-veteran. So that's something that's really important because of the impacts that it has. And it also has impacts on income and everything, welfare of the family, etc. So I believe, and what I've experienced in my 2 decades of doing this work, is that a lot of times people coming out of military service, they're told you need to get a job and here's how to get a job. And so they just try to get a job. And they really don't know much about the job market. They don't know much about the business side of a civilian organization. They don't No, I mean, yeah, there's been a lot written and said about how to translate your resume into, civilianese or whatever. And yes, that is something that has to happen. And there are a lot of resources for that. But what isn't happening is the self work, the introspective work that every veteran needs to do. And that's what I'm trying to guide you through, that self work with the book and the course, which says, okay, in addition to keeping a paycheck coming in, what else is important to me? Because I can get a job to keep the paycheck coming in. Once I've checked that box, that need to get a paycheck, now other needs are going to surface for me. Like, oh, here's an example. Oh, as I learn more about this company I work for, I don't really feel good about their values. Well, it turns out that's really important to me. So now I'm dissatisfied because of the values, and I'm back in the job market looking for another job again. And that tends to happen with veterans. They tend to change jobs 2 or 3 or 4 times before they land somewhere that they feel comfortable. And when they realize, oh, it wasn't the company I was dissatisfied with, it was this learning process I was in. And I could have landed anywhere, and without going through that learning process about myself, I would have had a difficult time. So that was a little bit jumbled. But what I'm trying to tell you is that, I think the way we tend to talk about military transition is all about external tasks, the things you have to do. And that's comfortable because in the military, you're all about executing against the mission. Your new mission, get a job. Tasks, write a resume, do a job search, get on LinkedIn, all those things that you do. But if you do those without also, I'm not saying instead of, but if you do them without also really doing some guided introspection to figure out what is going to be important to you and what is going to replace the mission that you had in the military, because once you leave service, that's it, it's done, right? That mission is kind of gone for people. It feels like a big empty space. And you may or may not find that in your civilian job. So it's important to understand this about yourself, what is important to you, what does give you a feeling of mission, so you can include that in the way you research for jobs, the way you present yourself, the questions you ask in interviews, and the way that you show up as a new employee. It's more likely that you'll have a good fit. So my thing is kind of, it's one thing to get a job, any job, but really it's better to get a right job, a good job, the right fit. I feel that's really important to this issue of underemployment and also job hopping, which happens at a much higher rate in veterans than it does in the non-veteran community. And that also has its downside because it doesn't look great on a resume to have spent 6 months here, a year there, bouncing back and forth. It makes a potential employer wonder if you're just going to bounce, right? So, and that feels like a risk. So there's a question here or a comment from Chad that says, it also seems that the favor we once had is diminishing and shifting in other focus areas. It's not blatant, but hidden. The requirements for experience and education you won't have coming out of the military. Oh yeah, that's real. That is real. It was back in 2010 when people were just coming back from conflict, and it was everyone was filled with this patriotism and wanting to. That was kind of the, I don't know, I hate to say this, but like almost like it was the flavor of the day in a way. And a lot of good things happened because of that. So a lot of companies kind of got on board with like, getting their recruiters trained. Like I trained personally all of Comcast recruiters at one point back then to learn how to understand a military resume, how to do an interview effectively, how to bring out the best from the veteran who's never been in the civilian world. You know what I mean? So, and so a lot of that stuff may still be in place in organizations, but you're absolutely right. I mean, the the kind of attention and status that it had isn't. It's moved on to other things. You know, it's like the swinging pendulum of attention has moved to something else, and that's partly why these transition issues still remain unaddressed, and why I was so surprised by that and said, okay, I got to write this book. So so I think the way you overcome that is recognize, and this is really, really, really important. I'm glad you made that comment. Is recognize that the people who are applying for the jobs that you're applying for probably have the same skills. Your skills are not what differentiate you. They haven't maybe demonstrated those skills in a military environment or on a military piece of equipment. However, the skill is the skill, and they've demonstrated it elsewhere, and they're able to talk about that in terms that a potential employer understands. So if your skills aren't what differentiate you as a candidate for a job, what does? And that again leads back to my point that you have to be able to speak to that. You have to know what is unique about you. And that's different because in the military, it's not really about you. It's about the unit, the team. You know, self-interest is not, you're not leading with self-interest, but in the civilian world, yeah, you kind of have to. So I could go on and on and on and on, but I will just, I noticed that I'm at time here, but I will say that is a very valid point. I think you'll find some answers in At Ease. You'll definitely get a lot of support in the Accelerated Military Transition course, which is basically me talking to you just like this, but giving you a lot of practical tips and tools and a lot of interactive stuff to apply what I'm talking about to you in your life. So with that, I feel I need to wrap up, although I'd love to continue. I could talk about this all day long. Let me bring back the slide. Oh, I did have a final slide here. Well, I will make this available, and hopefully all these links will be, available to you. But I also put this slide here. Finally, if you want to help, if you want to get involved, if you kind of resonate with what I'm saying and you research me more or read the book and you want to be part of moving the needle on helping veterans have a better experience with their transition, there are a whole lot of different ways of doing that. And you can see them on the screen. And I always would invite, I'm kind of distracted by this conversation in the chat about tea glasses. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, so with that, I guess I'll kick it back over to Ryan. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. And I am here in a spirit of contribution and genuinely wanting to be of service, and look forward to working with any of you who would like to connect.
Thank you so much, Emily. What valuable information. I wish I would have known you 8 years ago.
Thank you.
But it's never too late. So definitely
That's
for
right.
all of you that are watching, reach out to her, because this is absolutely, like I said, absolutely information I wish I would have had. But now that she's here, let's reach out to her so that she can help you. But so thank you so much for your time and for all the information.
You're welcome. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the event.
Bye. Look who's here. You're muted.
There we go. Who's here?
I don't know. Some guy named Travis Johnson.
Really?
You know him?
Yeah.
He's all right. He's all right.
What's up, Joe?
Travis, how are you, my friend?
I am doing. How are you?
I am doing as well. Well, you are looking good. Hope you are feeling good.
Thanks, brother.
Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey.
welcome.
Thanks. We're so glad to have you, Travis.
Thanks, Kimberly. Oh, everyone's hopping on.
Danny,
Danny and Ryan, let's get the whole crew
Full
here.
house.
We're all here to see you.
Talk about the impression you make, right? You meet somebody
Oh
once
my
or
gosh.
twice,
And
spend some time
Ryan?
in Vegas together.
I
Yeah, we can't say good enough good stuff and bad stuff about you.
Let's keep the good stuff to a minimum.
Yeah, keep the good stuff. Keep the heckling to a maximum and the good stuff to a minimum.
I love this. Hold on, it's picture time. Taking a picture.
Oh, yay.
Oh.
Taking a picture. Everybody do smile. Whatever. I got it. And I'm posting it all over social media.
We're allowing you not to have to talk for 30 minutes. We know you can't fill that time. You're not very
Yeah, so
talkative.
we're giving you a little bit of.
It's hard for me to fill up that kind of time, especially with talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, we wanted to help you out. Your whole support system is behind you. But we're gonna start exiting out of here, and we wish you well. Thank you for definitely doing this. This is the second time that Travis has been here, so we really do appreciate you. You always bring value, and you are a friend. So I'm glad that you're here.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it.
And until next time, when we go having Hooters and cigar lounges, I'll check you later.
That was a great time.
It was.
Yeah.
I only heard about
Danny.
it.
You only heard about it? The only thing
Yes.
missing was Danny and Kimberly. Yeah.
All right, Travis.
Thanks so much. Hey, we're hopping into the podcast guest masterclass today, talking about how to get to your next level of business using podcasting. Get the presentation up and running. Is it shared on the screen there? There we go. Look at that. What do you know? Go ahead and scan the QR code. Get in there. You're going to have this presentation. There's going to be a free PDF in there full of resources for you to help you on your podcast guesting journey. There's going to be a section for books in there. The page looks a little funky. There's also going to be connecting with me on social media and getting on my calendar, all at that link at the QR code. I'm not selling anything today, just helping you get to your next level of business through podcasting. The only question I have is how to move the slides based on this. Here we go. Who's this for? This is for business owners and executives that feel like the best kept secret. This is for entrepreneurs that are trying to become industry thought leaders, experts trying to level up their business. And then you got speakers, authors, coaches, people who want to change the world by sharing their story. Who am I? Podcast Titan Media Group. I've got a couple of shows, Titan Evolution Podcast and the Nonprofit Architect Podcast, both in the top 5 globally. That's me with a Guinness World Record. I'll tell you about that later if you're interested. But we're the only professional podcasters that have a college accredited course. It's in 3 universities. Authored the Podcast Titan book series. Says I'm a retired Mustang, did 11 years enlisted, 11 years commissioned, and just love having a lot of fun on events like this. So if you get a chance to hang out with me in Vegas or Atlanta, please do so. Look forward to meeting you all in person. And I see so many people here today that I've got to hang out with. It's just been a lot of fun. So the fact of the matter is there's no faster, cheaper, easier way to get in front of your ideal audience. This podcasting helps increase your brand awareness, builds your SEO, really builds confidence, takes the effort out of content creation, increase your revenue, raise your speaker profile, and land you in speaking engagements. Podcasting is one of those things where when you publish it once, it goes out to all these different channels due to syndication. So we heard from Richard Kaufman yesterday that his show is on 35 different channels. So if you do an interview once, you get 35 different links that have your name, your image, your backlinks back to your website, all of which help you raise your profile. Today, we're going to talk about how to get booked, how to be a great guest, and how to get invited on these biggest shows. Again, the free gift is at that link. Scan the QR code, follow along with the chat, and help get your business to that next level. The thing that's going to make a difference in the pitch is your podcast one sheet. I've received dozens and dozens and dozens of pitches each and every week, and they all have either just text, which is not fun. They have a podcast one sheet, or they have a full media kit. The podcast one sheet is probably the best place to start. Things you want to include are your bio, suggested topics, contact information is an absolute must, and a call to action. What this really does is it makes it easy for the host. If you have a one sheet or a media kit, you're going to show them the value you're going to provide to the host, and the value you're going to provide to the audience, the pain points that you help solve. You're going to have your call to action, and maybe you have something like an affiliate link that's going to help get the host paid. Yet another reason to keep you or to get you on the show. We're going to hop into kind of a lengthy email pitch, and I'm not going to go over all the details with you, but I want to talk about the different elements here. This is probably the best pitch that I've received trying to get on my show. We didn't end up doing the interview because we were not a fit together, but let's talk about some of this stuff here, right? They have my name on there. They didn't copy and paste it from some other one and send me the wrong copy. They used my name. They used a relevant they referenced a relevant show that I've done that I did with Dave Perret. Then it goes into the client, said, "Hey, I'm Bev. We want you to check out Jay Connor today. Here's a little bit about Jay and his background. Here is the practical value that he's going to provide to your audience. He's going to cover relative topics. He's got a proven track record, and we really want to have him on your show." The second half of the email goes to describe the free resources that we're going to get. He's going to give us a free guide that complements the insights shared in today's appearance. You have a little bit more information here, but here's some of the stuff that really makes it easy on the host. You've got a link to his book, a link to his show, his headshot, his one sheet, and his YouTube channel. All of this stuff takes the heavy lifting off of me, the host, to whether decide that if I want to have him on the show or not. I have to do far less research to make sure I can put together a good episode. Let's hop into his one sheet here so you can see exactly what this might look like. I split this in two because it's just a long page here. We've got his name. He goes by the Private Money Authority. We've got his headshot here. We've got all of his links and his social media contacts. And it goes into a really good format that is fantastic to use, not only on your one sheet, but to use while you're a guest. He has his starting information that he was investing in real estate, that he had to go to banks to get all of the money that he needed. And it goes into the transition where in 2008, when the market crashed all because of banking and the terrible loans they were doing, he lost his source of funding. In order to keep doing what he was doing with real estate investing, he had to learn how to go out and get private money deals. He was successful at this, put together a system, and his first big pitch that he did, he was funded by $250,000 in private money. I don't know about you, but if I could go to some person and get 250 grand to do whatever venture I was doing, I would be pretty interested in doing that. He goes on to say that in just a few short months, he raised $2 million. And now he works 10 hours a week and enjoys 7-figure profits every year. I do have one small criticism on this page, is that all of his links are different. His Facebook link is different than his LinkedIn link, is different than his YouTube link. Consider that when you go out and get your social media handles, that you are getting the same link at every single one of those. On the second half of his one sheet, he goes into things that make it super easy for the host to say yes. He's got a handful of talking points, a handful of discussion topics, and he's got a list of interview questions that helps me, the host, figure out what the heck we're going to talk about. These are also great for figuring out the title of an episode. Putting together your one sheet is an absolute must for getting booked on podcasts. If you don't know what to put on there, you're not sure what it is that you can include about yourself, here's some suggestions to help fill that out for you. Numbers create curiosity. If you look at the bottom one there, it says top 3 pain points keeping your ideal clients up at night. That is a attention-grabbing headline. You want to make sure that your topics are written in the positive. The example is podcast guesting is the fastest, cheapest, easiest way to increase your brand awareness, generate warm leads, and land more clients. If you're not sure, if you're having a hard time figuring out what it is that you're going to have a topic on, go to your website, look at the different sections, take a look at your book. If you've written a book, look at the different chapters of your book and go out to your clients and their testimonials. What made a big impact for them? Those can be your sample topics and questions. Now, when you actually get booked and you get into the interview, these are some tips to help you be good at what it is that you're doing as a guest. You really want to be edutaining. That's educational and entertaining. You want to be relevant to today's market. You want to be energetic, enthusiastic. You want to provide real value like we're doing here today. And then you want to be able to tell engaging stories. Now, I've got the little Batman symbol there, and you can see how his story fits into our framework here. He's got that origin story where his parents were killed outside of the opera. He's got his vision of a crime-free Gotham, and he's got his mission. What he does every night is he gets dressed up, goes out and fights crime in one of the most baddest ways possible, right? Badass ways possible. If your origin story, your vision, and your mission are in alignment, it's very easy for people to understand who you are, what you do, and whether or not they're going to work with you. When we talk about these engaging stories, especially like your origin story, this is something that doesn't happen when you're doing a sales process, right? You're not getting the time to actually sit down and chat with people. You're not getting that time to share your story. What some people do, especially new people in the podcast interview game, is their origin story takes up the entire conversation. What we're looking for this origin story is about 10 to 15% max of the total time allotted. So if you're doing an hour show, you're looking at 6 to 9 minutes where you're really getting into your origin story. But this podcast guest that you're doing, this guest spot that you're doing, is the best way for your potential customers and clients to get to know you. They get to really understand who you are, what drives you, what value you bring to them, and what you can do together based on that interview. One of the most important things out there, and we all know this, is you are who Google says you are. So the question is, take a second here, Google your name or Google your business, and let me know in the comments, like, who does Google say you are? Are you dominating that first page of Google? Are you out there? Is your business well known in your area? What to do if you have a common name? I don't know if you know this, but Travis Johnson is a pretty common name. There's not a lot of Travis Johnsons out there that aren't doing a whole lot. There's people out there that are lawyers, doctors. There's an NFL player. All these people named Travis Johnson are out doing big things. And people always ask me, well, why don't you just use your middle name? Well, my middle name is Dwayne. Do we know anyone important named Dwayne Johnson, right? Googling and using my name for SEO purposes just does not work. But if you Google Nonprofit Architect Podcast, you're going to notice that I am the first 4 pages of Google. I didn't pay for SEO. I didn't do a lot of marketing. I simply posted every podcast episode that I did as a blog post on my website. I dominate all of the images. I dominate all of the videos, and not because I'm special. It's because I leveraged podcasting as a tool to help grow my business and my reach. So we figured out how to get booked. We figured out what you're going to say while you're going to get booked, but how do you get booked on those big shows? Daniel Priestley, the CEO of Dent Global, used this framework to get up to the biggest shows, including Diary of a CEO. He went out with his one sheet and a short, simple email pitch, and he started at the bottom, and he did 5 to 10 interviews at each of these levels in order to move up to the next level. Shows like the Joe Rogan podcast, Diary of a CEO, and Entrepreneurs on Fire, they have teams that go out and look for people to bring on their show. Now, if you're starting off in the game and you're not already an international business and brand, you're going to have a hard time getting on these shows if you try to go straight to the top. But using the podcast pyramid, which everyone can do, is do those 5 to 10 interviews, use those best clips, those best interviews to help you move up the ladder. Start on the shows that you already know. We've got 10 podcast hosts that are presenting at this conference. Guys like Richard Kaufman, Jennifer Garrett, Otis McGregor, Janae Sergio, Daniel Faust, John Krotek, Annette Wittenberger, Nick Valentine, Danny Mayberry, and me all host podcasts where you can be a guest on the show and help get you some of this world-class experience here. Now, the green room is the part of the interview that is before you actually go on to the show. This is your chance to talk to the host and ask them a couple questions. You're going to find out, why did they start their podcast? You're going to ask about themselves and their business and what they're trying to do and accomplish. And lastly, you're going to ask about the audience and their pain points. This is probably the biggest secret out there in the podcasting game, especially for people in business. These answers that they give you are going to be woven into your answers and into your interview, and your host and their audience are going to feel like you're talking directly to them, right? We talked about describing people's pain points. The better you can describe their pain point, the more likely they are to hire you in your company to solve their problem. So when you have these answers directly from the host, you're going to be able to weave those into that conversation to help you land more speaking gigs, land more clients, and just have a lot more fun connecting with people at large. But you might say to yourself, like, Travis, look, I've done a handful of interviews and they just weren't fruitful. And I get it, right? And I can understand why stuff like that happens. But here's the deal. Are you using that interview to its full practicality and all of the benefit? Are you using tools like Canva, CapCut, Repurpose.io, TikTok, all of these things to help build all the content you need on social media, your email newsletters, your text messages? Are you getting a transcript and turning it into a blog post or a LinkedIn newsletter? Are you writing something on Medium? Are you using things like Twitch and Discord, things where people congregate that they do? Oh, hey, Batman, what's up, Bruce? People that are already in these places, where are they? How are you going to find them? Where are you going to use them? And are you going to have to create the stuff that you put out there? Now, if you do an interview and you make 5 clips from every episode and you do an episode a week, you now have 5 pieces of social media content that you didn't have to create, that you didn't have to come up with, that you didn't have to pull out of thin air. You're going to be able to use this stuff to help build your business. And it's a lot easier to do that when you have a casual conversation with someone and they're doing all the work. They're asking all the questions, and all you have to do is be honest and straightforward and truthful. I'm the co-founder of the Veteran Podcast Awards and the Veteran Podcast Network, which we've now transitioned both of those into Parade Deck. But we use tools on here that a lot of people don't know about, like IFTTT, which is If This Then That, and Zapier. Every time someone of the 75 shows on my network published an episode, the back end there posted it on the Facebook group, where I didn't have to go pull all those shows myself to publish them directly to keep the social media channel rolling. I used tools like Zapier, IFTTT, and Repurpose.io to publish that on all my channels, so I didn't personally have to do that work. Here's the deal. Knowing is only half the battle. We've talked today about how to get booked on shows, what it looks like when you're actually on the show, and how to move up the podcast pyramid. Knowing doesn't help you get any of that stuff done unless you take that action, unless you go out there and do it, if you go out there and get it done. So as we're wrapping up here, and Annette's going to come back in and chat with me, scan that QR code, right? Hop down, get on my calendar, and let's get your podcast one sheet built so you can go out and get booked on these shows. Have that 2025 be the year that really kicks it off for you, so you can be, so everyone else can know as that you're amazing. We already know you're amazing, but it lets everyone else know how amazing you are. And if you get on a show that's got 15,000 people, that's a full arena of people there to see you. Thank you so much,
Travis. Thank
Danny.
you, sir. We've got an awesome photo together from Vegas. You have some of the best style in person, where I'm just kind of like a plain t-shirt and jeans kind of guy. Professional polo for events like these. But how many people Google themselves when he said, "Go Google yourself."
Yeah. Did anybody go Google themselves?
I did.
I've done it
It was
before.
embarrassing.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
if you do it right now?
What came up for you, Danny?
This face over and over and over again because of tips like you said. Like if you pull up but let's see what yours does. Oh, you're doing Ryan Hunt. Okay. We can
Oh
see-
yeah, this is definitely not me.
Let's see Travis Johnson.
Yeah, you're gonna pull up a bunch of nothing because there's
Oh,
an
that
NFL
looks
player.
just like you.
Yeah, it looks just like me, right? But if you put in nonprofit
in Dan-
architect podcast,
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
yeah, nonprofit. No, well, yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
Can-
First three links are all me.
Ryan, can you try something, because I want to show you that this
look at that guy.
works. What Travis is saying. So like selecting a name is important.
Yeah,
If you
absolutely.
type in Danny Mayberry, I'm super curious if it's going to happen on yours, because our email browsers save our preferences too. So I may not be.
That's true.
Yep, that's the guy.
That's the guy.
That's the guy. 20. What was that? Like
I mean,
number
it's
25?
crazy
Oh,
to think about it. Like, it used to cost millions to advertise on TV, and now because of streaming,
none of us want to pay
even
for,
with 50
pay for
bucks,
YouTube,
I mean-
right? I was doing a form of exposure therapy, and
Yeah,
I
look
just
at that
learned
first link.
how dangerous exposure
That's
therapy
awesome.
can be.
It's
And
always
talk
be.
about the podcast pyramid. So this group, if you look at the Hopeaholics podcast, they're a large podcast. We've been doing this now for since 2022.
Mhm.
So it is, and then I flew out to California to do this podcast earlier this year, and this was our biggest get so far in our niche specifically.
Mhm.
And that's the other thing that you have to think about, is like that niching down, right?
Absolutely. Are you the right fit for the show? I talked about Jay Connor, and he just has a fabulous email pitch and a media or a one sheet, and I didn't actually have him on the show. Of all the things that we got put together, I didn't have him on the show, and the only reason for that is he was not a fit for my audience. When I was doing the nonprofit architect podcast, it doesn't make sense to talk about real estate investing, and my show, Titan Evolution podcast, he wasn't willing to talk about himself. He only wanted to come in and talk about his magic, and there's nothing wrong with that. It just didn't end up being a good fit for the shows that I was hosting. But what it did do is, because his pitch was so great, I connected him to a whole slew of other hosts that hosted shows, and he was a guest on all of their shows. The most important relationship that people have, everyone go, in the
And that
comments,
is the
right?
cutest thing. Sorry, the pup.
But the relationship with the host is going to lead to so many more other things. My relationship with Annette and Joe and Danny and Ryan, led to this speaking engagement. What we do, these relationships we build, this stuff matters. This stuff matters. Yeah, you're talking to an audience. Like, I don't know how many people are on here. I heard a rumor that more people were registered for this than were registered for Mick. I'm not saying if it's true or not, but I'm just saying that, Ryan puts on a quality product, he puts together a great group of people, and this is just an amazing event, like it was the last time we did it.
Yeah, and I'll say, so my producer actually did one of those 1 hour calls with you last year, and it was so informative. You guys have maintained a relationship as well, just professionally. And she, still scours your stuff and says, "Hey, like, what's Travis talking about? How is he getting out there? How is he being a part of this?" And so, it's because of people like you sharing knowledge like this, having those discovery calls. Like you add a lot of value. So if anybody is out there looking to figure out how to grow their online presence, become the first page. Unfortunately, when you are Travis Dwayne Johnson,
if you use my middle name, The Rock comes up. And I just can't compete with that. If you've got a name like Annette Wittenberger, like, you're pretty much good with SEO. But guys with common names like Travis Johnson, we don't have a chance without some kind of gimmick, some kind of engine like podcasting out there that's going to produce hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages on your behalf. At one point, I was connected to 85 platforms, and I posted a preview for my show and the actual show So I'm getting 170 backlinks every week that I didn't have to pay for. I didn't have to pay some SEO guy for. I didn't have to pay a marketer for. I didn't have to do any of that stuff. And with no extra effort or extra budget or extra money, we were able to dominate the first page of Google simply using the podcast platform.
That's super awesome. Well, I'm not sure if we have our other person. We have about 2 minutes left. I'm looking at the comment section to see.
Travis, a quick question for Travis, Danny, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Did you start the podcast with the idea of recognizing that it was a good avenue to build a business brand off of? Or did you realize it at a certain point? And what point was that?
Mm-hmm. It's a whole process, Joe. When I started the Nonprofit Architect, I was deployed to Bahrain for a year, and I needed something to do that was gonna, keep me out of trouble. Which, if you know me in person, like it's a serious task. It's a heavy lift to keep me out of trouble. But I started the show, and it took off like wildfire. We found a gap in the industry and the nonprofits. No one was teaching anyone how to do anything, and I really thought that it was going to be everything was going to be nonprofits. And I was doing coaching and consulting, trying to do these things, and nobody wanted that. What they wanted was, how did I become so good at podcasting? And every step of the way, as this thing changed and moved and molded, is how do I solve this podcasting problem? I had like the SEO stuff I didn't know until I had a deaf nonprofit reach out to me, and they wanted like the transcript of what I was doing. And I didn't have that for them. And I went out and got it. I posted that as a blog post. And what happened is my web traffic tripled overnight. And I vowed from that day forward that every podcast episode I did was going to be fully transcribed and be put into a blog post. And now we post blog posts with the video, the audio, the full transcript, the show notes, the guest details and contact information. And that blog post does all the work for me.
That's super awesome, Travis. Well, thank you so much. Please do reach out to him. He will get you ranked higher. I guarantee that it will happen. And our next guest, talk about this time of year. He runs a nonprofit called Die Hard. Christmas movie, right, guys?
Yes, it's a Christmas movie, but the name comes from my time with the 1st Infantry Division, 1st Engineer Battalion. That's where the name comes from, folks. Yes, I am Brian Gibson, founder and president of Project Die Hard. We are a faith-based, scripture-led veteran nonprofit building facilities for the veteran community to come together to help their brothers and sisters. I'm going to share my screen, I think, and let's see if we can do this, because I'm not real technically savvy. Okay, if you can see that, yes, I am Brian Gibson, Sergeant First Class, retired United States Army. I got 3 rules. God will never leave the mission. The suffering of veterans will not be used to profit. There are no drugs or alcohol allowed within the mission. The goal is 90% of what we take in, touching a veteran's life, giving them hope, and 10% for needs. No leader has or ever will receive a salary. Yes, it's just how it is. You cannot serve 2 masters. Our mission is helping my brothers and sisters. I believe that teamwork makes the dream work, and together everyone accomplishes more. No, I don't. I founded Project Die Hard in 2018. I was saved by God's grace and mercy in 2015 when the demon of alcohol that was set upon me for years invited the demon of suicide to join the party. I was at the breaking point with a pistol in my mouth. Then I received a phone call from a fellow veteran who invited me down to a pink building where God had a sense of humor because it was a biker church. Then in 2017, I received a call from the wife of one of my best brothers. Doc, what do I do? What do I do? Eric is hanging in the garage. That's when I said something better had to be done. I had now lost more of my brothers and sisters to that demon of suicide. After asking God very angrily, why do you let something like this happen? I was tasked to provide a safe place for my brothers and sisters to come and find hope. I warn everybody when I speak everywhere, if you answer God's call, remember, he doesn't do anything small. After completing all the government bureaucracy and receiving the mission's nonprofit status, we started seeking funds to purchase 120 acres in Western Kentucky to establish Fort Hope. But then Satan started his attack in 2020. Staying strong and trusting that God will provide, praying for protection and blessings, because I do that every day, God moved mountains. Because of the VFW magazine doing a story on me under their Still Serving campaign, that led to WSIL TV to do a story. That led to the Haven of Love Christian Daycare Center to reach out and say, will you come and tell us of your mission? After that meeting, they donated 20 acres and a 10,000 square foot building. Our facilities are named after veterans who have lost their fight to demons. Sergeant Courtney Rush here, January 3rd, 2012, lost her fight. She is from Illinois, and since our first facility is in Illinois, that's how it got its name. Her family reached out when we put a call out, and her story hit my heart. I gotta talk to my tech people. There it is, Forward Operating Base Rush. 20 acres with a 10,000 square foot building donated, located at 189 Haven of Love Drive, Makanda, Illinois. I know some of our guests coming up have been to the property. They can tell you all about it. Daniel Faust. I think Ryan's been there. I'm not sure. But we do invite anybody to come and see what we are doing. This is what we currently have. That is our main building. That is our first goal to get completed so we can bring residents in. When it is done, it will provide transitional housing for 12 single veterans and 2 veterans with their families for up to a year at no cost. All right. We have the land, we have the plan. What do we do in the meantime? Well, we do what we call a fellowship breakfast on the first Wednesday of the month, right? It's part of our mission. We give veterans a safe, secure place to get hope. We worked hard, and in November 2023, our facility is open to in-person events. So if you have an event and you need a venue and you're anywhere in Southern Illinois, reach out. Luke 3:11 tells us to share, and I'm willing to share. Now, back to our fellowship breakfast. I got a big report because we had our last one yesterday. 485 veterans were served in 2024. 485. What a blessing. We want to expand this program, but we need volunteers and resources. Only the best will do for those we serve. We have ministry, resource partners, mission, facility suppliers. Are you the best? What will you bring to our mission? Email contact@projectdiehard.org for information and an application. My team is standing by to help take you through that process. As our brother said, sometimes you're not a fit. Sorry, but it's just that way. How do you help? The first thing I ask anybody to do is pray for our mission. Pray that we find the resources that the person hears that can cut the check. Second, share. I'm all for paying for things if I have the budget. But right now, we need 90 people to give $22 a month so we can cover our current operating expenses. That's where sharing helps. Volunteer. Everybody has a skill, a task, something that they can bring to this mission to help it grow. Right? I get resumes all the time. But resumes are a piece of paper, just like that one sheet, right? It's a resume. All paid positions start as volunteers. This way here, we know the veterans we are helping are getting the best. And the fourth thing I ask for is become a patron. Everybody asks me, what do I get for free when I donate? Well, look, folks, there ain't nothing for free. You want a t-shirt, hit the store, buy it. How do your facilities help veterans in my area? Well, this is our first facility. Our plan is to put one in every state, but we have to complete this one first. Okay, we have to. Plans, policies, everything have to be worked out. We are running our current Check Your Vet. Yes, it's the holiday season. You know the difficulties. Some of our brothers and sisters have harder times during this time of year. Check your vet, okay? A text is good. Love them. A call is better. But the best way to get together is a face-to-face. Do not be afraid to ask, hey, are you okay? Are you going to hurt yourself? Because if you don't ask, you'll never know. Thank you. God bless for your time. Remember, God will never leave the mission. The suffering of veteran will not be used for profit. and no drugs or alcohol are allowed. Only the best will do for the heroes. If you have a question, join my team. Their emails are right there. They will guide you through it, and hopefully you'll join.
What a great, straightforward presentation from a man who knows what he's doing and is answering his calling. Brian, that's incredible.
Again, brother, it started in 2018. I've had my stumbles, but with the team I got now, we've narrowed it down. We have our community support programs. Pray, share, volunteer, or patron. I can't break it down any simpler.
No, that's absolutely amazing. So we're going to talk a little bit about the resiliency that it took for you to stick with this for the last 6 years, because it's not where you want it to be yet. You're still growing it. You're still building the community. You're still recruiting volunteers and team members, people that are giving of their time and energy. You're not taking a paycheck from it. This is an act of service. And this is kind of what we like to talk about within the veteran community about. We need to be here for one another and for the community around us. By helping another veteran, you're going to help so many more people because they have a community of people and they're driven to action.
Oh, yes, sir. That is it. Look, we help those who help us. Okay. We do a Monday mission update every Monday, 6:30 to 7:30 Central Standard Time. I invite everybody. I put it in the comments. If you have a program, a product that benefits veterans, I want you on that update. You email Monday at projectdiehard.org and my team will get you through all that.
That's absolutely incredible. And, you know, part of your bio, you had mentioned a few things and I was like, man, can we have a connection? You're like, I'm part of a Navy family. Me too. And then you're like, I joined the Army because I can't freaking swim. And then
Yeah.
you're like, and then you're like, I'm a medic. I'm like, well, I'm a former corpsman with Marines, so I mean, there's some common ground there.
Do you know Christy from my team?
I don't know Christy. Is she a corpsman? Former corpsman?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. No,
Yep.
I was all infantry.
She was a devil doc.
That's awesome. But what has driven you to this point of service that you really feel the need to persevere through these difficulties?
Well, brother, to be honest, like my team, every Monday we have a meeting and they're like, why don't you forward your number to us so we can handle some of those calls? And I'm like, no, you guys do enough for the mission. I don't need you to get sidetracked with those mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers that call me every day. I lost my veteran yesterday. That's what drives me. We can talk about numbers all day long. You know, the 22 a day. We know it's not that. I'm one veteran losing their fight to the demon is too many. That's what drives me.
That's incredible. You know, part of this fight, and I want to be real here, because in those moments, I struggle with the ideations. I don't struggle with them anymore. I acknowledge that they exist in my head. Whatever it is in my background that makes that a viable option is a form of insanity in my mind. But there are solutions. There are community members. There are Project Diehards, because you know we have the will to live. And when our body is telling us differently, there's something wrong. There's a darkness in our life. And to call somebody in that moment, to reach out in that moment is so valuable. There's no amount of resources that you can give. You can't give free money. You can't give free hats, free shirts, free events and fix those thoughts. But what you can do is you can provide a space where people can openly talk about them.
Yeah, that's our goal is our facilities. If a veteran wants to come for a day and just hang out, right? Come on. They want to use the resource center for a weekend. Come on. But if they need the in-depth 1 year, come on. Oh yeah. I'm looking, I don't know, are you pulling that up or is somebody else?
Ryan is.
Ryan, check that out. Look. These people have made the cut to be part of our team. Recognize anybody? Where are they? Where are they? Keep going. Oh, yeah, Blue Dragonfly. That's Christy. Oh, look, Maxwell Soaps. Buy soap. Help the mission. Third Day Coffee. Buy coffee. Help the mission. There's myriads of ways to help.
That's absolutely incredible. How do you go about finding project partners for your nonprofit?
Through events like this, podcast, blanket emails, telling who we are, what we're doing, and asking them to, look us up. I had a meeting yesterday, and to the veteran out there who I don't drop names, okay? Get that straight. But dude, I'm never going to pay you $75,000 to come speak at an event. Not going to happen. If
say that again,
a veteran speaker, right, goes, pay me $75,000 and I will come to an event for you and why don't you come to the event, draw all your people, and wait to the back end, and then we'll figure something out. Is that fair?
Yeah, the speaker fees. I mean, those are what I thought I had heard you say was somebody asked you to pay them $75,000 to go speak at their event, and I was like, whoa, that's a little backwards.
No, for him to come speak at our events.
Yeah, and that's where I don't want to discredit somebody's speaking fees because it's a profession, but there is finding the right partners, because there are people that will come out there and they will negotiate with you and they will say, hey, like, I believe in what you're doing, so let me show up, let me feel what I can give to your mission and what you're doing. I have a buddy out here in Hawaii. I will go at the drop of a dime and speak to his audience no matter what. I'm not worried about the fee. It's because of the relationship we have, and I believe in his mission.
Again, that's the same thing. You got a guest coming up, Daniel and his wife, Michelle. Right? They came to our first Hope Stock event. Right?
Yeah.
I've had to cancel everything else because of the lack of resources, but 2022 at our Hope Stock event, 4 veterans came to Christ and 2 veteran marriages were saved. Daniel and his wife saved 2 veteran marriages.
Incredible.
Ain't it? Look, guys, I'm here to help you. Just don't ask me to I turned down $2 million because of the buts added at the end of it.
We need you to do this or this or this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a part of knowing who you are, what you need, and what you're looking to serve, and having a team that buys into your mission. Because it's for me, when basic needs are met, and I'm not providing for my basic needs, like
Mm-hmm.
for me, if my job goes away, my day job goes away, I know I'm still going to be taken care of. We'll figure something out, right? Like there are people like you that'll say, "Hey, you need a place to stay. We've got a room for you and your wife."
Yeah. Okay. That's what our mission is for, right? And it's like people go, "You're bringing in families. Do you know how
Yeah.
much? Do you know how much that's going to cost in insurance and this and that?"
But do you know the
No.
lasting impact that has in their life?
Yeah. I don't care what it cost.
Yeah.
That's why I need help, right? We believe quality over quantity. I've had people come to that property, tell me they can stick 30, 40 veterans in it. I went, okay, why would we? Right? I'm going to
Mhm.
ask that question. Oh, $900 a month from the VA. No.
Well, Brian, what you're doing with the Project Die Hard is absolutely incredible. You guys give selflessly from your team. You've got incredible mission partners. I'm proud of you, and I'm very grateful that you came on here to share your mission, what you're doing, and be an example for our veteran community on how they can continue to be of service. Thanks for coming to the 2024 Veteran Social Summit, brother.
Well, I thank you all. God bless you all. I'm still going to be here, guys. Join the team. Danny, please reach out to my team. Get booked on our podcast.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Have a good.
You too. Oh my gosh, Annette. Wait, I'm getting more and more tied in with yours and Ryan's network. I know I'm part of the team now. I know I've been a part of Ryan's life for going on 2 years, it feels like. But where are you finding such incredible guests?
Well, you're stuck with us now until you're tired of us, and so that's just how it's going to be. Ryan doesn't tell you that, but once you're in. So whatever you need. There are people that leave me speechless, and today, Brian and John are just like, what do you say? What do you say after you listen to powerful messages like that? And
Mhm.
so, oh, look, and that's where Veteran Lifestyle comes in. That's what we love to do. No, but before the magazine came along, and I was just making a post about it, actually, surrounding yourselves with like-minded and like-hearted people. That's just what we do. And when you hear people that are so passionate about what they do, it's like, how can you not be passionate with them?
Mhm.
It just like it goes through your soul, and you're just like, I want to help you. How can I help you? Because you could just see it in their face and their voice and all these things. And so I don't ever know what to say afterwards, but wow. Holy
What
crap.
an incredible journey. His bio, I had read his bio before he came on, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I need to be attentive. And with our upcoming guests, like one of the things I love about this network with this Veteran Social Summit is I know Ryan's a career Army guy, but there's not just a bunch of whoas here. We're not
No.
just old Army buddies of Ryan's that are sitting together putting a project. Like it's a testament to the network of people that he's been building over the course of several years post service. Joe being a former Marine, me in the Navy. I forget what service you were.
Army.
You were an Army hua?
Yes.
That's all right. We'll forgive you on it. but our next speaker, but our next speaker also, he's a part of the entrepreneurial space. He's a former Marine, URA, and he now goes and mentors people. Like his serial or his entrepreneurship has led him to become a mentor through Warrior Rising, which is a way that people can find funding, resources, and mentorship for for-profit businesses as they move forward. And he does that for, I believe it was the Las Vegas or Los Angeles area, Las Vegas platoon, right, Ryan?
Las Vegas platoon. And I had to come on because I had the chance. So I had the chance to talk to Frank really the first time when he was on this, what I call the vision quest of his entrepreneurial journey. And he was traveling across the country trying to figure it out. But actually, just recently, I went back to my hometown of Las Vegas, Vegas, baby. And me and him had a chance to sit down and not only do an impromptu interview. You would have been cringing because wasn't as professional as 1 Mile, One Veteran, but it was still a great time. And we had Korean barbecue. So if you're in Vegas, you got to talk to Frank and go have Korean barbecue. He has 2 Korean barbecue places within even less than 1 mile radius. I don't want to give out his location, but within a 1 mile radius of his crib. So no, but I'm making light of it. He's just a tremendous dude, and I'm going to shut up now and let you introduce him. But he is a tremendous guy, and he just brings the value always. And we also take him too because, and I'm not just saying this because he's a sponsor. I asked him. I said, hey, I didn't even get the word sponsorship. He already sent Veteran Social Summit sponsorship money. I didn't even have to. He's like, I don't care about all the details, dude. I'm just here to support the veteran community. I'm here to support you and your vision. So with that, just tremendous guy. I'm getting out of here.
Keep this screen on for just a second, because this is the perfect introduction to who he is. This is a part of his business, incorporating humor and lifestyle to his personal brand and what he brings into mentorship. Because for us service members, we all know that Marines love to snack on their crowns. I hope you got one with you, brother.
I do, but I'm not going to be breaking them out today. You've highlighted it quite well, because I don't want to just touch on the entrepreneurial side of things. So, and Ryan is a pleasure and is an honor, and I will give my location away. I'm 304 steps away from the Leatherneck Club here in Las Vegas. So if anybody comes out here to Las Vegas, you go to the Leatherneck Club, hit me up. I can walk over and see you. So without further ado, my name is Frank Manto. Most Ians know me as the CEO of Meal Treats, formerly known as Crayons Ready to Eat. And what I wanted to talk to you guys about is choices in adversity, because a lot of you have seen my journey through the entrepreneurial world, but you haven't seen what has gotten me here to where I'm at today. Okay. I came from a small town in Flushing, Ohio. When I graduated high school in 1995, the population was 951 people. And as of 2021 census, the population was 830. So that gives you an idea of the environment that I was in. Everybody knew everybody. There was a sense of community. There was a willingness to help each other. And when you have the family lifestyle that I had, you have nothing but a choice to be a part of the generational family curse or go on to be something different. And being bullied through high school, actually being bullied through middle school, being DDT'd on a solid wood camp cabin at a 6th grade camp, to not having parental involvement, led outside influences in my life by a name of a gentleman who is no longer with us on this earth, that I miss dearly, by the name of Mark Kenny, aka Hooter. He was the pivotal change in my life. If anybody knows anything about me and my personal life, stuff like that, he changed my stars, which allowed me to change the course and the generational curse for my children. And I recently am able to have that as a reminder on my finger. I have a ring now that is got sand from Iwo Jima in it. On the inside of his grave, changed my stars because of Hooter. Now, when you're going through high school and you are being told that you weren't going to be able to amount to anything, and you were being compared to other members of your family, you constantly, it's that whole thing of whenever you're a parent and you tell that your child is not going to be good or your child is not going to excel at anything, guess what's going to happen? They're normally not going to excel at anything. I made the choice to not listen to those. I listened to the positive voices that were around me. Hooter, Rusty, Nipsey, all these weird names from the backwoods of Ohio. Okay. Those of you know me, I've got isms. I've got different words that yins have never even heard that you're like, what did you just say? It's because of my upbringing. And it's never left me. Being told that I was not going to succeed in the United States Marine Corps whenever they found out that I threw away a 4-year ride scholarship to the Pittsburgh Art Institute to continue to join the United States Marine Corps. I ended up doing 7.5 years. Got out as an E5 as a sergeant. And I was abandoned by the Marine Corps, is what I felt. 9/11 had just happened. And next thing I know, I'm in medical, paralyzed from the waist down for 8.5 hours after a simple 7-mile hump to be able to get training and be able to go over to Afghanistan. And they basically told me that I was not deploying. I am one of very few people that can sit here and tell you that I have 04 in sea service on my DD-214, but I had deployed overseas. And knowing what was in that sandbox, I wanted to go. A lot of people in my unit did not deploy to the Desert Storm, did not deploy to Afghanistan, Kuwait, Iraq, or any of that. I'd been there, and I wanted to go and be a part of my platoon, my saved potential Marines that were underneath of me, and I couldn't go. I was given the choice to get out or be medically discharged or otherwise take other action. I chose to get out. Single dad. I had 2 kids, and the marriage wasn't going well. So what did I do? Got out and abandoned the military for 13 years. So in those 13 years, I got divorced within a year of being out. And this is an unheard situation. I was granted full custody of both of my children. And from there, I ended up going through the struggles. As a single father, I can tell you that there are no resources that are available to single fathers. The resources are limited. Whenever you go to apply for aid or assistance, you're looked at like you're a male. You should be able to get a job that covers ends meet. I was working 2 jobs to pay the bills, to make sure the kids were taken care of, and to be able to provide them the opportunities that they have today. And through that mix of everything, it always rang back to me of Hooter telling me that I can do whatever I want to do just by applying myself, having the discipline, and having the willingness to help others. And that was why I joined the Marine Corps, because the sense of helping others and serving my country. So having that go through and understanding what the military had taught me even more about service and helping others and being able to improvise, adapt, and overcome, regardless, it was having the opportunity to know that just like Thomas Edison, who failed at creating the light bulb that we have today over 1,000 times, that he didn't fail. It was just a first attempt in learning each time. And that's the way I look at it. It's the first attempt in learning. So when we fail, we have to fail forward. And that is definitely something the United States military, especially the Marine Corps, teaches us. Failure is not an option. You find another way, you find a mission, you find an alternative way to get around things. Then I decided I knew that there was something more that I wanted to do. I just going into the civilian world, working the security jobs and everything just didn't feel right to me. And in that time period, I ended up, hold on one second. I have a non-negotiable. When my kids call, I answer. So stand by. Sorry about this. Whenever you have children, and you definitely was a single father, you understand that you end up being there to answer the call of your children regardless. So apologize for that. Let me get back on track here. So whenever I decided to be able to provide the best opportunity for my children, I ended up getting into the entrepreneurial world. And I tried a couple businesses. First one was a junk hauling business. Failed at that. Didn't have any idea, clue of what business was, what I needed to make happen, or how to even operate or understand what business was. I just knew that I wanted to do something. That lasted 3 months. Then I ended up teaching myself HTML, the old school web design. I saw that websites were becoming a thing, tried to go to school, it didn't pan out. And I made the choice to teach myself in the mix of being a single father and working 2 jobs to try to make ends meet and trying to be able to be there and be a part of their life and get everything situated, because I was it. They had their mother was not involved. Their mother was not in the picture. And she was causing a lot of chaos and a lot of problems. Business started going fairly well. Got a few clients in the area. Of course, like I said, I told you the small town. I moved back to Ohio after the military. And it was then that I realized that I needed to do something more and better for my children. Out of sheer fight or flight, I got tired of the chaos that was being caused by the kids' biological mother. And I did one of the stupidest things that anybody can do. I decided to give the house back to the bank, pack everything up in storage, and take my 2 teenage children and move from Ohio to San Diego, California, with no job, no vehicle, didn't know anybody. And I hit the ground running. I took a risk. I made a choice to change my environment, to change my kids' environment. And by doing so, I was able to be in California for 10 and a half years, which is typically unheard of. Most people, whenever that happens, either flee back or they become homeless. Well, as a single father, like I said, there were limited resources. As a single father, if I was to become homeless because I had a daughter, my daughter would have been separated from me and put into a female shelter, and me and my son would have been in another shelter. And being separated from my children was not an option. So I did one thing, and I got back into the military community. I started finding military resources that were in San Diego, veteran organizations, to help get me plugged into a lot of different things. Because of that, I was able to get transportation, to get on the public transportation, to get around and start hunting for jobs in a much broader area than I was in. That's whenever I landed working at O'Reilly Auto Parts. And from there, I was able to learn empathy, which is something I didn't have and I didn't know. My former boss and friend now, Steve Malott, helped me understand what empathy was and how to be able to apply it in life. And that became a big factor to help me to shift my mindset to being a better parent to my children. And it was a choice. I chose to listen. I chose to be able to be there and give my kids a better opportunity and not live from what I learned growing up. the website company got shut down because it was too big of a saturated market out in San Diego, and I went back to work. It was there that when my kids got older that I decided to start the third business venture, which was Kamikaze Woodworks. And it was going good. I was now involved more in my kids' lives. My daughter was in choir. My son was in the band. And as a woodworker, they came to me and said, "Hey, Dad, we need props for the halftime show. We need props for different things." And whenever your kids ask, you be there. So I started helping build props and go through these. When my son started dating the color guard captain, they came to me and wanted me to build this giant picture frame that they can jump in and out of. And through that project, and if many of you have been on several podcasts of people that's on here, learned of how the company that I have now, bringing the joke of calling us Marines crayon eaters to reality, came to life by working on that project, being a part of my kids' lives. At that time that I realized that I knew that I was able to do something more. So I quit the day job and decided to take the woodworking and the crayons a little bit to the full-time ordeal. Well, we all know what happened during 2020, during the pandemic, when everything shut down. I was not big into TV. I wasn't big into watching the news, anything like that. I didn't know what was going on. Literally on February 24th, I went back to work at a day job at O'Reilly Auto Parts, not knowing what was going to happen a couple months later, that the country was going to shut down. Everything was put at a halt. Everything was put at a standstill. The county was not giving us any direction. The county was not giving us any regulations. Thank goodness that I was working at an essential business to keep the job. Right after the pandemic, I was introduced to an organization that sounded like another program that I had already tried. I had tried the Rosie Network. I had tried Bunker Labs, and they just didn't have the information I needed. Everything that I had been through, everything that I've done in life, I've always been a hands-on, let me work at it and go. But whenever you get so inundated with knowledge that you're diving in, we've been there to the Google doom of looking stuff up, and you don't have a clue what you're reading, and there's nobody there to help you, you kind of get into that dark place. In 2017, I came out here to Las Vegas from San Diego for a conference, and I almost jumped off a balcony building. And it was lucky enough that one of the customers that I sold parts to, he invited me to his room to go to an event, and ended up, when I was on the balcony, he called my name, and first thing that flashed in my head was my kids. I didn't jump. I walked back in, and that's whenever I was determined I need to be able to be here. And I've done, what I could do for my kids, and there's more that I can do. So I knew that I needed to make some changes. And I'm sorry I backtracked a little bit. But in 2021, I was introduced to Warrior Rising. Warrior Rising reached out to me and wanted to invite me to be a part of their Warrior Academy, which is a 40-module program that allows veterans, their spouses, and immediate children as an online platform of 40 modules to take what we learned in the military and how to apply it to our business. For me, being a C average, not being able to be comprehend a lot of things very well, being a country boy from the backwoods of Ohio and a 0311 infantry crayon eater, they broke it down Barney style, and it was a no-brainer. I was then selected to go to their business shower, where I was able to receive a $10,000 grant, which helped me seal the deal to take my company into mass production. After the crowdfunding and other support that we had, and it let me allow to take my company to full-time and go nationwide shipping. It was a choice to be able to continue pressing forward through every adversity, almost being shut down through the county. And in 2022, I was given the opportunity in 2023, to move from San Diego to Oklahoma to take the company full time. And all of a sudden, I'm going through the process to quit the day job, going through everything to move out of San Diego, to move to Oklahoma. Within a month of me quitting the day job, I was ghosted. I had a choice to either continue quitting the day job, be homeless, or ask for my job back or try to move back into keep the place that I was in. I read a book called Green Lights from Matthew McConaughey, and it was a game changer for me. It allowed me to see life at different angles that I was in, and it related to a lot of things in my childhood. On June 16th was supposed to be my last day on my day job. I still didn't have a plan. On June 12th, Matthew McConaughey posted on his story that some of the best times in his life were on a road trip, and he learned about himself. Well, guess what? Green light. I decided to pack everything in storage, take my 2015 Toyota Tacoma, pack up the essentials, and travel the country and answer the question of who am I? On that journey, I was able to find that answer that I'm a provider, I'm a protector, I'm a creator, and I'm a connector. We all go through life and everybody asks us that question. We put a title to it, but do we actually put a definitive answer to who am I? On this road trip, I connected with a lot of people throughout that I've met in the on social media at other different events. And I was able to 3x the company from the first year that when we did sales online, we did 63,000 in gross sales. 2023, we did 194,000 gross sales. I did not plan on landing in Las Vegas. I was planning on traveling as long as I could, being able to bounce back and forth from Ohio to see my daughter, to go back to California to see my son, and exploring through the way. I came out here for a trade show in February of this year. Here I found out that I had a veteran entrepreneur community, and Dave Berlin, Nick Martucci, and many others encouraged me to land here. And so I did. And whenever I got here, it was one of the best environments to be able to put myself around. I made a choice to stay. It was through the adversities of everything that got me through where I was at to bring me to connections. And seeing that the ecosystem was here and seeing that some of the programs are not available and how heavily involved that I became in Warrior Rising to be a mentor, I asked Warrior Rising, is there a chance that we can do in-person events? And Warrior Rising afforded me the opportunity to start building a platoon of in-person events here at Warrior Rising, here in Las Vegas, to where we're bringing subject matter experts. We're taking what they're learning on the 40 modules Warrior Academy, and we were getting funding here in Las Vegas to be able to go into veteran entrepreneurs that are here in Las Vegas, their spouses and immediate children, to be able to put it back into the community. And I've only been here since February. And by being able to do so, it gives me the opportunity to give back and rely on a book that I read that I believe that everybody should also read, called The Go-Giver. The more we give without the expectation of anything in return, we're able to achieve greater things in life. And I can now sit here and tell you that I am finally on a successful business venture after 3 failed businesses. My son is living in San Diego. He's 24, working in sales and engaged. My daughter just turned 27 years old. She just purchased a house in Ohio. In April, I will be welcoming my first grandchild to this world. Through everything that I have been through, I made a choice to change the stars of myself and change the stars of my children and keep pressing forward and making a difference in the impact of everybody that I am around. I encourage every single one of you to understand that only you can stop you. By sitting there doing nothing, you've made a choice. Which choice are you going to make today? And what are you going to take from what the military teaches us to be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome and have mission accomplishment? My name is Frank Manto. If you want to get a hold of me, you can reach me at frankmanto.com. You can also reach out to milltreats.com and reach out and get a hold of me. And if you want to join Warrior Rising, I highly suggest you go to warriorrising.org. Click on Become Programs, Become a Vetrepreneur, get on the Warrior Academy, and it is 100% free. Everything they do is free. You need anything, you want help, I'm here to help and support. And thank you.
Frank, let's
Can't hear you, Dan.
let's you can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Hopefully everybody heard me.
No, they heard you.
We can hear you.
You can't hear me though?
Oh, I can hear all of you. You're all good.
Okay. Frank, if you're able to hear me, that was absolutely incredible. Can we pull my screen off of here just so that we can see all of Frank's contact information? Back in. All right, cool. We can come back in. Frank, that was an awesome testimony. Amazing work. Are you able to hear me by any chance? I know the audience can. Yes, no. All right, so what I'm going to do is
Some
I'm
audio issues, obviously, on his.
Okay, I got sound back.
Okay, you got us both?
Yeah, I got sound. I don't know, something on my end. I don't know. Hopefully everybody heard me. I don't know.
No, we heard you great. I don't know if you were reading any of the comments, but it's such a powerful testimony. And the other amazing thing is the not the adversity, but the resiliency that you displayed throughout that journey. When it feels like we're stepping on missteps, when we're not necessarily on the path that we think that we're supposed to be on, and when we feel abandoned by organizations, institutions, or people that we held so tight and close to us,
And family.
yeah, it's such a debilitating place to be in.
Well,
but that resiliency.
There's one thing that I also didn't cover. I had a choice to support my family or not support my family. My youngest brother was 21 years old, molested a 12-year-old. I'm the one that made sure everything went through to be able to make sure he went to jail and became a registered sex offender. I cut ties with my family years before that. So there's a quote that I want to refer to everybody that I want to quote it right, that also leads to a lot of things that has got me to where I'm at today. And we use this quote a little bit wrong in a lot of days. Whenever people say that, well, it's your family, blood is thicker than water. Well, if we look at the full quote, blood is thicker than water, or blood of the covenant is thicker than water of the womb. Okay. So yes, blood is thicker. Blood is, the blood of the covenant, your family, those around you, those who are there to help uplift you, is thicker than the water of the womb. Not always is your family the greatest solution to be able to be there for you and you be there for them. And sometimes you have to walk away. But it's also a matter of doing the right thing.
Isn't that the truth? We're able to rise above the circumstances in which we came from. Sometimes that does involve cutting out bad things. But here's the other part of it, because I think a lot of us come from families like that where we're wrestling with, what do we do with that quote unquote problem person? It may not be as severe as an instance as your younger brother, but we have family members that struggle with addictions, alcoholisms, lifestyle choices that lead them to prison, things of that nature. And the only thing that we can do is be that example and set the appropriate boundaries, because it can end up changing the entire family. I know that's been the case for our family. Giving the patience, being consistent, being who we are, holding people accountable to the actions that they committed, no matter how long ago, and doing it in a loving way. It doesn't need to be mean. It's not meant to be mean. It's just meant to be, this is the way things are. You committed a crime. You did this. And if you're willing to move forward with the consequences of your actions, you can move forward in life. And hopefully, we'll all be able to be welcomed back once more.
Yep.
So, but we can have a whole long discussion about that, but we don't really have the time for it in this platform because we have Warrior Rising, which is an exceptionally free resource for aspiring veteran entrepreneurs with mentors that have been there, that have walked in your shoes, that have done the steps, the hard work, faced the adversities, but continued to commit to those decisions. So apply for Warrior Rising. There's an incredible network behind it, not just the mentors, but the training resources available to you and the follow-on care. All of these resources are that we're sharing here are free and available to most veterans.
And the one thing I would say about Warrior Rising is it truly is a tribe, because the moment you sign up for the Warrior Academy, you get on the email list. Every first of the month, they do it almost every month, depending on the holidays and the time of the year. They do a coaching call religiously. Every third of the month, they do a master class. They do different filler classes. So you're involved in those. And if you get a chance to get selected to be a business shower, to pitch your business for a chance to do a $20,000 grant, Salt Lake City, they just gave $150,000 away. You know what I mean? For free. So become part of the tribe and find your tribe. But thank you. I appreciate everybody for the opportunity. And hopefully I was able to, touch anybody out there that regardless, you have the choice and you can be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome and be resilient and have the discipline to press forward.
Well done, Frank. Well done. Thanks for sharing your testimony. And our next guest has arrived. A good old friend, Daniel Faust, is here to share I think you're going to share your pre-recorded interview, but you're going to be around for a live Q&A afterwards. Is that what I hear?
I can try to be. I'll do the best I can to be. I am on duty status and everything else, so I tried to come here and serve, even though I'm serving currently. It's a crazy December. We have like a super unit training assembly, so.
Well, you and your wife are two incredible people that we had a chance to meet last year, and I'm really excited to hear what you're going to be putting out. 2 questions and 4 letters. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the 2 things that went over and saved my marriage and transformed who I am today and what built Learn and Live in a nutshell. But I don't want to give it away. I'll allow the video host of myself, my past self, to tell you what the future holds.
Love it.
Veteran Social Summit. Hopefully you've been enjoying the content that you've been over engaging. For the next 20 minutes or so, my name is Daniel Faust, and my company's name is Learn and Live. I am your veteran transformation coach from the prayer room to the boardroom. So more about that at the end. Today's topic is 2 questions and 4 letters. I want to share a quick story before I go and get into that. So when I got out of active duty about 12 years ago, and I'm about to get out of the reserve, that 12 years ago, I almost destroyed my marriage, my family, and my boardroom, including my relationship with God and his followers, all by not understanding these 2 questions and 4 letters. A lot of the times we go over and tolerate people. And over time for toleration, if we don't deal with it, we eliminate people. I almost eliminated every single person because I didn't understand this lesson I'm going to be teaching you, which is the 2 questions and 4 letters. So that's why I get to be a great opportunity to be at the Veterans Social Summit, to go over and to teach you what I took years to go over and to learn. I hope to advance your opportunities and help you thrive from the prayer room to the boardroom. So we're just going to get into it to start going over what these 2 questions and 4 letters are about. All right. So as you can go over and see, we're going to go into question 1. So question 1 goes over and talks about, are you outgoing or reserved? I know this sounds kind of basic, but I'm going to share how revolution is as we go. So Understanding this first question is 10% of your relationship successes and 10% of your relationship failures. So I'm going to share a little example. So if I'm outgoing in your reserve, I come with lots of energy and just throw out and do amazing things, and I'm about to go out to places and things and whatnot, and you're my spouse in your reserve. I can adapt to you, but I go over and I get exhausted by you. So I can go over and want to come home and stay home and be a homebody, and your spouse wants to go be everywhere and be a social butterfly, or vice versa, that, you know, your spouse wants to be that homebody and you stay home with them, but you're not relationally going over and getting fed. This can go over and rub 10% of the time, because we can go over and adjust a little bit to go over and say, hey, all right, I'll go out to the baseball event, I'll go out to the commander's call, I'll go out to the social event and everything else. And vice versa, that I can come home and be a little more homebody and maybe watch a movie, read a book, popcorn, or maybe just be two separate people in separate places. This is 10% of either relationship successes or relationship failures. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, are you more outgoing or reserved? So if you're watching this live, I want you to go put this in the chat. So this is 10% of the relationship successes or failures. This is the one that almost destroyed all the relationships, is understanding the second question, because I understood this of myself, but I did not understand the second part. Are you more task-oriented or more people-oriented? So I'm going to use an old military adage that everybody should understand, no matter if it's 18 or 85, is base housing. On most base housings, you're either in charge of the lawn or the lawn has to get cut. It's been contracted through the years, but overall, the lawns go over and get mowed and get cared for. So imagine you're on a non-contracted base and you got to go over and mow the lawn. If you're more task-oriented, you're going over and getting up early, set day, set time, regimented. You just want to go get it done. You have it in your head. You might be even measuring it and making sure it meets within the parameters of the regulation or the instruction, and you're out there. But you're going over and now have that people-oriented person that comes out. Maybe it's your spouse. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's just a total stranger. Whatever it is in your mind, if you're task-oriented, you're like, this is destroying my day. I'm trying to just go over and stay focused on the task, and that's it. Now, if you're more outgoing and task-oriented, you might allow that person to engage a little bit. And if you know that they're easy and malleable, maybe you go over and get them to help, or maybe you have them take over while going in the lawn done. If you're more reserved and task-oriented, you're kind of like slumming them off a little bit, trying to go over and avoid. Maybe if you avoid them enough, they will just walk off. Or maybe you just have to be direct and say, hey, I'm focusing on this. I have no time for the social stuff. I'm done. You can go from a positive interaction to a negative interaction. This was 90% of my relational issues. This is 90% of everybody's relational issues, positively or negatively. If you're both on the same page, you're both swimming. If you're both not on the same page, you're both going over and falling and failing. So this is what almost destroyed my marriage, because I was the people-oriented style and my wife was the task-oriented style. I was more outgoing and she was more reserved. And I'll show you in a second what it goes over and looks like. When you combine this together, you now have the DISC model of human behavior. So if I'm sitting over here on the outgoing and people-oriented style, and then my wife is sitting on the reserved and task-oriented style, then what are we? We're opposites. And opposites can attract, and then opposites can attack in that particular regard. And without knowing of that, you go from toleration to elimination. And I want to help you not to go from toleration to elimination. I want to help you to go over and to get from acceptance and celebration. So as you go over and see, if you're more outgoing and task, you're going to resonate with the D style. We're going to get into some of those words and share briefly on that. Then if you're more outgoing and people, then you're more of the I style, and we're going to share about that. If you're more reserved and people-oriented, then that's the S style, and we're going to share about that also. And last, certainly not least, if you're more reserved and task-oriented style, then we're going to go over and share on the C style. So buckle up. This is going to be a fast lesson that we're going to go into to hopefully to start the journey of empowerment, so you can go from acceptance to celebration. All right. So the dominant style. outgoing and tasked. Do you recognize this in yourself or others, your spouse, your kids, your coworker, maybe that commander or the subordinate that you have? Well, this is what they think, and this is what their style they resonate with. They tend to be dominant, direct, demanding, decisive, determined, doer, and they can be a tad defiant. Again, the words are dominant, direct, demanding, decisive, determined, doer, and they can be a tad defiant. So these people go over and like to dominate situations, times, tasks, those types of things. When you communicate with them and they communicate with you, they want you to be direct. They want to be direct, just straight to the point. No fluff, no guff, no people about it. They just want to get it done. They're very demanding on what they go over and ask. They usually have a high list that they'll go over and give you, and a high expectation list that they put on other people. They also are very decisive. It's yes or no. They usually don't go maybe. They usually don't have the time to think about it. And even if they need time to think about it, they don't usually take too long, and then they come to a decision. They're very determined on what they go over and do, because once they have an agenda in their mind, they want to go get it done. And they're very much of a doer. They just go over and go through that checklist, go through those tasks over and over and over again. Their successful day is taking that sticky, that notepad. They say they got that stuff done, slaughtering the email box and everything else. Why can they be a tad defiant? Why do they resonate with this? Why do they go over and you might feel that they're defiant? Because they, unless it's immoral, illegal, and unethical, they will go over and push lines to go get the task done. Do you resonate with this style? Do you go over and connect with this style? Do you know people that go over and do? Well, if not yet, then we'll go into our next one, and hopefully that connects with you or you see these people. Now, the next one is your outgoing, people-oriented style, which is your I. They are inspiring, influencing, impressionable, interactive, impressive, involved, and they can be a tad illogical. Again, they are inspiring, influencing, impressionable, interactive, impressive, involved, and they can be a tad illogical. So when you go over and meet them, they like to go inspire, change, movement, things of that nature. They love to influence people to either go to one side or the other, usually towards their side. That's where they want to be. They're very impressionable to people, but they also can be very impressed upon. So they can go over and get someone to go over and to move, and they say, wow, that's super impressive. But sometimes they can get certain things moved on to them. They're very interactive. They talk with their hands. They're loud. They go over and do things. If this was real world and interactive, I would be a lot more involved, but I got to keep camera boundaries. They're very impressive what they go over and do. Either jumping in front of people, have stupid human tricks like I do, and everything else. They're involved with the people and also the movement with people. They can be a tad illogical because, like the dominant style, which I didn't share briefly, but I will share right now, the dominant and inspiring style have this problem. They tend to be a mouth thinker. What is a mouth thinker? Their thoughts are coming out raw and live out of their mouth as they speak, unless they've gone over and learned to go over and have self-control. They tend to go over and speak so they can go emotional, and then sometimes words come out wrong or feelings come out, or they feel certain things and they don't think those things through. So that's why they can be a tad illogical. Do you resonate with this style? Do you go over and connect with the style? Do you have someone in your life that is this style? If you still don't see yourself or others in those two styles in your life, then these next two you should go over and see. The next style is more reserved and people-oriented, so they tend to be more of the S style, and this is the S words: supportive, steady, stable, sweet, status quo, shy, and they can be a tad of a sucker. Again, the words are supportive, steady, stable, sweet, status quo, shy, and they can be a tad of a sucker. These people are the most supportive people, either in the business, the marriage, the family, in the church, nonprofit, wherever. They also are very steady as they go. They want to be consistent in what they go over and do. They're also very stable. They don't like to make irrational decisions. They want to go over and be that person that goes over and stays strong in whatever it is. They're the people that stay in the process. They're also very sweet. They're the sweetest person you ever meet. It's very hard to go and get angry at them. Even if they very rarely disagree with you, they tend to be so sweet. You usually can point them out like, wow. Status quo, they want the same thing, but they want it to stay the way it is. So I had a coworker that was so status quo that between 11:30 and 12:30, roast beef sandwich, mustard, microwaved at 30 seconds every single day. If that didn't get met, it would derail his day. They also tend to be a tad shy because they don't like to be out with a lot of people. They want very few connections. You go throw them into a group, a baseball game, a sporting event, things of that nature, they will probably connect with that individual 1, 2, 3, 4 people. But they're not going to go out there and party like the limelight in that particular. They're not naturally going to get out there if this is their main style. The sucker part is that they don't know how to say no. And no is no in most languages except for German. It's nein, which still means no. So this is a word that it's very hard for them to go over and say. Do you resonate with this style? Do you know somebody at your work, in your marriage, in your family that goes over this style? If not, we have one more, and then everybody will fit. Last and certainly not least is the reserve and task-oriented style. Look at the face. It is not RBF. This is their particular face. We'll talk about why you might think they have RBF, which we call rested blessed face. That's our term, not the other one. So here's what the C characteristics are. They're very cautious, calculating, competent, conscientious, contemplative, careful, and they can be a tad cold. We'll say these words again. Cautious, calculating, competent, conscientious, contemplative, careful, and they can be a tad cold. These people are listening right now about 14 minutes in. They probably started Googling this and searching in. They're like, I don't know if he's got it right or wrong and everything else. I'm not making a decision. I'm still probably not going to make a decision at the end of this video. They also are very calculating, not in the sense of math. They're calculating their thoughts and their interactions and going around and looking at the whole picture. They're also very competent. They're usually competent within a few areas, and they like to stay in those areas. They're not going to go talk if they're not competent in that area. They're very conscientious. They see the full picture all around, evaluating the things. They could see screws in the wall that are missing. They would go over and know the map that's missing. They would go over and be very conscientious of their internal and external world. They're very contemplative. So they're think. They can take a long time sometimes to make a decision. You need those people, but sometimes it can be a con. Careful, because they will go over and measure twice and then cut once. Now, why are they cold? They're cold because, again, RBF, rested blessed face, they don't show their emotions on their face. And most of the world reads emotions on the face. So for them, it's very hard to show their emotions. You don't know if they're mad, sad, or anything else. Guy Harris, the re-engineered engineer, was a Navy submarine captain, which is a colonel in the Navy, 06 type. And he went over and had a very sweet daughter. And his daughter asked this question 3 separate times in 3 straight days. Daddy, do you love me? Of course I love you, honey. Daddy, do you love me? Of course I love you, honey. 3rd day. Daddy, do you love me? Why do you keep asking that? It's because you never smile. He actually had to learn how to smile. So, which style do you go resonate with now? Or do you resonate with the dominant, the inspiring, the steady, or conscientious style? Well, we're going to go over that and give you 3 superhero tactics super quick to go help you to go and apply this to your life. So we have 3 superhero tactics to go close out with this, because this was a quick and fast lesson. I don't expect you to grasp everything, but what can you go over and grasp within this short 20-minute teaching? One is, when you find your style and you figure it out, you can go over and either find our website at Learn and Live, or you can go Google the DISC model of human behavior, because that's the name of the model. When you find your style, your relationships will change, because now you're seeing a whole new paradigm. When I was on the brink of my marriage going over and getting destroyed, and then my wife had spiritually kicked me in the you-know-where, It took me 5 years to go over and to investigate this stuff and to figure this stuff out. This is just one of the many tools that we go over and use, but it changed exactly every single relationship from the prayer room to the boardroom, because now I'm understanding myself and now understanding others and knowing what to deliver into the situation. Now you're saying to yourself, do I have to go over and change? Well, superhero tactic number 2 is you only need to adapt. When we were talking about that toleration to elimination, it's when you go over and stay permanently stuck in your ways. When we talk about acceptance and celebration, the acceptance is accepting who you are and who you're with and making those adaptations in those moments. You don't need to go change on who you're wired. God made you perfectly who you are. But adapting is going to go help you to go over and to thrive compared to survive. And the best way, tactic number 3, the best way to grow is to learn about yourself so you can serve your relationships better. So taking time to go over and learn about yourself is going to be helpful to others. So some of the styles, you naturally are intuitive people, but the thing is that everybody has a blind spot. So I hope this is going over and served you. And I have one last thing that I would love to go and offer you. If you're going over and struggling in this and you want to learn this more in depth and everything else, we have a really cool program called the Marriage Warriors School. School is a website. So if you type in SKOOL, we have a group specifically to you, to the military, veterans, and first responders. That's all we curtail it to, is the Marriage Warriors. We teach this more in depth. We go into multiple different topics. We take the years of what we've gone through and help you to go over and to thrive. So go check it out. If it's early in the game and you go over and see it, you might be able to get a free membership for life. But there's also, if you get into later, we keep it affordable. A Starbucks coffee, really expensive Starbucks coffee, is super expensive compared to our monthly membership. So we want to thank for you for all going over and joining this. We hope that you continue to go over and to invest into the Veterans Social Summit, because our goal at the Veterans Social Summit, is one of the guest hosts, is for you to go over and thrive holistically. And us at Learn and Live want you to go over and thrive, no matter where you go over and get your services and support, because when you thrive, our mission is complete. So thank you for going over and joining, and have a great rest of your summit.
Wow, I was so shocked by that. It was still on mute. So want to thank Dan for providing us with that powerful talk and just the tremendous value that he brought. I think we picked a winner in terms of speakers with him. So thank you very much. We really do appreciate your time and your value and the things that you're doing in not only your community and then also the veteran community. So definitely check him out, connect with Daniel. And yeah, so now we're going to transition. And I'm very excited about this, actually. There was a few things that I wanted to really do for Veteran Social Summit this go around. And one of them is just collaborating and synergy. I mean, that's the most important thing that should come out of the Veteran Social Summit. But I wanted to partner with Mill Crew. This is an organization. I'm not even going to talk really about them. I'm going to let our little guest over here tell us a little bit more, introduce herself, and tell us about Mill Crew. You're on.
Hello.
So go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh,
we
wonderful. Wonderful. So nice to see you, Ryan. This event has been amazing.
I appreciate that, and we appreciate you. So without further ado, why don't you just tell us a little bit about you, and then also tell us about obviously Mill Crew, and then the hiring event that we have actually just shared the links out. It's also scrolling, not strolling. It is scrolling, but it is scrolling and strolling on the bottom there. And I'm going to let you add it.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Ryan. So hi, my name is Dara. I'm here representing Mill Crew. I have my other counterparts, Monty and Carl. They will be joining us also on the virtual event, getting everything prepared. But a little bit about me: I'm a retired Air Force veteran. Spent my majority of my career in aircraft maintenance and recruiting, and that's kind of where my love for recruiting came from. And obviously, my love for my veteran community just comes from my heart. And when I was invited to be a part of this great community by its original founders, which were Carl and Monty, they brought me on board, and the trio of us, I say it started with us three, but it is a legit community. It came on board because we realized, as talent acquisition professionals, there he is, as talent, and I want to go ahead and let them introduce themselves first, because they are truly the reasons why I'm here. Monty, Carl, so great to see you.
Hey, Dara, what's up, fam?
Hi, my family.
What's going on, veterans?
So I was telling everyone out there just how Milcroot came about, the reason behind it, and I had literally just about started. So you can go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, this started in September of 2022. And if you want to know the origin story about Milcroot from its original marks on a napkin for the idea, this is that story. Quick, down and dirty. I got a phone call from a military spouse in the morning. I got a phone call from a veteran in the afternoon. And they both wanted something that I didn't know anything about, and I could not help them. I didn't even know who to call to get them closer to opportunity. That bothered the ever-living you-know-what out of me. And so it just kind of stuck with me. Here I am out here wanting to be a veteran advocate, wanting to serve my community further, and I couldn't do it. So later that evening, well, it was actually about 2 o'clock in the morning, I woke up, this whole Milcroot idea popped into my mind. Why can't we leverage the community that is so strong together, that's better together, to make sure that we have more opportunity available to as many people as possible? So this idea of Milcroot started to develop in that moment. And what I wanted to find every single person that was in the military that is now in the talent acquisition space out in the marketplace, meaning they've taken the uniform off, they put on the suit and tie or the proverbial Carhartt pants, and they're out there working in the industry now. And I wanted to find them. And I wanted to create that brother and sisterhood. I wanted to bring everybody together and say, listen, let's preserve your brand, whatever company you're representing, but let's get you into the Milcroot community so that when you're looking for people, you can utilize every single one of us that's also in the Milcroot community to look for candidates. Long story short, what ended up happening is I reached out to Carl. I shared these crazy ideas, and we developed it even further. Now, here's what Milcroot is supposed to be right now. We have just about 300 members in the Milcroot community. We represent almost every single state out there, and there's about 18 major industries or services that we represent as well. The idea is this: if that military spouse were to call me today, or that veteran were to call me today, and I was not able to plug them into something that I had control over, I can go to my Milcroot community, I can look at our roster, and I can say, wow, Carl does this, and this is where he does it. Dara does this, and this is where she does it. And I connect that veteran or that military spouse directly to another one of those Milcrooters and put them closer to opportunity. There's no money transacted. There's nothing other than serving our community and getting people closer to opportunity as fast as possible. There are so many people that benefit from this. Obviously, the candidate benefits from it. The veteran, the military spouse, the family, the employment aspect benefits from it. But the individual Milcrooter benefits as well. Their company benefits. We've found a system that creates a win-win-win-win-win situation. And this entire year for 2024, we set a goal. Let's be simple, small, quick, and not let's not create any fluff in the middle. Let's just connect people direct to opportunity. So we hosted a hiring event almost every single month throughout 24, learned a little bit more about who we are and how we can help. And the cool thing about this is we have some really cool people that support this on a daily basis. So Milcroot is not just the three of us. It's not just the brand. It's a whole bunch of us. You know, we've got guys like Stephen Weston from Verizon, who was our very first supporter from day one. He's been with us every minute. Rhonda Reinhardt's been at almost all of our events. Like, we have some really cool support that has come into this. I want to explain one last thing so that you can identify what Milcroot is. If you look at our logo, our logo means a lot to me, because what it means is that we're taking somebody out of a situation and plugging them into something that's better. So they're coming in from get my reverse mirror image here. If you look at the dark side of the Milk-Root logo, if you will, we're pulling them through the military community. We're pulling them through the uniform and the camaraderie and the brotherhood and sisterhood, and we're bringing them into the light. So that's the color representation. The word Milk-Root is probably somewhat obvious. We're recruiters, and we used to be in the military. We've expanded that into having some influencers join us. We were really stingy at first. You had to be in talent acquisition. You had to be a veteran in order to be a part of this community. And we realized we can grow even more and have more of a positive influence by letting some of these high-level influencers that actually produce results and join our community as well. So that's kind of our origin story. We're excited. We think in the next 2 to 3 weeks, the three of us rather, will get together and we'll talk about what does 2025 look for Milk-Root? What does it look like for Milk-Root? What it looks like today, though, is we have a hiring event in 2 minutes. And we've got some great organizations over there. I just want to plug them really quick. City of Tucson and Matthew Langseth is over there. Lido, Sigma, SOCI, Fusion Cell, OHSU, Flatter, CSA, Arizona Coalition for Military Families and Be Connected. Wounded Warrior Project is over there, and Mantech. And hopefully I didn't forget anybody. That's Milk-Root's story. I hope that resonates and kind of gives you an idea of who we are and what we're about.
Wow. Thank you very much.
I've never heard him talk that fast. That's pretty impressive.
I have. I've seen him. He's I've seen him on LinkedIn quite a bit, and he knows how to talk for sure.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah, I thought I was good at just but it's powerful stuff, and I'm glad when I saw Milk-Root form. I was very excited about it, and I haven't talked about my company the entire time, but this is a logical time to just mention it briefly. But I'm not even part of the hiring fair. I didn't want to do it deliberately because this is really about Milk-Root today. And I'm very excited. I'm very excited about the caliber of companies that they've brought for the veteran community and for military spouse. And that includes military spouses and whoever else decides to join the hiring event. I'm sure there's a place for them in the event, which is just awesome. It's just tremendous. We've posted, we've pinned the link. So we definitely encourage anyone that's part of this conference, this Veteran Social Summit, to head over there and to participate in that. At least go visit and talk to some great companies, some great talent acquisition and recruiters for sure. We are going to continue forward. We have some speakers that are still lined up that are going to close this out for this Veteran Social Summit. And we are just so excited about the partnership that you three have brought us. And we hope, and we won't put you on the spot, but we will. We want you to come back, obviously, next year. We are going to be doing Veteran Social Summit 25. We've greenlit it. And thanks to our friends at Parade Deck, I think they're pretty happy too about the results. So their server crashed last night right after the event. So at least we got through the event. So that was a good thing. But enough of that. This is about Milk-Root. So this is the time to move over to the Zoom link. And thank you very much, team. You're doing tremendous stuff out there. And just happy that you three are my friends. So that's what's most important. So take care.
Ryan won't say it, but 10th Mountain Recruiting, first class organization. He has built something that I'm really proud to be associated with. And if you're not associated with it, it would be really smart to do so. A lot of cool opportunities, even better people. Ryan, thanks for doing what you do. You're a monster.
How I got the role that I have now, which
yes, we did get you hired, and we're very excited.
You got me hired, and
you got promoted on your own.
And I got promoted
within the first 90 days. So
pretty big promotion too. So.
That's pretty powerful right there. That's a testimonial. Don't worry, we'll hit you up later. But
I got you.
Anyways, take care. Awesome. Let's get them off the stage and bring our man back. I'm telling you, Milk-Root is doing some amazing stuff, and you're blown away, aren't you?
So I clicked on the Zoom link. They're over here quietly chattering, but the room is full right now. Like the Zoom room that they moved me to is currently full. Because I wanted to see what the community is all about, and it's an amazing network. It seems like already. I hear people already chatting, businesses that are actively looking for talent, as well as people that are seeking opportunities.
That's why we brought them into the fold. We had to. They're too tremendous of an organization. We brought Dara back because we'll just look at her and her awesomeness
as she's working, trying to build connections.
I'm just over here doing multiple things. I love it.
I hear you in my left ear and my right ear.
It's amazing. So I'm gonna go check it out. I need a job right now. No, I think we might have
Another
found
one.
Another one. I think we found one here for both of us, at least for the next couple hours, for sure. So awesome. I think we have coming up on the stage is actually another recruiter. His name is Derek Barnhart, and he was with. I'm not sure if he's shown up yet. Hopefully he shows up. He might get shy. This guy sometimes he's a little squirrely. So we're gonna wait and see. But I think he has another 12 minutes. So guess what we're doing?
Are we riffing?
We're riffing.
Love it.
That's why we left homegirl down there so we can
see her reactions.
You know who we need actually that'll help us? Boom.
Annette? Oh, Joe. Joe can riff.
Yes, he can. He's like he's the best.
I am trying to be a man of few words nowadays. I
am too.
But it's not easy. I have I have the gift of gab. What can I say?
You do. Go ahead, Danny. You're up.
I was going to say it's probably why you're here, Joe. It's probably why you're friends with Ryan. Once you start getting into conversations, it's easy to stay in there. But I'll say, like with the guests that we've been chatting with the lessons that we've been learning, with the chitter chatter of the Zoom link from Milkroot currently going on, and I'm wondering if there's a list of participants that's here. Like, I'm gonna show. Can I show the audience this real quick?
Yes. Let's see if we can get
this.
that.
This is the Zoom link.
Let me click over there and I'll see if I can share the
audio might pop up on your head just so you're aware.
Let's see if I don't ruin the whole deal. Oh my goodness.
But
that's pretty amazing. I hope some people find some opportunities today. I hope this isn't crash the internet. Let's see here. I'm
looking at it and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
I'm trying to be like super cool setup. So I have my laptop, which I'm talking to you guys on, but I also have the LinkedIn channel in front of me on my iPhone and my iPad set up so that I could just kind of scroll through and look up different things. And I was looking at the services that Milkroot provides.
Have dozens of
actually pretty darn cool. Like
when you go into the rooms, I would encourage you to make sure you capture who you're talking to.
Ryan has pulled up the Zoom. He got it. I left the room and he got in.
That's also making sure that
I'm trying to see if I can do this.
That they need to take control over that.
You should be able to. There is an option on StreamYard to
collect your emails or anything else.
The channel for the
want to get you in front of the people that you want to talk to. So I'm going to be quiet for a minute and let my partners say whatever it is that they would like to say as well.
Oh, he's doing the pitch
rooms
again.
are open. You can actually start going to those rooms freely and go anywhere that you want. There'll be an advice room as well. You can pop in and talk with me. I can help in any category that you want. And if I don't know it, I probably know somebody who does, which is the heart of Milkroot. Carl, Dara, anything that you guys would like to add to that?
Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy this opportunity to speak directly with folks in the talent acquisitions community. 9 times out of 10, you're speaking with someone else that is also a veteran or a military spouse, so they understand what, everything that you're going through, everything that you've dealt with, your careers, different things like that. They will be able to speak to you about those things, but they most importantly will be able to speak to you about what opportunities they are currently hiring for. As Monty mentioned, he'll be in the advice room. I know a lot of times we have our hiring events, and especially virtual. A lot of folks, this is their first time doing a virtual hiring event. So if you have questions about these types of events, when we're going to be having other events, and just basic information.
You're going to get your whole audience to head over to the Zoom link, and then they're going to miss our next speaker. So we might want to stop this one.
I don't know. They're too good. They're too good. I think we need to just end the conference right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, as
we're not in
so
that you might need, any questions you might have.
That's amazing.
I don't know where you fall in the spectrum of seeking jobs, getting hired, and stuff like that, but I know that TAPS during that period of life was not a sufficient resource. It wasn't until I graduated college 4 years after getting out, because I was an adult learner, utilized my GI Bill to its full benefits, went through, got my undergrad and master's all paid for by the GI Bill from day one to a 6-year degree. And then I started really writing my resume and taking some classes, talking to people that had experience in, hey, read the job application, put the job application in your resume to show your experiences, that I started getting callbacks. But it wasn't until I started going to events where veterans searching for jobs started talking about how they're finding success. Because we can all speculate, we can all say, oh, well, we have the key, do this to your LinkedIn, go meet the right people. But there's still a lot of the times a computer that's blocking our way. And I like to find jobs for myself through things like USA Jobs, because it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. No, I mean, the thing I think that's the thing that I think is most important is taking advantage, especially if you're a veteran, taking advantage of those educational benefits. I've known so many people over the years, over the last almost 25 years plus, that have not taken advantage of those opportunities provided by either the Montgomery GI Bill or the post 9/11. I'm a pre 9/11 veteran, so I used a portion of my Montgomery GI Bill to get my undergraduate degree, and then when I transitioned from the dark side as a Sergeant Hunt, transitioned over to the officer side, I used most of my remaining GI Bill to work on my graduate degree, and then actually transitioned very carefully. And so I'm not going to tell people how to do this, but there was actually a whole lawsuit on this thing. But I transitioned over to the post 9/11 GI Bill, and had 12 months of benefit under that. And I already had a graduate degree. So what did I do? I went and I continued professional development, and still do. I still have this much GI Bill. And what am I going to do? Next month, or in February, I'm studying right now to get my credential in human resources. So you got to continue to learn and to grow and to use the benefits that you have. And if you don't have an understanding of them, there's lots of people that are going to help you out, but also it's pretty simple. Go to va.gov.
At the same time with that, Ryan, again, like as we were talking earlier, and as we were learning through our summit, there are a million ways to skin a cat. Now, there are still opportunities, and I think people don't recognize there are still opportunities with your GI Bill for other training. And I think the core message here is to don't stop learning, don't continue to grow and train, whether it's through traditional college or it's finding programs out there that will help you move forward in all kinds of things. Like, for instance, I use part of my GI Bill for a sustainable agriculture program. So I was able to get a sustainable agriculture program at a veteran-owned farm that was under the Cal Poly Pomona. So they had a partnership. So like there are so many opportunities, and I
You
think
can
that
use
in-
it to learn how to. There's a program, actually, the program you actually introduced me to about 5 years ago, with the dogs. You go and you live with the dogs, and you train, and they train the dogs, and you get trained, and everyone's being trained with the dog handling.
Yes.
And you walk out with a dog upon graduation, but you can use your post 9/11 GI Bill.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know the name of the program.
It's a good friend of mine. The company is A Canine Interdiction, and one of the owners there, his name is Paul Rocha. He is a Vietnam veteran, and yes, they actually. I have a good friend. I think we are connected through the Vet Tribe. She went through their program. You go there, you do the training based off the type of handler or trainer you want to be. Upon completion of that, you actually leave with your partner. You select the dog, and you leave there with a full kit. You are a whatever modality of dog handler you train there for, whether it be scent, rescue, or whatever. You are a full team when you leave, and it is an absolute amazing program. That's man. Synergy.
Well, here's the,
right?
here's the thing to
whole thing is
also
crazy. Anyway.
know, especially about the post 9/11. So I paid into my GI Bill, the Montgomery one, and then once I exhausted that, I got the refund of that money that I paid into the GI Bill. They gave me that back. But the
Yeah.
other thing that I didn't realize was, even if you have 1 day left on your GI Bill, post 9/11, it will pay for an entire semester or an entire training program, as long as there isn't a break in that training program. And that's how I was able to complete it, because I had like 3 days left, and I was like, I have three classes that I have to finish out. So like, let's finish it out and get this degree.
Yeah.
And it goes a long way. It pays for a lot of living expenses. It provides
Exactly.
meaningful employment opportunities to have those pieces of paper. And so, you have to make the decision to move forward towards the direction that you want to grow towards.
For sure. And not only, let's say you do, I actually, in a former life, I was the national manager for the Green to Gold program, the only active duty recruiter that was for Green to Gold, which is a program in the Army for enlisted soldiers to go to college. And I would talk to them extensively about their GI Bill benefits and how they can utilize that. Sometimes some of them were leaving active duty to go to college, and they would come back as officers, but they were leaving and actually benefiting a lot more. Some of the rules have changed now, but anyways,
Well,
there's
and
other
it,
programs. Go ahead.
And the other thing is, and this will be a great transition into Derek, because he's going to talk about it. But don't just waste your time trying to find yourself utilizing this valuable resource. Learn how to turn it into something that's going to generate revenue for the lifestyle that you want to do. And Derek's here to talk about how to find generating roles.
Yeah. So Derek, without further ado, he's an awesome dude. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but I've known him quite a while. I'm going to vouch for him. But he is the founder of.
Earlier you said I was squirrely, so I don't.
You heard
I
that?
don't know. Yeah, I heard that.
Oh my goodness, he's listening. All right. Well, I'm getting out of here then. I don't want to get beat.
All right. So my name's Derek. I am retired from the Air Force. I've been out for a little over 2 years now. And what I wanted to talk about a little bit was this sales aspect of things. So one of the companies that I started to work with, and I know that Ryan said that I was a recruiter. So when I came out of the Air Force, I worked in recruiting with a company called Seven Eagle. Ran some stuff over there for a while. And one of the things that we really tried to focus on was the fact that lots of people are coming out of the military. I know you heard yesterday that sometimes we undervalue our experience, or we don't know how to translate that. Well, one of the things that we're trying to translate our skills and our experience into typically are not, they're not revenue generating roles. And what is a revenue generating role? Well, sales is one of the most prevalent ones that's out there that you can get into. But what do you think of whenever you hear the word sales? You think of, as a lot of people like to go and knock on, they like to go and knock on car salesmen. Well, the thing is that you wouldn't be in your vehicle if you didn't have a car salesman that you had to deal with. You wouldn't have joined the military if you wouldn't have had a recruiter or a salesperson that would have gotten on there and it would have helped you facilitate that process into the military. So there's sales that happens all the time, all the way down to what you were doing with to attract your significant other, what you're talking to your boss about or trying to get to go your way. Sales is a part of all of our lives, and it's just something that we all do. We just color it in some other type of way. Or this is just me trying to get this, or I'm trying to get that. Well, everybody's got some level of sales in their life. So it's something that you're going to experience all the time. And that's what sales is. Lots of people nobody likes to be sold to, but lots of people like to shop with friends, is what I will tell a lot of salespeople whenever I'm interviewing them or whenever I'm coaching them. So try to be that friend, understand what their needs are. No matter what industry you get into, you can all say, you should be there to solve a problem for that customer. That's your goal. No matter what the sales industry is or what the product is, you should be there to solve a problem for them. Now, think about your job now that you have, or jobs that you've had in the past, organizations that you've been part of. What have they all had in common? I guarantee there's been really good people in that organization, and then there's probably been really bad people in that organization. Those people that give everybody else a bad name. I can think of, on the recruiting side of it in the military, some recruiters that are out there that gave us all a bad name that we all got colored into. And then we've got people that you worked with in different organizations that shouldn't have been there, and you're like, who sent you? And then there's others that you're like, this person is the epitome of what we're supposed to be. So just like anything else, just because you go into an industry doesn't mean that as sales doesn't mean that you have to be that person that only takes money, or you have to be in this certain type of sales for it to be legitimate. Every type of sales is important, whether it's business to business, customer or business to customer, whatever it might be. It's all important and it's all needed. If you own your own business, sales is every day for you. So one of the things that we're really good at is being negative in the military until we all get there and embrace the suck together. But that's something that we have to get our mindset out of. It's not the sales stuff it's not sales that's bad. It's the person. The person just doesn't have good intentions, or isn't there to look out for you or be a customer advocate. And that's one of the things that you can change as an individual when you go into that. Because one thing that when I'm looking as a business owner and I need to, things are getting tight or not getting as many customers, whatever it might be, one of the first things that happens is, okay, where are my cost centers? Where are my revenue generators? Who do you think's the people that cost me money? And then the people that are making me money, who is going to be more safe? Well, it's going to be those people that are making me money. So it tends to be people like recruiters that end up getting cut because they're a cost center. Now, every organization inside, or every office inside of an organization, can argue that they're not actually a cost center and that they are producing revenues. Yes, in a way, yes, we are. And each of those different, as a recruiter, I could say, yeah, I'm absolutely producing revenue, because if I don't go out and find these salespeople, I'm not going to, we're not going to make money. But in the long run, I'm not producing direct capital into the company. That's just not the way it works. So it's one of those things that happens. But a lot of us were in that mindset of, well, I don't want to be a car salesman. I don't want to get into sales. Sales isn't a legitimate an option for me. Absolutely it is. One of the cool things about it is you have the power to be the salesperson that you want to be. Now, is it for everybody? No, but don't shy away from something, because it could open other opportunities to you that you never thought of. Now, lots of people like to hit on the car industry. I'm talking to you right now from Chevrolet. I was a recruiter. My company, Ridge Runner Group, was founded. It was started for recruiting. We've switched gears into more consulting work. And now I've moved into the automotive industry with it. And there's some other changes that are coming for my company over the next year. I'm closely associated with 10th Mountain Recruiting. They took on the recruiting role for that company whenever we go out and we work with clients. So there's a lot of things that have changed. And really what I found was when I went back into a sales, I reached a point in my life where it was just things were bad. I was no longer in the military. I didn't have that connection anymore. Things were, you kind of just got dropped. I'm not in an area where I have a huge military community. So I was kind of lost there. And I found the automotive industry and I went back into sales, immediately turned things around for me. I rekindled life, I guess you could say. I found a purpose again and I get to talk to people, and that's what I really liked. I don't go, in sales, you don't have to be the person that goes out and just let me sell the most expensive thing. No, you're not going to win any repeat business. You're not going to win any customers that way. You're not going to get referrals that way. What you will get is you're going to get a bad reputation and you're not going to have a job very long. But when you take care of your customers, when you shop with friends, that's going to promote you as a brand, and you're going to become that guy, the go-to person that those customers are going to say to grandma and their aunt and their friend Billy and their friend Timmy and their friend Jane, and say, hey, if you're looking for a new vehicle, this is who you should go and see. Or if you're looking for a new product X, this is who you should go and see. So those are things to consider when you're getting into this, because if you're producing for the company, and your job is pretty safe. One of the things that happened right after as I was retiring and leaving the military, one of the biggest things that I saw is recruiters started getting laid off. A lot of it. It affected a lot of people. And that was one of the drives that pushed me away from the recruiting aspect of it as far as corporate recruiting goes, and more into into the agency side of things, because they were a little bit more safe there on their end. All right, so talked a little bit about what sales is, why sales. Look, there's a lot of money to be made, and I'm not going to sit here and struggle and really beat that dead horse. You can make a lot of money. It's the one job where your paycheck and the size of your bank account is 100% reflective of the amount of effort that you put in. But there's a lot of work into it. It's not all this glamour and glitz. There's a lot of work that has to go into this in order for you to be successful. And one of the things, this is one of those jobs where if you focus on 3 things through the job, you're going to do well at it, and you can balance all 3 and you're still going to be successful. And those things are attitude, effort, and focus. If you come to work and you have 2 of these 3 things at all times, you're going to be successful. Whether if you have a great attitude, and you put in a lot of effort, and you focus on on the tasks that need to be done, you're going to be successful in sales. But let's just say, you know what, your attitude, you had a bad day, it started off, but you really focused and you put a lot of effort into it. Man, it can make up for maybe you're not the most peppy person in the morning, or you're not the most peppy person today, because we all have ups and downs in life. If you put your effort, or your attitude's really good, and you have an awesome attitude, and you put a lot of effort, maybe your focus gets distracted. Maybe you have a lot of things going on. If you can balance out these things, and you can focus in, or you can put effort into these 3 categories, you're going to be successful in sales. But again, the work has got to be put in there. You can't just show up at your new job, whether it be underwater basket weaving sales, or it be car sales, or it be some type of business to business services. Man, you're not going to be able to walk through the door and just people come to you. So that's one of those things that you have to put the work in to make contact with people. You have to be open, and it's something that you can learn. Is sales for everyone? Absolutely not. Sales is not for everyone. Is it worth trying? Sure, absolutely. Try it out, see whether or not it's something that you can do, whether it's something that you're willing to do. One of the cool things that I heard yesterday that the CEO of Sales Platoons had mentioned was, as military members, we have a really good ability to, well, I guess it's not a good ability, but we're used to being yelled at. We're used to the negative stuff. We're used to the hard things. And that's what really sets us apart from a lot of people that I'll see that walk into a sales job. You know, I look at some of the younger guys that I work with, and they're not, you know, they're, well, why do we have to do it this way? Or why do I have to do that? Why do I have to do this? And I'm like, just get it done. It doesn't make a difference. Just do it. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. So those are things to consider when you're going into a sales position, and that when you're applying the things, the lifestyle that we've had in the military, that's something that makes us uniquely prepared for the sales world. You're not going to get yelled at a lot. I haven't been talked to negatively ever in all the time that I've been in sales. So it's one of those things where, you know, they do treat you with some respect, because at the end of the day, you're a human and they need you. What's the reward? The reward is the money. The reward is the flexibility. It's the freedom. It gives you that freedom and that autonomy to do the things that you need to do. If you're very successful and you're balancing out your day and your week and your month and your numbers and whatever goals you have as a salesperson, then you're going to have that flexibility to say, you know what, I'm taking the day off, or, hey, I'm going to take off next week and I'll be back. You're not going to get a whole lot of pushback. Those are the things that you get to control with that uncapped potential that you have in these sales roles. So I promised Ryan that I would keep this short and sweet to it and to the point, and that's what I'm going to do. I will say again, revenue generating is the most key aspect when you're looking in any role. Something that was said yesterday was, you know, we can come out of the military and be highly qualified. And I believe that the example was an IT thing. It was an IT person working on the recruiting side of it in IT. You absolutely can have a lot of experience. That doesn't mean that in the real world that experience is what those companies need. So it doesn't always make you the most prized pig for that company to hire. So those are things to keep in mind. But whenever you're doing this, and sales is a job that will always be out there, that will always be needed, whether you're in IT, whether you're in car sales or whatever. And there's nothing wrong. I don't look like hold on real quick. So I don't look like a used car sales guy. At least I don't think I do. I don't look greasy or anything like that. So, so those are things to keep in mind when you're going into sales. If it's something that you want to pursue, open your mind to it. There's a lot of opportunities out there, but it also comes down to how hard do you want to work in the end. If you don't want to work and you don't want to put a lot of effort in, sales is not the job. If you want something that's challenging and that you can control and that you can put as much effort into it and then get the reward from it, sales is absolutely worth the shot. So, and you're always better dressed in a bow tie.
Is that what's under the beard?
No. It's just that. But I got to plug Chevy somehow.
I got you.
Well, we appreciate Chevy for. I'm sorry. Yeah, just one thing. We appreciate Chevy for letting you stop what you're doing to talk about what you talked about.
Yeah. I did. You know, they're all standing outside the door right now, watching at me as I sit in a fishbowl of an office. So,
are they
what
watching?
happens.
Yeah, that's what happens. Well, we have a few veterans that are employed here, and that was one of the things that when I got here, we upped the veteran population that we have here. So. That worked out.
I got a quick question about getting a position in sales, because a lot of people may not understand this. You know, when looking for different sales jobs, it's not necessarily that you're. What I've seen is that a lot of positions, at least out here in Hawaii, are listed as account executives. They're not saying, "Hey, we want you to sell this thing." It's, we want you to work with this group of clients to ensure that they're taken care of, their needs are met.
Yeah. So just like any other industry that's out there, you know, we can look at recruiters. We used to be called recruiters, and it became talent acquisition. You know, there's always some type of titling wordplay that's done out there. An account executive typically is business to business. You may have it business to consumer. It just depends. And in that job, in that position, it's sales, but at the same time, it's also a lot of customer service. It's facilitating the relationship between that, between your company and those customers that are long term.
Okay.
So keeping that and building that, and that's what allows you to build a book of business. It's where you get that exposure into these companies. Yes, you may not have been the original salesperson that met that company. Maybe you took over the account, but the relationships that you build with those customers is where you build that book of business, and where some companies will say, hey, don't come here, don't even apply if you don't have a book of business. And these are customers that you've built relationships with that transcend the transactional relationship between company X and you and their company. It's one of those things where you've moved to company Y, and you may want to reach out to them and say, hey, Jim, I was working with company X, but I've got this product here. Maybe it's a new product, maybe it's a similar product. It's one of those things where, you'll see them listed as different things. They could be sales consultants, sales professionals. I mean, heck, even as a recruiter,
Gotcha.
I've played around with some of the titles just to make it sound different, because there's always, if I just called you a salesman, there's always a negative connotation to it. A military recruiter, there's always a negative connotation to it.
How do you go about taking your experience as an infantryman or a wrench turner, an army mechanic, and transition into position yourself to get your first sales job? Because it's not listed on, like, your skills aren't necessarily listed on why you would be a good candidate for that sales job. Imagine somebody getting out after 15 years. They're not necessarily having their retirement, but they decided, I'm getting out, I'm making the transition, and sales is the career that I want to go because I see the long-term value of doing that now.
Yeah. So one of the things that when you're looking at this, and you're looking at a career in sales, obviously if you do have a retirement or you have that VA benefit that's coming, that makes things a little bit easier for you. But if you don't, that's okay. And one of the things that you can do is you have to self-evaluate, look at yourself and say, all right, do I like interacting with people? Is it something, can I hold a conversation? If you find yourself struggling with things like that, it might be a little bit difficult for you. But at the same time, we all have experience in the military, regardless of what our job is, speaking with somebody of a higher rank. We've all had public speaking experience through our professional military education. We've all had to sell something as far as why we should get this or get that, or why we need this or why we need that, or even why I should be able to take time off, whatever that might be. We need all of that. Oh, my website's not updated yet, so that's going to be changing soon. But that's a lot of that stuff is things that we have the experience with. And the cool thing about sales is they're not very, typically your sales managers, your general sales managers, and your owners, they're going to see the fact that you're a veteran, and then they're going to want to meet with you. If they can sit down, like whenever I interview potential sales candidates, I always sit down and I have an interview with them, and it's about the interaction. If the interaction is good and it's genuine, and you're coming from a place where, hey, I really want to help people and I want to make money and I want to do well, then awesome. That's exactly what they're going to do. And, they're going to that's how they're going to interact with customers out here on the lot. I've gone through the litany of people that have walked through the door at the beginning of their shift and watched videos on their cell phone all day, and then walked out the door at the end and wouldn't take a customer. I've got others that will walk through the door, and they're constantly engaging with people. How can I help you? What are you looking for? Okay, why do you need that vehicle? Asking the right questions, so that way they're guiding them to a vehicle that makes sense, or they're helping to solve their problems. Hey, I need a vehicle with good gas mileage, and I need to be able to seat 4 people. Okay, cool. Do you need 4-wheel drive? Do you need 2-wheel drive? Oh, I need all-wheel drive. Well, why do you need all-wheel drive? Where do you live? Where do you drive to? Things like that you dig down deep inside these questions with that person, and then you really find out, do you really need that? Because if If cost is going to be an issue, I need to be aware of that, and I need to make sure that I'm not just saying, hey, you know what, this Corvette is awesome right here. I need you to have that. No, that doesn't make sense, because that's not what they need. But if I can find them the right vehicle that fits their needs and that meets most of their expectations, in some cases it might be a different color than what they expected, and that's just the way it works. So
I really appreciate that. Thank you for just giving a little bit of that insight. You know, it's about being able to build that personal connection, maintain relationships, so that you aren't a salesy salesperson, right?
yeah, you're absolutely, again, if you're selling to people, they're not gonna react well to it. It's when you're listening to them and you're building a relationship and you're trying to take care of them and you show that you're being an advocate for them, you're going to have a better success story. Other people are going to want to seek you out, and they're going to want to work with you. But that's probably the most important thing. You can be whatever you want to be. And if you really want to be that traditional or that stereotypical salesperson, then you absolutely can be that. But again, it's not going to be one of those things that it's not going to be very lucrative for your career eventually.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't want to be sold to today. We grew up watching it on TV, hearing it on the radio, hearing the charm. If you're a military veteran, like I am, like I was sold a 19% interest rate by a backdoor car dealer because I got talked into it. My mistake. Learned the lesson, and I was like, oh, I went to the wrong place.
Well, and that's the thing. You're going to go to different places. You're going to go to the wrong spot sometimes, and you just have to do the research. That's one of the things that we got to keep in mind, that your customer now is more educated than ever before, because they have more opportunities to learn than ever before. So.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for your time here. I know people looking at you in the glass bowl. I don't want to keep you too long. Thank you so much for coming to being a part of the Veteran Social Summit and sharing your wisdom.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Absolutely. We have a short video to share with you all, and then Ryan's going to come back on, and we are going to be prepping for the next segment.
Yep, here I am.
Is that about right?
Yep, that is correct. And so we have he's actually stuck in court right now. This is Andy Nelson. He's a lawyer, so he's on the right side of the courthouse, I guess, or the aisle or whatnot, or the chair. So he actually sent me a message. He wanted to be here and actually do a live talk, but we do have a video. It runs about 5 minutes, and it is just tremendous. I know I say that a lot, but this is another tremendous value adding video. And I'll tell you something about it, Andy. And you can always reach out to us to get his contact information. He is someone that really loves, obviously he's a veteran, but he loves to give advice and help the veterans, especially veteranpreneurs. He's part of, and one of the main figures, if you will, the leaders of the veteranpreneur tribe that I was talking about. He's always in the Warrior Council, just trying to give advice from a business legal business law perspective. So just tremendous value. So we're going to go ahead, launch into his talk that he gave me, just in case he couldn't make it here. And he was right. Court has him locked in. So here we go. Without further ado, this is Andy Nelson.
When starting a business, one of the most important decisions you will make is choosing the right business structure at the outset. This choice sets the foundation for everything in your business and impacts things from liability protection to taxes to funding options. It's worth spending some serious consideration and time thinking about the structure you need, because the business structure you choose can shape your business's flexibility, risk level, and long-term growth. For most startups, your options are typically corporation, limited liability company, or sole proprietorship. Each has its unique benefits and potential downsides. And the best option will depend on your business's specific goals, your tolerance for paperwork, and how you plan to grow. Let's talk about liability protection. If protecting your personal assets is a top priority, a corporation or a limited liability company is probably your best option. Both of these options generally shield your personal assets from company liabilities. For example, if your business takes on debt or faces a lawsuit, having an LLC or a corporation in place means that your personal assets, such as your home or your personal savings, are usually protected. In contrast, a sole proprietorship does not offer this level of protection at all. So both personal and business assets could be at risk. Let's talk about paperwork and formalities. For military entrepreneurs, the choice between formality and simplicity can be critical. LLCs are often simpler to form and to operate, making them popular for small business owners who want to focus on growth without excessive compliance. LLCs don't typically require shareholder meetings or board resolutions, which can be an advantage if you're running a small operation either by yourself or with just a few partners. That said, corporations, while requiring more formalities, provide benefits for those seeking funding. Let's talk about scalability and attracting investment. If you're planning for significant growth and outside investment, a corporation may be your best bet. Investors and venture capital firms tend to prefer corporations mainly due to their very clear ownership structure that's provided by shares of a corporation. In the long term, a corporation could provide advantages if you're looking for long-term significant growth or even a public offering. Take, for example, a military community tech venture that's looking to scale quickly. Structuring as a corporation may make it easier to issue stock options and raise capital. Okay, let's talk about tax considerations. Another significant aspect is taxation. LLCs are often flexible with taxes, and owners can often opt to report profits on their personal tax returns, or alternatively, opt for corporate taxation. Corporations, particularly C corporations, however, have their own tax structure and may face double taxation. That is, once on the company's profits, and then a second time once dividends are paid out to shareholders. However, if you plan to reinvest profits into the business rather than take a salary, this might be a viable option. Okay, finally, let's talk about some common pitfalls. One common mistake that I see every single day is that business owners choose to be a sole proprietorship just because they don't want to deal with anything else. It's easy. But what are two key dangers a sole proprietor faces? I already talked about it. The potential for personal liability and have your personal assets at risk. And the second is it's almost impossible to raise capital, to get funding. And without funding, it can be extraordinarily difficult to grow that business. Now, changing your entity type down the road is possible, but it can be extremely time-consuming and also expensive. By taking a bit more time now to make the right choice, you're likely to avoid complications later. Let's sum it up. In short, take time to think about your goals. Do you plan to scale? What is your tolerance for formality and liabilities? Making an informed choice at this stage is essential. And consulting a professional can help you make the right call, setting your business on the right path for success.
You're muted too, Ryan. We muted ourselves. You know, it's tough with these videos because the content is good, but there's so many questions to follow up with, right? Like you want an opportunity to talk to these people. And so what I'm hoping our audience does is reach out to these guests either through their socials. You have a list of all the presenters, right? And where these videos are stored?
Yeah, for sure. And of course, this will be on the replay, but you can always, if for some reason you're not able to find the information, we haven't listed it very well, which we'll make sure that we get that put onto the Veteran Social Summit website. We'll definitely put their LinkedIn's there. definitely hit us up. We will connect you for sure. Especially with Andy Nelson, if you're in that space, you're looking for some great advice, then for sure. Oh, who do we got?
What?
This is our executive director.
The executive director of Veteran Social Summit. She's been hiding, actually.
That is what I do. I like to tell everyone that I stay behind the scenes. I'm a solid number 2.
I think you're number 1. I think that's true. I'm
Your
excited.
interaction in the comments has been so great, Kimberly. I'm glad that I get to put a face to the name that has been so encouraging and so helpful.
She is the den mother. That is her nickname. She has another one too, but a good one. So, but we'll just. She is really a den. I'm serious. We were at the Military Influencer Conference, and we had Marshall from the Veteran Tribe. He's the owner of that. We had Derek. We had John King. By the way, John King, if I haven't said thank you to him, he is just a tremendous value-adding individual. And he's a mentor, a peer, he's not a subordinate, but he's a peer. And I called him right after this. I'm like, man, your advice, and he gave me a lot of advice on different things. It really paid off. So thank you, John. I know he's actually in a skip right now, so there's no way that he can watch us, unfortunately. And he wanted to actually participate this year, but he just unfortunately just the schedules didn't align. So anyways, thank you to him. Now what we're talking, Den Mom. So we had all these people here, and we woke up and she made us breakfast. She was making us meals. She was making sure that, make sure you have your jacket. It's too cold outside. Children. No, but she really, Kim, you're solid in my book.
Thanks. I'm so happy to be a part of this team, and just being able to get all these resources out to all of our fellow veterans is amazing. So thanks for having me.
Not a problem. We have. Oh, go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to ask Kimberly, like, what's been one or two key takeaways that you've experienced through producing or directing the summit? Because this is a big task and undertaking.
So I jumped in pretty late, so I can't take credit for a lot of the things that are happening. Again, I'm doing everything sort of behind the scenes, supporting Ryan and our amazing executive assistant, Judy, in the Philippines. But really, I think just key takeaways are collaboration is the only way to do things, and learning how to communicate with your team is just, it's so fun and exciting. And yeah, I'm so happy to be on this team.
No, you have brought she's not telling the full story. She's brought the energy and the passion to this. And I think that the Veteran, I'm biased, of course, but I think the Veteran Social Summit has actually elevated itself since we named you as the executive director. So I think you have to take credit where credit is deserved. And so we're just excited. We have a lot of things, a lot of potential. And I think the little faces I'm seeing over here on my computer, I hope that I get to see you all as the years go on. Of course, we're going to get older, unfortunately. It's just part of the deal. But it's all right. It's all good. So we have the next speaker. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for quite a while. I actually met him through the Veteranpreneur Tribe quite a while ago, and he's done quite a few things, but he's just another amazing person that I really respect because of his journey. Everyone goes through these ups and downs, and it's exciting to be someone's friend and be a supporter and advocate for them, even while they're going through the fire, because it's even better and almost tears in my eyes when people are able to climb higher. So, and to really hit that next apex after going through the valley of fire, the valley of death, whatever you want to call it. So anyways, Rue is one of those people. Rue knows. So I'm going to bring him on early just because I'm the founder and I can do that. And that's why I didn't publish a schedule to everybody. That's been the biggest feedback from everybody is, where's the schedule, Ryan? Where is it? Come on. I'm going to be a little bit truthful that we have a few people we've had to move around and adjust. And therefore, I didn't want to put a schedule that was going to be all messed up anyways. So better not to have a schedule and for everyone to be complaining. And that's okay.
All the more reason to have an in-person one, because real people have in real life. Next year, in-person Veteran Social Summit.
That's what everyone wants. That's what everyone wants. And we're going to try. We have a good team. We have the Avengers assembled. So
I'll bear a Chicago winter if I need to.
Yeah, I know exactly. Well, no, exactly. What am I talking about? It's freaking negative with wind chill. It's -3, or at least.
All right, Veteran Social Summit 2025 in Hawaii. Get your tickets down.
Of course, we would all be broke at that point. So
no, we're all going to stay with Danny. It would be great.
I've got a couch and plenty of floor space.
Oh, there you go.
Outdoor camping year round. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, bring the tents to Hawaii. All right. Well, Rue knows.
What's
Here
up,
we
man?
are. It's just the two of us. So
And the 2 million people watching, right?
In the 5 billion. You know, we actually did. We did. I don't know if it meant that we only had 3 people watching us, but we did crash the Parade Deck server last night. Thankfully, it was right after we got off. So maybe Parade Deck was just trying to flatter us. So they were like, "Hey, Ryan, you're so awesome. You know, oh, pat on the back, Ryan. You crashed our server," but they're like, "No, not really." So, anyways, this isn't about me. Actually, this is about you. I'm very excited to have you here. I'm going to get off stage now, the virtual stage, the Parade Deck, and I'm going to let you take over. So thank you very much, Rue, for giving us your time, for bringing the value that this veteran community, and when I say veteran community, I mean everybody, military spouses, supporters of the military, anybody that just happens to be watching this. So thank you for the value, and I'm leaving now.
Oh man, no, I very much appreciate the offer, Ryan. I am definitely having imposter syndrome. So anybody that knows me, I'm great one-on-ones, one on small team. But when it's in a bigger atmosphere, I definitely have a little bit of imposter syndrome. So bear with me here. I tend to do things very much personal because I just don't like having to be polished up. And that's the whole point of me doing my own thing. So just a little background on me, since I have an extended amount of time now that I wasn't prepared for. I'm just going to go a little further into my history. So again, my name is Rue Munoz. For those who know me, may know me from Rue Knows, which was actually created to basically do coaching and consulting to other painting contractors, because as far as the contracting industry, that's really where I dove into and really expanded my knowledge. And I had no prior experience with painting before I actually got into that industry, but I'll cover that in my background. So background on me, from 97 to 03, I went into the Marine Corps as a 17-year-old boy. Day after graduation, re-enlisted on my second enlistment as infantryman, 0311 in the Marine Corps. And I blew out my knee on my second enlistment. And they basically said, see you later. So 2003, I processed out, got homeless, had no money saved up. My father was in a long-term veteran home at that point in time, and had no real home to go to unless I wanted to live out in the country, which I wasn't trying to do. So went back home to San Antonio, Texas, tried to get on the police force, waiting list, all this other stuff. And again, couch surfed for a few months. And that landed me up here in St. Louis. I had an invite from a friend to come up here and couch surf up here with some support from their church and their surroundings to get me on my feet. did that, worked into retail, got into management in a short period of time, and had confrontation with a manager, a GM, and basically got terminated. So that was 06. 06 was when I was like, screw this. I don't want to punch a clock for anybody, and I need to figure out something else. So unlike most people, they get into some kind of trade or work environment and do a side hustle until that side hustle can replace their job. I was literally thrown into the pits of the fire and was like, oh shit, what am I going to do? Oh, I might not, shouldn't have cussed. I'm sorry. I was like, oh crap, I don't know what to do. And
oh shit, go ahead.
Shit. Okay, good to go. Thanks, Ryan. So landing into that arena, and I did like everything and anything under the sun, from flipping products on eBay and Craigslist, then eventually a little bit on Amazon, to door-to-door sales, commission sales of all kinds of stuff, coupon books, phone services. I mean, you name it. Even tried my hand at flipping cars, being a used car salesman. I would not advise that unless that's just what you like. Then, to each their own. And just a number of different things. Had a print shop that went well for a little bit, and all this actually landed me into getting a contract of work, building operations management within the medical field. That led me to getting being contracted as an administrator of a medium-sized medical facility. And again, I hated the politics of corporate environment. So I really pushed that of not wanting to be within corporate. And so therefore I was like, screw a shirt and tie. I want to wear t-shirts. I want to wear ball caps all the time. And I want to do pretty much whatever the hell I want. And yeah, so pretty much canceled that contract and got screwed on my last payment, by the way. And, I by that time I had 5 kids that were my responsibility. I had remarried again to my now wife, my forever wife, my last wife. And I say my last wife because if it doesn't work out, I'm not going to get married again. I had mouths to feed, right? And I had to do a lot of networking and learning during that period of time. And realization was I fell into painting. And when I fell into it, I really loved the aspect of seeing something that looked like crap and turning around and making it look a lot better in a very short period of time. So I had that point of I can make something beautiful again, right? I can take something that's broken like myself and make it into this very beautiful thing and deliver on it for somebody else above their expectations. And I get to make some money on that. So when that happened, I was like, I don't think I can make the money that I need to for my aspirations in life and for my family's needs and everything else. And I was mistaken. I had always, like most people, looked down on the construction trades because that's what we were told growing up. Hey, go get a great education, go do this, become a lawyer, become a doctor, whatever, right? Realized that business is business, regardless of whatever industry you're in, and there's always money to be made. So this was in 2016. I went from literally borrowed tools and no knowledge of actually how to do it properly to getting out a $1.2 million of contract and billing within that first year without any paid advertisement, without any paid marketing, just strictly from new age social media marketing and just sharing, and then also with networking, massive amounts of networking, right? And that eventually led me up to being a general contractor, which led me up to eventually contracting out with bigger contract companies, construction companies, and actually helping them in their companies shaping up, which is the portion I'm getting to is getting out of the tools, right? So in this time period as well, and I'm still early, so I still got more time to run my mouth. Thank you, Ryan. And so leading up to all this was realizations that I was thinking of things too small, like most of us do. Most of us that start a side hustle or business, we all tend to think too small. And what I mean by that is there was a period of time where it was like, hey, if I make $1 million, I'm rich and I'm set. And the reality of that is you might be able to take care of you and yours, but the reality at $1 million, you're not really able to impact so many other people that are surrounding you, helping you get to that point to impact their lives in a fair shake. So my realities were, and this happened basically, my click of the light bulb, I would like to say, happened right during COVID. Right during COVID in my painting contracting company, I had, right before COVID happened, I had a contract from Taco Bell for a chain of Taco Bells, 50 to be exact, to do their remodel repaints all across the state of Missouri, some into Illinois, some into Kansas. I'm in St. Louis, by the way. And then COVID happened. And guess what happened to that contract? It went away. And my realities were that I had 8 people relying on me for their families, for their welfare. And I was like, oh shit, how am I going to take care of these people? And that's when it really hit me, was that I was aiming too small this whole time. And because of that, I was like, I need to go on education. And I started doing a lot more self-education, started reaching out to other people that could help me out, like Robert Garcia and some of the other people that came out of, Vet Tribe, and like Ryan, and a lot of people that are already in this nucleus of veteran entrepreneurs, vetpreneurs. And it really helped me get some broader expansion on my thought process there. And that's led over to other mentorships and relationship building, right? So what I'm getting at, because I'm still ahead of time, I'm keeping an eye on the time, is that it was like, all right, I need to do something different. I shined away from corporate, but there were so many things in corporate that do teach people to be better business people at a certain level. And I think we as business people do a disjustice to staffing. And what I mean by that is I was always hiring to replace me in doing the work, right? And the realities of this is that was the wrong hires. What I should have been doing the whole time was hiring the individuals. And I know some people yesterday covered this, hiring the people to do the $10, $15, $20 an hour tasks that really take up a lot of our time as entrepreneurs to do the next level and the bigger thing, right? Which is, for me to go sell a painting job, I should average on that, somewhere between $100 to $500 an hour. Whereas me concentrating on scheduling and checking emails and taking the first 2 calls for somebody that's just price checking, I was wasting my valuable time, which kept my company at a lower dollar value. And because of that, that means I had to keep everybody that worked with me also at a lower dollar value. And that was very unfair to all the people that helped me build this business, right? So what I have learned and what I'm getting at here is, and the only way to properly get out of the tools and not have to constantly get back in the tools, because that was a byproduct of that mentality, original mentality of mine, was that whenever something would go wrong, it usually happened because one of the people that I hired and trained to paint very much like myself, or even better because they had a better eye for it, they would leave me. And I was always very upset, and I was very mad at those individuals for leaving me because I felt I did all this great stuff for them, when in all reality, I never asked the very important question. And that very important question, if you're hiring people to help you grow and scale, the first question you should ask them is, what do they want out of life? What are they striving to become? What do they see for themselves in a career path, with you or without you? And then out of those questions, you should figure out, can I give this person that? Can I help this person get to that point that they're trying to get to? And the answers are yes, then bring them on and hire. Know that at some point, either they're going to stay because they know and they see the value, or they're going to leave and do their own thing, and you should be able to be willing to support them in that. So now what I do is I look for people that can help me at the lower dollar task, because those people, whatever that is, whether because it's life situation, education, whatever it may be, I can help all those people out. And there's a strong chance that those people will stay around indefinitely, versus me getting out of the tools first. So what I've noticed over the last several years, and with helping other construction companies and with helping other entrepreneurs that are local services specifically, is find out, as you as the entrepreneur, what you really like doing within your company, because you've gotten your company to a point that is supplying you and your family with taking care of your bills, taking care of your children, and staffing some people and whatnot. There's enough money coming in, and you've done enough of the different things of learning from doing the work, whatever that is. So construction is within the tools. A retail spot, you're stocking your shelves, you're opening the front door, you're getting the computers going, you're operating the cash register, whatever it may be, right? Those are also tools for a local service. Okay. So when I say getting out of the tools, it doesn't just mean for construction. It also means for local service type businesses, whether you're a mechanic, whatever it may be. Out of everything you do, your marketing, your networking, your sales, your staffing, your finances, whatever it is, whatever you've learned out of the whole business structure that you really love to do, keep doing that while you're replacing yourself in the other tasks that you don't like, right? And what I mean by that is just going one step further. So you should have some tools within your company. And I know the big thing right now is AI, and it's great, and it's going to continue becoming even better. But there's tools right now, before even getting into AI, if you really don't have in place or you don't know where you're going, to me, AI is going to stunt your growth long term. Okay. I'm going to go the opposite grind. And what I mean by that is, if you don't have processes in place, processes mean going back to SOPs, right? Is a process. So if you don't have a process for onboarding staff member, for onboarding a client, for welcoming a customer through your door and taking them through an experience, from servicing somebody when they bring their vehicle in, making them feel like you actually give a shit about them so they actually become a client or customer, you having AI is pointless because you don't have that first process in place. All right. You can do all the best marketing. You can do the best sales. You can do the best everything else. But you're never going to retain customers or clients. So that way you can stack up and grow and eventually scale, meaning more locations, other cities, expand to online, whatever it may be. You're going to stunt yourself. And it's unfortunate because most of the things that are in processes are so fucking boring that most entrepreneurs don't want to do it because it's like, this is stupid. This is why I left my corporate job. So I don't have to do all these things. So I don't have to do this. So I don't have to do that. I just want to go out here and make money. And that's a mental block, right? So let's cover this again. Processes. You need processes and tools. My kids are running through the house, just FYI. So my apologies. They weren't supposed to be here. So you got processes and tools. Some of the processes are your SOPs. If you have these things, you will be good to get going and growing. Part of the process is you're just going to have to record. You don't have to write them all down. Okay. Now I'm going to roll an AI to this. You do not have to write down your SOPs. You have tools that are free out here right now with your phone, with your computers, whatever it may be. There's free tools out here right now. And if anybody wants that list, just hit me up later. Find me on Rude Nose and I'll walk you through some of it. Okay. So some of these tools from your phone or your computer, record yourself doing one task within your business. Just one task, record yourself. Okay. Do it at least 3, 4, 5 different times, different days, whatever it may be. Take those video snapshots, take the computer screen snapshots, and then you can use AI, copy all what you said, and then you can actually pass that off to somebody else that you could pay probably like $10, $15 an hour to go ahead and actually write your SOP for you. There's also paid services right now that you can upload that document and they'll go ahead and create your SOP for you as well. And that's using AI. Also doing something different, right? Doing the hard things, which is sitting down, slowing down your mind, slowing down what you're doing in your day, saying, hey, I forget who said it yesterday, but sometimes you have to slow down in order to speed up. And this is one of those things that us as entrepreneurs typically don't do, especially startups, mid-sized growth, whatever it may be, towards the beginning. I have noticed typically businesses that are 500,000 and less annual gross, typically owners don't slow down to do these things. So record your SOP, all these little different things, load up AI, have AI create your SOPs for you. And then when you onboard somebody and you hire somebody, client, whatever, here's what you can expect. Here, staff member, I want you to go over these videos and also read through this SOP. This is for you to keep and refer back to after we're done with training. Now what you've done here is actually freed up your time to do this in the future. So that way you can continue to grow the business on the higher dollar things. Okay. So there's processes, right? And again, I'm now I'm in that my time frame. I got to keep it short. So cover your processes, use free tools, use AI. Now you have an SOP together that you could probably build out within less than a month with mostly free. Keep that in mind. Now, the next thing is tools, right? Most entrepreneurs, it's crazy. My third client ago, when I first started doing consulting managing, which is me going into their construction company and giving them directions on, I'm sorry, I got a freaking zoo here, and they all decided to come up here today when they're never up here. So here's the benefit of going live. Squirrel, that's me all day. So my apologies. So back on track. Tools. There's some tools, depending on the size of company you're and how many people you have on staff already, you can also use for free. You don't get all the bells and whistles, but if you're small enough, you don't need all the bells and whistles, right? Some of the tools for finance is QuickBooks. There's also an option out there that is cheaper than QuickBooks, and their free version covers a lot of some of the pro version of QuickBooks. I don't recall what the name is. Again, if you want that, hit me up. I'll send it to you. QuickBooks and them are starting to use a lot of AI to help out with basic bookkeeping. So again, you get to save there. Because a basic bookkeeper, if you're a 500,000 and less business, chances are you're paying $200 or less for a bookkeeper to balance your books and do all the stuff that you need. So again, tools, finance tools, you need a CRM, and a CRM is basically something that either tracks your projects that you're working on, tracks your marketing that you're working on, tracks clients and customers. You can even track like employees and like follow their onboarding and keep up with all that. It has everything at a real quick glance and grab, and you could do that. So those are two tools. If you don't have, and you're an entrepreneur right now, I'm sorry, they knocked my blinds around. And if you don't have tools at all, those are the first two tools I would start off with, and they would help you out a lot in business. Just tracking stuff, tracking your finances, tracking your sales, tracking your progress in the projects that you have that you're currently getting paid for. So specifically on tools for CRM, One that I use a lot is Monday, and it's monday.com. It's a really good one if you want a referral for that. So I can get you a discount and I can get a credit, right? Because I like saving money. What entrepreneur doesn't like saving money? Again, hit me up, let me know. I'll send a referral for that. And that, oh, I did not know that. I have known of HubSpot, but I did not know of Metricool. So I will have to take a look at that. Another one that I've been using is Go High Level. So Go High Level, you can actually structure some stuff in there and use it as a CRM. Some people even use Slack. I tend to use Slack more for internal communications with teams of different clients of mine. And that's a really good tool as well, Slack. Some people use Slack as a CRM for production because you can actually build like lists and some other stuff in there. So that's also a really good one. I don't think it really gets used as a CRM. Gets used mainly for most companies like a communication channel, internal and project metrics. So there's so many tools out there. And a lot of these tools that I just mentioned, you can start off for free. Okay. Or you can start off very discounted for like the first 3-4 months. And it's okay to try multiple different ones. So another tool I'd like to bring up, and most people don't use, if you're at the phase where you don't feel you can afford to pay for ads and do this, or it's just way complicated, right? And you're a local service, use your Facebook. Use your Facebook. Get in local groups and use it for a marketing, networking, lead magnet as a tool. Use it as a tool. Just don't be BSing on there, scrolling and saying, oh, let me look at this video, or hey, let me look at this. I mean, do that in your off time. But I can't tell you how many millions of dollars, millions, that I have sourced for jobs through it in 1 to 2 hours a week using for a local service. I'm talking about millions of dollars. It's crazy. And it's free. You can skip doing ads. There's a way to do it. Take some work. The front end work is a little longer than an hour or two, but once you've done the front end work for a couple months, after that, it's about 1 hour to 2 hours a week. But if you don't have the time, guess what? Hire somebody, pay somebody. Don't wreck your brain. Again, the biggest thing about all this is do what you love to do inside your business. Hire and shop out everything else. Use processes, use tools to get you out of all these metric of time. So that way you can focus on the higher dollar delivery items for your business, whatever that may be. You're a mechanic. It might be you being under the hood, which means you need everything else, somebody else to do for you. If you really want to grow, right? Because you need to be under the hood. You need to be teaching somebody else what you know. So eventually you can actually get out of turning the wrenches too and actually be a business owner. I do know so many entrepreneurs that are in business and they're like, oh, I'm a business owner, but you're really not. You're a business operator. You have created a business and you're an employee of that business. Matter of fact, you're probably the best employee out of that business because you're never going to fucking quit. And you're going to work for really cheap in comparison to other people, in comparison to your value. And I think that's the mental block most of us have is that, oh, well, nobody's going to do this as best as me. Nobody's going to care about my company as much as me because I did this. And you are 100% absolutely right. You're right. But you cannot operate in your business while you're in the tools and become a business owner and get the benefits of being a business owner till you can get yourself out of the tools. And that's where I was stuck all the time. I was always behind the tools. Some of you all know that, shit, Kimberly. Is that true, Ryan? Are we going to get some fines? I'll pay it. Just let me know. Yeah, I'm very PG right now, just to let y'all know. If y'all talk to any of the staffing I talk to as far as teams, they'll let you know I am a true Marine. I am a true grunt. It is every other word, something, I promise. I don't got you. You're muted.
We forgive you. We forgive you. It's all right. I'll pay the fine.
Right on. Thank you.
All right, keep on going. You were.
Yeah. No. I mean, really, that's about where I was. Unless we really want to go even further in depth, which I don't mind. I do one-on-ones with people all the time, as long as I have time. And what I mean by have time is that it has to be scheduled. It has to be put on the calendar, because if not, I won't make time for it. Right. And the thing about it is, have I had people schedule time and pay me for it? Absolutely. I do coach, I do consult sparingly, but I do that. And I am, just for future reference, I've been very quiet, and Ryan knows this, on all my social medias for the last like 2 or 3 years. I'm starting to be more vocal again, just because, again, I have, here's a blurb for somebody who doesn't care that I blurb them out, because they're already on their way to becoming a billionaire. But Dan Martell is talking about Buy Back Your Time. That's like a book that he's put out. I just listened to it a few times this last quarter. And again, a lot of this was like, oh yeah, hey, that's stuff I always talk about. So it's good for me knowing that somebody that's on their way to becoming a billionaire is talking about the same stuff that I tell everybody. And so my biggest thing, like any other entrepreneur, is I hold myself back because I don't do the things that I know I should be doing, but I tell everybody else to do. Right. So I got to hold myself accountable. And that's why I'm on here. It's me putting it out there into the universe. And God challenged me, because I said earlier this year, I was like, hey, anytime I get an invite for a podcast or something, I'm going to do it for my own accountability. So just to recap real quick for everybody, do processes in your company, create SOPs, do it. It is vital for you to become a business owner, an actual business owner, and also get all the tools that help you achieve you getting out of the tools, and know where your staffing wants to go in life, and support them, get them to their end state. Because if you get enough people to their end state, like Zig Ziglar always says, you're bound to get what you want out of life if you help enough other people get what they want. So
And
that's all I got.
Learn from people like Rue with some experience of going the hard route, so that you don't have to.
Absolutely.
A lot of the stuff that he talked about kind of leads us right into our next segment, because if you're not taken care of, if your physical and mental health is not taken care of, you're not going to be able to show up for your family. You're not going to be able to show up for your job. You're not going to be able to show up for the people whose your contracts are putting food on their plate. You're not going to be able to show up for your employees. So Kimberly is going to walk us through a moment of mindfulness.
Oh.
Yes, I am so fortunate to be able to work with an organization called the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and they are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, and they have a really cool veterans program. So go to NAMI.org, NAMI.org, and now for a mental health moment.
Awesome.
And now a mental health tip from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Northern Nevada, for families and loved ones of our military service members. Mental health tool number 1, you are not alone. And that means understand the various signs and symptoms, both positive and negative, of the condition. Sometimes a negative stigma is placed on those who are experiencing mental illness. Remember that there are positive signs as well. Not everyone is vocal about their story, and that might include yourself. Know that not everybody feels comfortable sharing their story, and that's okay, but that does not invalidate their experience. And know that there are people out there that may be moving through similar feelings just as you. Next, find a safe space to feel heard. And lastly, resources and referrals are available to you when you are ready. You may not be able to find them right now, and you may not know where to start, but when you're ready, and when you're ready to ask, and when you're ready to start searching, you will be able to find. And always stay curious as to what is out there and available to you. What might work for one person may not work for you, and that's okay.
Awesome. And thank you for sharing that, Kim. Definitely, these are important things. This is an important topic and definitely worth taking a few minutes to talk about it, especially with some of the guests that we've had during this Veteran Social Summit and even previous ones, and just the vulnerability of our guests. I think that it's definitely a relevant topic. And on that note, we're going to shift dramatically and we're going to actually play another video from Andy Nelson. And he's going to be talking about, well, we'll let him do the talking, not me.
Intellectual property, or IP, is the body of law that helps protect your creations, your innovations, your brand identities that help set you apart in the marketplace. For any startup, especially those led by military members, for any startup, a basic understanding of intellectual property can set the foundation for future growth and stability. There are 4 main types of IP that you want to be aware of: patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets. Let's talk about patents first. Patents protect new inventions and processes or methods. A patent can prevent others from making, using, or selling your invention during the patent period. The patent process can take a lot of time and can be expensive, but for a new startup relying on its innovations to give it a competitive edge in the marketplace, it can be a fantastic investment of time and money. Consider the case of a veteran-led tech startup. Establishing and securing a patent early on can not only establish marketplace presence, but attract early investors. Let's talk about trademarks. Trademarks protect brand identifiers, principally names, slogans, and logos, although it can be a lot of different things that uniquely identify a company or a business in the marketplace. What they do is they help consumers immediately associate whatever the trademark is with a particular brand. And by brand, I mean a singular source of goods or services. For example, if your trademarks are gaining consumer association and recognition in the marketplace, a trademark, particularly a registered trademark, can help ensure that others in the marketplace aren't using similar or the same sorts of identifiers that might confuse consumers and cause you market share loss. Many military community business owners overlook this step, only to find later that their brand identity or identities are at risk for failure to seek secure brand protection. Okay, let's switch to copyrights. Copyright protects expressive works. It could be anything from literary works to photography to fine art, graphic art, architectural plans, audiovisual materials, even sculpture. If your business involves producing content, designs, or other sorts of expressive works, you might want to consider registering your copyrights with the Copyright Office. For instance, if you're creating educational materials, videos, or original designs, a copyright registration can give you leverage and a leg up over others who might not only just duplicate what you create, but even take substantial portions that they shouldn't be doing. Finally, let's talk about trade secrets. Trade secrets are basically information that gives you a competitive edge in the marketplace because the information is not known to competitors. Unlike patents, trade secrets have no formal registration mechanism, but they do rely on confidentiality. For small businesses, maintaining trade secrets can start with policies in place to ensure that independent contractors and employees maintain confidentiality, and then more robust confidentiality agreements, or NDAs, with third parties to ensure that your information stays in a tight box. Confidentiality is crucial to the survival of a trade secret because once a trade secret becomes not secret, there's no way to put it back in that box. Okay, finally, let's talk about some common pitfalls and traps. A common mistake for new businesses is delaying protection for intellectual property, particularly because of cost or focusing on other immediate business needs. However, delaying protection for IP can often lead to far costlier issues down the road, and potentially completely devalue your IP by voiding its protectability altogether. For example, not securing a trademark might mean you have to rebrand later, losing all the value of the consumer association you have built up over time. So what's the next step? Start by assessing the types of IP that you have in your business right now and what you may be gaining in the near future. Once you determine what sorts of IP you currently have and what you may have in the near future, then you can strategically plan your method of protection. Taking initial steps to protect your IP, even if it's just trademarking your business name, be a valuable long-term move for security.
I don't know. When I listen to people talk about this stuff, I get so overwhelmed, and I'm like, okay, there is absolutely a necessity to have a lawyer on board because there is so much information, so many potential missteps. We don't know if we're going to get fined for an F-bomb. We don't know if the music is going to hit us with a copyright strike. We don't know if this picture right here is copywritten by my company and I'm going to have a strike against you.
I tell you what, Andy has helped me. He's been my trademark lawyer for the past 7 years.
Ryan's trying to get us stricken right now. Take him right off the air. And Andy has helped you in what way? Because like patents, I saw you put on there like he's your patent lawyer.
Trademark.
So what was your knowledge of trademark prior to working with Andy, and what is your knowledge afterwards?
So I didn't really understand trademarking when I went through the Rosie Network in 2019. They talked about trademarking and all the business type things that I didn't think about until that came up, and I wanted to protect my name. I wanted to protect what I was creating. And so when I was speaking to him, he explained to me all the little nuances, and then what I should protect or what really doesn't matter, or, just different things like that. And I didn't know. So anytime I had a question, I was like, should I do this? Should I do that? He's like, you don't really need to, or yes, you absolutely need to. So it's very important. Even on Amazon, I came across somebody who used some of my colors and used part of my name. And at that point, he said, well, you really can't do anything because they didn't use all of your name. So there's just so many little things out there to be on the lookout for. And, if he said it's really not a big deal, then I trust him because they only use part of my name, not all of my name. So there's a lot to learn, and it's definitely handy to have a lawyer like that around.
Yeah. So somebody that you can just call on for some of those potential pitfalls. I mean, I know like creating a physical product like soap is also in a whole nother realm because you're like, hey, I'm creating this bar of soap. These are my products, but what's your formulation? Where'd you get it from? The branding, the packaging, how do you ship it? Right.
The logo thing, but also what you don't think of, and this is why it's always great. Exactly what Annette was talking about is, and why we do these kind of things is, we don't know what we don't know, and people like Andy are there, and he will be able to share the things that he knows, and you go, oh, I can do that. And even if you're confused, what's great about that kind of network is that you can reach out and go, hey, is this cover? And you find things like processes, like you can trademark your process, right? Because it's a creative aspect. So depending on how long I do a certain process in soap making, that can actually be a trademark or a copyright or even a trade secret. So you know what I mean? So that's why it's cool to do those kind of things and why we do this. Anyway, I ramble too, just like Ryan. So how much time are we filling?
I'll bring up one more thing. When we created the magazine, there's a magazine out there that's similar. So we are protecting our name because we're working hard on it. And so, yes, that's why we're getting it, trademarked. And he told us ways to protect it. And that's why it's so important, is protecting it the right way without, and then making sure no one else takes it from you. So, yes. So the magazine is protected, and that's why he's good to have around. Anytime you create something that you work hard on, figure out how to do it, how to keep that so no one else takes it.
Well, getting a lawyer early on, or getting a financial accountant early on, learning these lessons early on saves you tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future down the line.
Man, Danny, it's funny that you mentioned that. I have to say, and that goes in all walks of industry. Like, some people think, well, I don't need that because I'm going to go into this. So I went to a sustainable agriculture program, right? So I was thinking, lo and behold, we had a whole portion where they talked about making sure you have the right lawyer, the right financial advisor, the right financial planner. Like, all of these things are critical to a business. And I, we just kind of go, yeah, really, do you need that? But you do. So anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's four critical items, and Ryan is now trying to tee us off to bring up our next video guest presentation. He's always very subtle about it. We're gonna call it subtle, right? He just plucks us out of the room. He plucks us out of the room and then puts up the thing and says, "All right,
what are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. Are you kidding me?"
I love it. You want to introduce this one, Ryan?
It's hilarious, but true. So we are going to be bringing on Jennifer Garrett. She'll be wowing us. She prepared a video for us. I'm very excited to have her. I actually went through the Bunker Labs and Veterans in Residency program here in Chicago with her. She's just a tremendous individual. She actually is a lawyer too. So carry that theme forward of Legal Eagles. And she has a talk show, and on her LinkedIn, she's also producing some really great content there as well, and very plugged into the sports athletic world, especially here in Chicago. So anyways, without further ado, we're going to bring her video on the stage and get this cooking.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Garrett, and I'm so excited to be here with you today. I am an Army officer. I'm a judge advocate who is currently serving in the Michigan Army National Guard, and I also host a podcast that is globally known and recognized and endorsed by top-tier NFL athletes and celebrities called Move the Ball. What I want to talk to you about today is all about personal branding and how you can create and manage your personal brand so that you can continue to move the ball when it comes to navigating your career. What I do in my day-to-day is I'm a branding expert. I coach and consult with corporations, with pro athletes, and with corporate executives and aspiring leaders on how they can create and position brands to be able to achieve their objectives, whether that be driving revenue growth, market expansion, landing a new amazing job, or some other objective that's similar along those lines. So what I want to do today is I like to have PowerPoints when I present. So I've got some slides that I'm going to share with you today, and hopefully you'll like the slides and they will help us to move the ball. So let me just pull those up here and we can get moving. Something else that while I'm pulling these up that you're going to hear me talk about a lot during the presentation is I am all about sports analogies and references. And so you're going to hear some of that within the presentation. Hopefully you're a sports fan, but if not, I'm not going to go too deep. But the big thing I want you to take away first and foremost is I want you to think about yourself like being the quarterback. And this is your game. Whatever your objectives are, they are in the end zone and you're looking to move the ball. And so to do that, you've got to own the game and take action, things that you are specifically going to do so that that ball will continue to move forward and get you across your goal line. So I want to start this out with to be or not to be. That is the question. And you can see my little graphic in the corner that has to be's or not to be's, trying to be a little humorous here. So what I want you to think about is we all have choices. And it's the choices that we make on a daily basis that are going to drive the outcomes that we have in our lives. And so throughout this presentation, I want you to think about what are the choices that you are making? Are you continuously engaging in actions and behaviors that are getting you closer to and across your goal line? Are you moving the ball when it comes to your career? And I'm going to give you some things to help you do just that. But first, I want to start out with these 5 B's. So 2 and 2 is not 4, it's 5 in my little graphic here. Again, I'm trying to be humorous and I'm not doing a good job, but here we go. So the first B, and I'm going to hit on each of these throughout the presentation too, but the themes for today are I want you to be intentional. I want you to be prepared. I want you to always be focused on how you can be differentiated. You also need to be visible. And lastly, you've got to be memorable. People have got to remember you and your value so that when opportunities present themselves, they're going to be thinking about you. Now, I've got a lot to cover and I don't have that much time today, so I might go a little bit fast on some of these topics, but there are a number of things that I really want to cover today, so bear with me. The first thing is it starts with defining the game. So if you can picture yourself on a football field, you're that quarterback and you've got your team with you, you're driving the ball forward, trying to get into the end zone and score a touchdown. But what is it that you are trying to achieve? What is in that end zone? What game are you playing? So it all starts with being clear on your goals, clear on what you want to achieve in your career, clear on what the game is. What does winning look like for you? What does scoring that touchdown mean for you? The reason I have this graphic here is I think it's important for us to know or to think about how it's a global world out there and everything is super connected. It is a small world. And so, the network is super important. I'm going to talk about that too. But the other reason why I included this graphic is for me, I've been a sports fan ever since I was a kid. And if you were to tell me that I would get to work with some of the best pro athletes today that play the game of football and other sports, I would have never believed you because I didn't know anybody in that world. I didn't come from that space. I didn't have a dad that coached or brothers that played the game. And so it's just been an incredible journey for me to get to do the things that I do. And had technology been around 20 plus years ago, then maybe I would have been thinking about that from the get-go, that I could do these things. But it's through technology, it's through social media, it's through platforms that we have today that allow us to create opportunities. And so I want you to be thinking about what is it that I want to do? And then you can figure out how to get there, but don't limit your thinking. I'm going to show you a picture. I said the first B is about being intentional. Being intentional leads to opportunities. And so here you can see a collection of pictures that I just wanted to share with you. Some of the people that I've gotten to interact with in my career in being intentional. And I never thought that I would ever get to do any of these things. My career started off, I was in Fortune 50 big companies. I climbed the corporate ladder. I was in senior leadership in those Fortune 50 companies while I was in my 20s. So I think I did some things right. Again, being very intentional, being deliberate, being differentiated, being visible and being memorable. So I'll talk about those things some more, but also being intentional when I left the corporate world to be an entrepreneur, which was about 5 years ago, has led to these incredible opportunities to work with people like Emmett Smith, like Mike Ditka, like Tariq Hill, Damar Hamlin, Jalen Waddle, Stephon Diggs, Najee Harris. So I'm not going to go through every single person on this picture, but you get my point. And so again, I came from somewhere that I didn't have any industry contacts. I knew nobody, not one single person, but it was through being intentional and strategic that has led me to do these kinds of things. So I just wanted to put these pictures up. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So again, I mean, if I can do it, then you can go after whatever it is you want to do as well. It starts though with taking ownership. So ownership, owning that game. I mentioned a few minutes ago, you've got to own the game that you're playing, right? That ownership involves commitment and accountability. So you've got to commit, you define the game, you know what it is you're going after, and then you got to commit to taking the actions. You got to commit to the sacrifices. You got to commit to putting in the work. And then you've got to hold yourself accountable. We all know about accountability from our time in the military. Like, you've got to hold yourself accountable to the things that you set yourself out to do. Again, I'm a sports girl, so this is one of my favorite quotes from Tom Brady, who is the GOAT, whether you like Tom or not. I mean, it's unquestionable that he is an amazing quarterback and is legendary. And something that he said before is, too often in life, something happens and we blame other people for us not being happy or satisfied or fulfilled. So the point is, we all have choices. Remember, I mentioned choices earlier, and we need to make the choice to accept people or situations or to not accept situations. I added a few words in there. But again, you have the choice. It's all about your choices, what you choose to do. You either accept a situation or you don't. And I'm going to share a quick example here because I've got a lot of other stuff I want to cover. So here you see a picture of Ja'Marr Chase. If you are a football fan, then you're probably familiar with Ja'Marr. He was drafted in the 2021 NFL draft as the 5th overall pick by the Cincinnati Bengals. That season, he was named the 2021 AP Offensive Rookie of the Year. He continues to make plays. And so anyway, so he's someone that is top tier talent. I'm very active on LinkedIn. I would encourage you to also be very active on LinkedIn. And so one day I get this notification. Ja'Marr Chase had shared your post. And I was like, Ja'Marr Chase is on LinkedIn? I'm like, if he did, I'm like, he signed a $30 million guaranteed deal. Smart for him to be thinking outside the game and focused on business stuff, right? So what did I do? I immediately connected with Ja'Marr. Sent a note, hey, thanks so much for sharing my post. Person responded back. We engaged in conversation. Now I'm trying to build this relationship because I don't know what opportunities can come from it. So I spent like 30 hours in a week going back and forth. There was something that this person had said to me that made me pause and think, are you the real Ja'Marr? Because at this time, like now LinkedIn does verifications, but back then they didn't. So I wasn't sure if it was the real deal or not, but I didn't want to just assume that it wasn't. So I spent this time trying to figure that out. Long story short, it wasn't Ja'Marr. And I was like, what the heck? I said some other words. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I spent all this time on interacting with this person. It's not the real person. And I was like, you know what? No, I didn't do all this for nothing. Who says I can't go after the real Ja'Marr? And so I committed to, I wanted to meet Ja'Marr, have an interaction, build that relationship to see what opportunities could come from it. So I started being very strategic in my networking. If I had more time, I could go into more detail about what specifically I did. But almost 1 year to the day later, there is me and Ja'Marr. And so again, I mean, I'm sharing this because I think it's important. Like if you set your mind to something and you take action in literally a year, your whole life can change, which is true. I mean, this wasn't a life-changing event, but like the outcomes in your life can happen in a year or less, but you have to put in that work and be intentional with what it is you're looking to achieve. And then just for fun, here's another picture of Ja'Marr and yours truly from Super Bowl weekend in Las Vegas earlier this year. All right, so now this slide shows you some of the top career navigation challenges. I don't have time to go into detail into all of these, but I just wanted to put them up there so we're aware of what are the challenges that people are facing today. Now, I do want to spend time on the second piece, the standing out, the branding, the positioning, and your executive presence. So the following slides are going to address that area specifically. All right. So I've written 2 books. The first book is called Move the Ball. That's kind of what started this whole Move the Ball movement and led to a podcast many years later. And then I have another book, which is called Dominate the Game, How Life Changes When You Show Up. And I just got the audiobook done for that. The book has been out for a couple years, but the audiobook is just released. I'm excited for that. But anyway, I've digressed. In Move the Ball, the book, there is a chapter titled Play Like a Free Agent, which is all about managing your personal brand and staying marketable so that you can be competitive when it comes to opportunities. Because in sports, free agents are players who are not under contract, so they're trying to be on their A game, be marketable so that a team will pick them up. So same as for you, even if you're not actively looking for a job today, you still need to play like a free agent and manage that personal brand, because you never know when an opportunity is going to come your way, regardless of you looking. And then also, if you are looking, well, then you want to have a strong brand that you're holding out there. And I'm going to give you some things to consider to help you have a powerful and compelling personal brand. So again, quick slide here. You need to think of yourself as you are your own brand. It's not unique to businesses, whereas I feel like a decade plus ago, when people thought of the term branding, they were more focused on company brands. Each one of us, I don't care who you are, how much experience you have, or how little experience you have, we all have brands, and we all need to be intentional, we need to be deliberate, and we need to make sure that we're differentiating our brand from others so that we can set ourselves apart, so we can stand out, and so we can get those jobs and beat out the competition. All right, so branding is what other people would say about you when you're not in the room, right? So think about that for a minute. What are people going to be saying about you if you're not in that room? Hopefully it's positive, but what are the things they're going to say that you're known for, right? We're in global business today. The world is super connected. It is a small world. I can share many examples of people that I've interacted with, that have been connected in other ways with other people. You just never know who's connected to who, and when you're going to circle back and run into someone that you might have worked with 5 or 10 years ago, and there could be a great business opportunity. So you need to be thinking about, what would people say about me? So again, along the lines of playing like a free agent and staying marketable and current and having this strong brand, one of the things that when people come to me and they want to work with me, they tell me, well, Jen, I'm really not comfortable talking about myself. I don't like to brag. I just don't like just talking about me. And even when it comes to their resume, they don't like putting too much on them. They feel they're just not, it's not something that they like. And so what I tell them is, you need to think of yourself as the product, right? And so if you were to describe a product, what would you say about that product? So put yourself in that shoes. You are now the product. And so if you're looking at yourself as the product, what would you say to really get people interested and excited about you? So first, you got to figure out, what do you want to be known for? What is your expertise? What is your unique value proposition? This is something that I work with a lot of clients on, pulling together that story, identifying what makes them unique. How are they differentiating themselves? There's another one of those B words, be differentiated, so that they can show how they would be the right candidate, the right person for an opportunity should it become available. Again, differentiation is the name of the game. You have got to differentiate yourself. You've got to know your unique value proposition. I launched a newsletter on LinkedIn back in August. It's called The Executive Edge. And every week on Tuesdays, I publish an article that's tied to career topics and designed to give you that edge as you look to navigate your career. I'm often talking about differentiation, about staying marketable, about executive presence, about your personal brand, and your unique value proposition. So I would encourage you, I hope you're all on LinkedIn. I've got a link at the end of this presentation, a QR code too, that will take you to that Executive Edge newsletter. But I would encourage you to check those out. They're free, they're there. And so hopefully you'll get some good nuggets from them. Upgrade your skills to stay current and relevant. Remember, playing like a free agent. You want to stay marketable and stay current. You want to be in the know of your field, of your trade, of your craft, whatever it is you're doing. You want to be viewed as that go-to person who stays ahead of the curve and who has invested their time and energy and sometimes money in resources to upgrade your skills so that you can stay current and relevant. And when I say stay current and relevant, it's for where you want to go, that game that you've defined earlier. Like, where is it you're looking to go? What skills do you need? How can you stay ahead of things? When I was in corporate, people always knew that I knew what trends were going on in the business, and I knew what things we should be doing business-wise and technically to set ourselves apart from our competition. And I worked with business leaders across the business to prioritize investments in R&D as an example, and also our strategic campaigns, business development campaigns, so that we were positioning ourselves to align with the objectives of the business. But it started with being ahead of the curve, staying in the know, staying current and relevant. Leverage opportunities to expand your knowledge and learning. Again, this goes hand in hand. One of the things I did early in my career, I always took advantage of leadership development training and other trainings internal to the company as well that I felt would be helpful for where I wanted to go, not only as a leader, but also from a functional competency standpoint. But that also gave me an opportunity to network with other people across the company. And in the 5 B's, I have be visible. Like, you want other people to know who you are. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. So again, by networking, by taking advantage of these opportunities to expand learning, I was connecting with other individuals as well as learning from the actual training program too. And then you want to reflect your accomplishments on your resume. You've got to do that. You've got to let people know, why are you great? Why should they be interested in you? So don't be shy. There is a difference between coming off as being boastful and conceited and arrogant versus just letting people know about the value that you bring to the table. And then leverage your network. You've got to do that. I'm telling you, you need to be intentional. All those pictures I showed you earlier, it was because I was intentional with how I spent my time and I prioritized networking, but it was about building authentic and genuine connections with people. It wasn't about, what can you do for me today? It was about, I want to know you because I believe we can have a mutually beneficial relationship, and just cultivating that. And there was a time and a place for opportunities, and there was a time just for being human beings and building genuine relationships. All right, so this is an important thing that I want to talk about. So check yourself and your personal brand. Look at how strong is your network. I've got on my last slide, I've got some resources for the Executive Edge playbook. One of them is all about mastering strategic networking. So one of my calls to action to you is take some time and evaluate your network. How strong is it? Where are your gaps? What is it? What's missing? You know, who should you be connecting with? Also, then, what is your story? What's the elevator speech? Why do people want to be connected to you? What's in it for them? It's not all about you. This is where people go wrong. It's about, how are you helpful for them? How can you serve them? What's the value you bring to them? And therefore, they will want to be in your network. And then also, if you have a portfolio of your work, it's always good to have that handy. Remember, I said be prepared. Being prepared is about having your marketable assets, having your resume, having your LinkedIn polished, having a portfolio of your work if you have that. And then also having mentors and sponsors is important. I have a few more slides I want to go through, so I'm not going to touch too much on that. But take away, if you don't have people who serve as mentors in your life currently, I would take an action to get some of those. And then also sponsors. So who are sponsors? Sponsors are people who are going to put their name on the line for you. They're going to talk about you in rooms that you're not in and advocate for you for opportunities. So if you don't have any sponsors, that's something too I would think about. Who would I be comfortable asking? Usually they're a couple levels above you that would be willing to spend their political capital on me and advocate for me. So these have to be people that you're close with, that know who you are, and that you think would put their name on the line for you. The other element of this slide that's very important is this PI model. PI stands for performance, image, and exposure, as you can see. And something big here is performance is a small part of the pie, no pun intended, when it comes to career advancement. You gotta perform. That's the ticket. Like, that's an entry to the dance. That's not the differentiator. So how are you differentiating yourself? Again, another B word, be differentiated, is your image and exposure. Image is 30% of the pie. That's all about your personal brand. Who knows you? What would they say about you? What do they think about you when you're not in the room? What's your expertise? What do they know you for? The exposure is the visibility part. Remember, that's another B. Be visible. Who knows about you? Networking, see, the thing about your network is it's not just about who you know. It's about who knows you. And so exposure ties into who knows you so that they can be thinking about you when it comes to opportunities, whether it's a special project, a new job, or some other opportunity. But you need to really focus on the exposure piece. And I'm going to talk to you about that here in just another minute. So again, we're playing like a free agent. We're managing our personal brand. That includes all of the social platforms we are on. You have to manage not only your personal brand in the physical sense when you're interacting with people in person, it's also about the digital domain. So make sure that you are all of your digital assets, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, wherever it is you are, like all that stuff has to be polished. And I know you all know this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Don't put anything out there that is compromising to the brand that you want to portray. Sometimes, especially in today's day and age, the country is divided. There's so many issues that people like to post their opinions on. Do not do that, because I will tell you, I have had a client who had an offer for a C-suite job rescinded because of something they posted on Facebook. So it is a big deal. You have to be mindful of all of it. If it is in the digital space, they will find it. So just be professional, right? Always remember that, you know, you need to be keeping these assets in a positive light and one that you would be okay with anyone finding out about. All right, so let's talk about enhancing your market presence. I've got a few minutes left, and so I'm going to go through this quickly. But the first one is about having an intriguing and compelling resume, being prepared. Figure out what are the things that you need to put on your resume that are relevant to the people that you want to attract or the opportunities that you want to attract. So what's in it for them? Frame your resume and your bullets and your experiences to the job that you want. Don't just do it as a data dump of all the things that you have brought to the table. Like, be intentional, make sure that you are leveraging and positioning your brand in a way that aligns with the opportunities that you're trying to land. Optimize your LinkedIn profile. I'm on LinkedIn all the time. We all should be on there at some frequency. You don't have to be there on every day. You don't have to be on there every day. I'm an entrepreneur. So for me, many of my clients come through LinkedIn engagements or referrals. So that's my primary space that I put out content. So I'm on there frequently, but you need to just have a powerful, compelling profile. And then you want to leverage that digital asset to enhance your market presence. Share thought leadership. So what are you posting on LinkedIn? Sometimes you don't have to create a post. You can share an article. You know, pick the themes, what do you want to be known for, and how can you share or create content along those lines so that you're positioning yourself as the expert. Engage with industry-specific content, because other people in your industry are reading content that's already out there. And if they see that you're providing meaningful perspectives, then they might want to connect with you. Or again, you're positioning yourself as the expert. leverage your network. Again, I could do a whole class on how to network effectively, both online and offline. As I mentioned earlier, in the Executive Edge Pro Playbook, which I have a link to later on, go there. There's some resources that will help you with networking. Attending industry conferences and webinars. This is another one. You got to be out there. You got to put yourself out there and connect with people and engage in the physical domain, not just digitally as well. And then I mentioned this earlier, maintain a consistent online presence. What I want you to do is I want you to commit to how many times you're going to provide content and engage on LinkedIn on a weekly basis. If it's once a week, fine. I'm not telling you you need to be on there every day, but pick your cadence and say, okay, I'm committing to this. I'm taking ownership, which includes commitment. I'm committing to this type of schedule. Maybe it's 3 times a week. It doesn't, again, you could just share content. You could just engage in other content, but find a schedule, a frequency that works for you, and then be consistent with it. And then here I just have an example. This is an image of my LinkedIn profile from a couple months back. One thing I think is important that I want you to see is if you haven't already done so, here you can customize your LinkedIn URL so that it doesn't just have your first name, last name, and a bunch of trailing digits. So mine is Move the Ball because that's my brand. Jennifer Garrett is a common name. So strategically, it made sense for me if I'm going to pick something else to use Move the Ball. And then this is my LinkedIn profile, or not LinkedIn, I'm sorry, my Instagram profile. Again, it's professional looking. Make sure you're being professional at all times is my my takeaway there. All right, so to be or not to be, we've talked about these things. You want to be intentional, always. You want to, I mean, you get choices, right? I talked about choices earlier. Be intentional with your time and how you spend it. Be prepared, meaning have your assets ready to go. LinkedIn, resume, you have that schedule that you're committing to for online content, right? Make sure that you are differentiating yourself from other people. Being visible is important. And then when you're interacting with people, be memorable, like figure out how do I set myself apart? That's part of that differentiation. Again, I could tell lots of stories on here for another time about how to be memorable, especially when it comes to networking. Here I have some recommended Move the Ball podcast links. Obviously, since this is a video, you can't click on them, but if you email me, I will send you this slide, which has these links to these various podcast episodes. On my podcast, I have a combination of episodes with guests, many guests, but I've also done some solo episodes that are very career focused. And again, here are examples of some of the ones that I think are most important when it comes to moving the ball in your career. And then lastly, because I'm about to be at time, additional resources, let's stay connected. Scan the QR code on the far left to check out the Executive Edge newsletter on LinkedIn. I'd love for you to check out the Move the Ball podcast, which is there. And then in the middle, and then on the right, grab additional tools to give you that edge. Go to executiveedgeplaybook.com. You'll find some tools to help you with mastering strategic networking, with mastering your unique value proposition, with making career transitions and pivots. And there's a couple other things there. You can connect with me on the social platforms. Again, if you email me, I will give you that slide that has those podcast links, so it's easy for you to find. And then I recently did a presentation to an organization of flag and general officers on personal branding. And I created a LinkedIn checklist for military service members to help them optimize their profile. So if you send me an email at jen@movetheballpodcast.com, I will send you those two things, the podcast links, as well as that LinkedIn checklist. So again, thank you so much for allowing me to present today. I appreciate your time, and be intentional, be strategic, be deliberate, be visible, be intentional. I said that already, be differentiated, lots of B's, but remember, you've got this no matter what it is you're looking to do in your career. And if I can be a resource, please reach out. I'm always happy to help. Thank you again. And as I end all of my podcasts, I'll end today's presentation by saying, until next time, be sure that you suit up, you show up, and you move the ball.
Wow. Talk about value for sure. Talk about value. What do you think, Joe?
I'm already surfing her website. I think there's some really great information. I love the whole thing. I took some notes because I know there's stuff that I should work on for personal branding. Sometimes I have a problem. I don't realize that there are two, that it's actually the same. Wherever if we're presenting ourselves, whether it's personal, professional, business, whatever, in this day and age, they're all the same. There is no differentiating anymore. So,
Yeah, no, it definitely value driven topic, and I was lucky enough again to be in Bunker Labs Veterans in Residency here in Chicago with Jen. So I'm glad. I see that she is off stage, but we actually are running a little tight on our timeline, and I am very excited about our next person that is coming to us. Definitely a PR specialist and social media manager. I'm reading her title, but she is definitely those things. And she has been very patient with me in particular, as I've adjusted her schedule probably a billion times. And I was like, this Veteran Social Summit cannot go without you. So I am glad that you're here. And you were with us last time in 2020. So I'm not going to steal your thunder as I've done to everybody else. I hardly do an introduction. I just start removing people from the stage and preparing you. So good luck. Wow us. You are one of our in-note speakers of this conference, which I think is very important because you're going to set the tone for 2025. The pressure is on. So with that, I put myself on mute, which I need to do more often. A lot of people would say that. So with that, good luck. May the force be with you.
Oh dear. Okay, Ryan, you're gonna have to help me out. I got a little bit of a cold, so bear with me as we go upon this. I'd like to see in the comments how many of you have been on LinkedIn for less than 2 years. Give me a big fat 2 if it's 2 years or less. Let's see. All right, we got a few of them. All right, so what I'd like to do is I have been a military communicator for the past 20 something years. And the experience that I have is there we go, thank you. The experience that I have is I've taught military members back in the day of Facebook and MySpace and what have you on how to have a virtual presence. Now, I know she went over some very in-depth ideas and topics. And the thing that I find that a lot of big ideas miss is you got to get down to the basics. Um, I'm here to talk and give you a quick hit on. For one, I work in a space with cleared professionals. Cleared professionals, I find, are the most conservative and leery to be on social media in general. And do you want to have a presence on LinkedIn? Do you want to have a presence on social? Does this impact your clearance? Do you have, especially as you're transitioning the civilian sector? Those are all good and important questions. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. So when you're transitioning to the military space, one of the biggest things that I want to encourage you is try to have a robust profile. Oftentimes, as a military public affairs specialist, combat camera for those in the Navy and the Marines, is people underestimate the value of this. You have all these tips and tricks. Give me a emoji hand in the comments. Do you even have a banner? Do you have a banner profile? Any emoji hands? Any hands up? Oh dear. So we're going to go into that topic in a minute. Is I find that you have these robust key speakers on there, and they talk about being a thought leader and putting yourself out there. And I think a lot of people, especially if you're not in that space already, they get really nervous. I don't have anything to talk about. I'm just middle management in the Army. Oh, I was just X, Y, and Z. And what am I going to say on LinkedIn? And the other reason that I want to bring in thanks, Annette. making sure that one, like they all said, have a presence. If you don't want to be on any of the social media channels at all, I understand, but try to consider LinkedIn. LinkedIn is going to help you with your professional network. Maybe you have a job right now, so then you have plenty of time to build that up. So first of all, get on LinkedIn. Try to fill that out. Get those people have talked about the skills translators. Um, if all you have is your DA photo or your command photo right now, that's fine. That's fine. But you know what? Everybody and their mother and their brother has, an iPhone right now, and they're pretty good. Whether you just clean off a wall, get some good lighting, get a smile in there, or use what you got. Use that DA photo, use that command photo, or use something that makes you proud. However, when I was in the military talent acquisition space, I see a lot of goofball things. And I know there's a couple of goofballs out there. Should I call it the tankers or you infantry? Excuse me, hang on. Please don't have a fishing photo in. This is not a dating profile. Get your fish, get your best hook out of there. Ryan showed I do talk about being a working parent, but the family photo with all 18 of you in there is probably not a good choice. You want to represent yourself, you and you alone, in your headshot. Okay, as we get into the posting content itself, absolutely. If you want to talk about being a proud working parent, a proud working mom, a proud working dad, in the post is the place for that, not your headshot. In your banner photo, if that scares you, that's fine. LinkedIn has a number of templates, and it actually has a very simple designer that you can use to create what you think. You can put a couple of things in there. You can put, maybe it's a relaxing scene. Maybe Ryan, can you remind me how to go on mute real quick on here? Excuse me. As unmuted mic. Thank you very much. I didn't know if I had that control or not. So this might be a little short. So let's keep it down and dirty. Excuse me. Too long didn't read. Get that profile done. Make sure you have a photo that represents you. Here's my other thing that I've seen is, so you get your LinkedIn done. Sorry. You get your LinkedIn done. Keep your fish out of there. Keep the beer bottles out of there. Keep your your 18 person wide family reunion photo out of there. But excuse me. Make sure the photo is semi-current. For women, sorry.
I'm sure she'll be back in a second. And she definitely pulled a favor for me. As you can see, she's hacking up a lung there. So she'll be back here, hopefully. If not, then you're going to be talking with Annette and I until she returns, which, she may be returning here sooner than later. Don't worry, we got you. We got her. So, we have the
Short and sweet,
circle.
though.
Oh,
Yep,
here you go. You're back.
Let me keep this short and sweet real quick. So I'll wrap it up. So I know I'm getting into just the basics. So a lot of things I've seen: keep your beer bottles, keep your fish out of there, keep the family reunion photo out of there. Use what you have. Goodness. Try to do your banner. Use your skills translator. Fill out your LinkedIn profile. Okay, we've got all of that done. You just had a great key speaker talk about thought leadership and really presenting yourself as a brand. What does that mean as a brand? That means it's not that complicated. Don't make a science project out of it. This is not your personal blog writing your grandma and your grandpa. However, the algorithms prefer meaningful engagement on LinkedIn. Okay, I want to say that nice and slow for the people in the back. The algorithms on LinkedIn prefer meaningful engagement for you to be served up to other people in your network to be served up to recruiters and potential employers. So I want to say that again. Even if you're not looking for a job right this instant, by having a robust profile, you don't have to put all your dirty laundry out there, but put that you're a leader, put your accomplishments. All of you have AAMs, RCOMs, and what have you. Put the bullet points in there, but make sure you translate them into civilian language for super annoying. I'm sorry. So what's the algorithm looking for? One, the fact that you have a complete profile, that you look like you actually took some time and space into it. Two, that you're out there. What does that mean? That means go to Ryan Hunt's profile and say how awesome this Veteran Social Summit was. Go to Annette's profile, leave a comment about how you think she's got a great wardrobe. You know, go to there we go. Start at the very basics. Take the people that you've met in this social summit and go connect. Leave a comment on their profile. I'm gonna yeah, there we go. Ryan, Annette, Joe, I haven't met you, but do you confirm or deny that meaningful engagement? What this is not me talking at a webcam, but any other additions to what you think a meaningful engagement is?
No, I think you have hit the nail on the head, and keep it simple and don't overthink it. You said science project. Don't overthink content. Just push the content out.
Then great. So now, but and here's the thing: you don't have to. This is not Snapchat. This is not Instagram. You don't overcomplicate it. Tuesdays and Thursdays for 15 minutes over your lunch break. Make a point to go to three folks' profiles, connect with them. I do highly recommend when you connect with people, make it a meaningful connection. What does that mean to you? Hey, I saw you were in the, First ID. I saw you were X, Y, and Z. I saw that you had the same AFSC MOS that I had. The algorithms see that. Big Brother is watching. So if you spam, it's going to know. Excuse me. All right. So why am I running through this in a Cliff Notes manner? You filled out your LinkedIn profile. You don't look like a goonball in your headshot. You have a banner that shows what you're about. You've I don't want to say spam, but you've given a few folks meaningful comments throughout the week. Fantastic. Now, goodness, sorry. Now you're looking for work. What is all this going to do for you? One, it's going to serve up your profile to other people that the algorithm thinks is in your network. Okay, this is not a guarantee. This is not a black and white job game, but the reason you care about this, when you're looking for work, the recruiters are on the back end and they're going to type in, I want a pro. Do you have LinkedIn Recruiter, Ryan? Are you able to demo that on the spot? Do you have LinkedIn Recruiter, Ryan? Can you show that on the spot or no? I can't see if you're a LinkedIn recruiter or not. Oh,
I usually can, but I can't right at this present moment.
You can.
Show you.
Well, if we were able to demo LinkedIn Recruiter, a LinkedIn recruiter is going to say, hey, I want a program manager on the West Coast, or I want a program manager in North Carolina. And or I'm looking to hire a veteran. So if it's a program manager and a veteran, guess what? And LinkedIn thinks that you're a meaningful member on their platform. What's it going to do? Like a good SEO, you're going to come up on that first page. And like of all of us, when we Google, we usually don't get past page 1 or 2, do we? No. The other thing that it's going to do for you, I'm going down a rabbit hole really quick because I don't. Anyway, when you're searching for roles on LinkedIn, please do not use LinkedIn Apply. All right, for most of us that are, if you're earlier in your career, that might sway, but I know for middle management and senior management, LinkedIn Easy Apply and LinkedIn's Apply don't count. Let's see. Last one. Oh, last and final one. Like a good battle buddy, if you're scraping for things to do on LinkedIn to show the algorithm that you want to be there, give a recommendation. You just experienced an amazing free virtual veteran summit by Ryan and his gang. Go leave a recommendation for Ryan. Go leave a nice note for somebody that you met here and that impressed you. Is this like Google reviews? No. However, it's another piece of the puzzle that LinkedIn says, oh, this person's taking LinkedIn seriously, so they're going to serve you up when the relevancy is right, and it's going to benefit you in the long term. All right, Ryan, I don't want to take up too much more of LinkedIn needs a makeover. Any comments I can address? Any holes that you saw in my cliff notes?
No, I think you did an awesome job, and we definitely appreciate that you
with me
were patient with us. You were flexible, and your topics. So
with me coughing all over your stage. Wait a minute, you got an oorah here. Wait a minute, oorah. Wait. Let's talk to the oorah, because I know Annette was Annette was Air Force, right?
Army.
You were Army. Oh, am I the only? So we got an oorah kiss. Okay, there we go. Munda, does it keep it simple, stupid? Is that a Marine? I like to talk to Marines sometimes because I think
he is
the
a
Marines.
Marine. He is a former Marine, and so
Whoa.
is Joe.
Yeah, I rock.
All right, let's talk about it really quickly, Joe. Joe, I like to use the Marines. I love me some devil dogs, but let's talk about it really quick. Let's think of a combat support role, middle management Marine, and they're transitioning out of the military, and LinkedIn scares them. Let's have a quick conversation about what you would suggest to those oorahs or those cleared professionals that might be leery about showing their professional foot online. Were you scared about LinkedIn? Oorah, did LinkedIn scare you at some point?
Yeah, I don't think they take too kindly to the oorahs.
No, that's a cultural thing, and that's why I wanted to have a quick conversation with you. Is there
it's
any
culture. They wouldn't know what it is unless they're Marines. So I think it's situational awareness a lot of times too. I mean, when you're doing this, and just a caveat a little bit on the previous one, and because you shared so much about getting your profile right, we don't need to mask who you are. You just have to be comfortable who you're branding yourself to be and who you want to attract both professionally and personally. So I don't want people to get that mixed up. And I think you've done a great job at explaining that. So thank you.
Oh, all right, oorah. Last one. I'm really, really sorry. When I was really heavy in the veteran recruiting space, I saw a lot of silly things from some of the AFSCs and MOSs out there. I would caution you. Now, again, I don't think you should mask who you are. However, especially on a professional networking platform, be careful, be mindful about what you post. And does that mean I've seen somebody try to spin some shenanigans around, aircraft or maybe a tank, and this is a rated G show, so I'm sure you can fill in the blanks on what I'm talking about. Does that belong on LinkedIn, oorah?
Absolutely not.
You're hazing at 2 a.m. Even though
I
that you.
wouldn't put that. No, I don't think that goes on the LinkedIn. It's a professional site.
But let's make the argument. Wait. Let's make the argument, oorah, at 2 a.m. All your Marines are out there, chugging mud. But it was a leadership. It was a thought-provoking leadership opportunity, and you could spin that way. Should you still, it's a teamwork thing, right? Should that still go on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not an air winger, Rue. I don't know.
Rated. Keep it. Let's all right. Let's just end with this then. For all those in questions, if it'll make your grandma blush, then don't put it on LinkedIn. Save that for Instagram. I was trying to be a little cheeky and rough up the crowd a little bit after it's lunchtime and what have you. But anyway, thank you so much. I wish the best to you. You guys it's a fire, drinking water out of a fire hose. Just trying to nudge the crowd and taking all these good tidbit. You have content for weeks now. You've attended the social summit by Ryan and his gang. Even if you make a habit of just 3 social nuggets, 3 nuggets. Oh, there we go. Last one. Ryan, did you go through how to tag you and tag and hashtag you? Did you go through that with the crowd?
Well, I don't think we've talked about that for sure.
You got to make sure, because you're going to say, hey, make sure you tag and hashtag the Veteran Social Summit or 10th Mountain. So I'm going to give it back to you because I don't know if my voice will annoy.
All right, we're kicking you off then. So,
Cheers.
thank you. Oh man, thank you. The value is just so crazy these last 2 days. And now we get to end on a really awesome note. And so I'm excited. So we do have a video from this very awesome person, and I actually tried to change it up and told her that she could speak live. I don't know if she got the memo, but maybe we should be like, oh, the video is not working. So too bad. So sad. No, but we have your video. We're actually going to be playing it here in about 1 minute. And we do thank you very much. Do you have anything? Why don't you lead us into your video?
Okay, so first of all, I'm a soldier, so I am always ready. Okay, so I'm here live. In the event the video wasn't available, I would have been ready because
I was taunting you.
We do. But I am excited. Hey, Veteran Social Summit. I am Monique James, marketing strategist, AI consultant, and the video you're about to watch is me from the past, but in the future. It'll make sense when you watch it. And I am excited to talk to you about how you, as veteran business owners, nonprofit leaders, organizational managers, and all of the leadership positions that you are in, can leverage AI, artificial intelligence, in your content marketing. I think this technology is a game changer in a way that theoretically we say things are game changers, but it really is. And I'm excited for you to watch the session. I'm here in the chat. So again, if you have questions, comments, whatever, I'm here. I'm here live.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm excited, Brian, to get into it.
I am excited too. And it's what you're going to be speaking about is actually, I'm going to bring her video on because I'm not going to steal her thunder. But AI, throughout the conference, there's a couple themes that we had. And of course, marketing is central to this. As an entrepreneur, marketing and then sales, or sales and marketing. Sometimes sales says their ugly sister is the marketing, or marketing vice versa. It's their ugly brother. But those two are interconnected and are so important. Now you throw AI, and if you've seen any of my reels, or you were at the Military Influencer Conference, I was actually on a panel discussion talking about AI, but in the recruiting realm. So very relevant topic, because AI is not going anywhere. It's not Terminator, even though if you look at those Tesla bots, they look kind of cool. We're not quite at the Terminator or the Matrix yet, but the world is changing, and we've heard a few people talk about this. But in recruiting, for example, a lot of my recruiters have been scared that their job is being eliminated. It's not about your job being eliminated. It's about an enhancement. It's about an enabler that's going to help you achieve another level. So people are going to evolve. In recruiting, I would say that recruiters evolve into what I'm calling the AI recruiting manager. So anyways, this isn't my talk, and I just wanted to throw that in there. But now it's time to be wowed, and not by me. So
Veteran Social Summit. Hey, how are you? I'm Monique James. I am going to have a conversation with you about AI. And if you are watching this session as a business owner, as a leader in an organization, as a nonprofit professional, and you know the power of marketing and what it can do to help you attract, convert, and retain demand for the thing that you are offering to the world, you are going to love this. What we are going to talk about in this session is how to leverage AI to help you improve your content marketing efforts so you can allow your organization, your entity, the thing that you are building, to grow and succeed and do all of the fantastic things that you want to do in this world. Now, here's the thing. I know you've probably heard a lot about AI. It is the buzzword of the moment. What I want to talk to you today is how you can leverage this technology to help you focus on doing exactly what you wanted to do for your marketing. I like to think of AI as my strategic thought partner. It's not going to replace me. I am too multifaceted and multidimensional. I am literally a walking kaleidoscope, and so are you. So this technology, while fabulous and fantastic as it is, it cannot replace you. However, if your competition has dedicated the time, the energy, the investment into learning how they can leverage the technology, their brand can possibly replace you. And so that's why we want to have this conversation today. I want you to think about the technology as a tool, like any tool, like a hammer that you would use to build something. It is just like that. And we are going to talk about how you can enhance your content marketing using AI so your veteran-owned, veteran-led, veteran-impacted business, organization, association can succeed. So as I said, I'm Monique James. I work with small to medium-sized businesses, organizations, nonprofits, government entities to help them create clarity in their strategy and in their content so they can be confident in their marketing. I am a veteran. I am a veteran spouse. I am a certified AI consultant and a content marketing strategist. And since ChatGPT put AI at the forefront of our minds way back in November 2022, around that time, I have been learning and investigating and implementing all of the ways that the technology can be poured into my particular marketing strategy framework, which focuses on three things. It is brand character. That is the essence of your organization. It's your voice, it's your tone, it's the personality, it is the guiding principles that filter your marketing messages through. The second piece is your customer discovery, because there are human beings on the other side of the transactions that you want to make through your organization. And if you are not investing in learning what challenges they're facing, what struggles they're dealing with, what motivates them to take action, then you will be missing the mark in your marketing. And then the last piece of my framework is the content, because again, what are you saying in the marketing without content? So my AI approach, I like to break it down like a ratio. It's a 15, 70, 15 sandwich, so to speak. And this approach was informed by my very first cross-country solo road trip. It was actually a PCS early in my Army career. I drove from California to Texas, Texas to South Carolina to New York. And this was my first time doing something like this. I was barely a new licensed driver, and here I was having to drive across country by myself. And so I went and got an atlas, because that was what you did in those days. This is before the days of GPS. And I mapped out the path with the specific guidelines for how I wanted my trip to go. I knew that I wanted to stay on major highways. I knew that I wanted to have availability when it was time to find something to eat. I knew that I wanted to be able to be in a safe area when I wanted to stop and rest. I knew I was going to need to find places to sleep. So I went into the process already knowing where I was going and deciding how I wanted to get there. That is what I want you to take away from this conversation about AI. As you are experimenting and allowing curiosity to guide you as you explore all of the different tools that are out there, you need to have 15% clarity before you can expect the tool to do the heavy lifting for you. You come in knowing where you want to go and how you want to get there. That's your 15%. You drop that information into the tool, whatever tool you happen to be using. The tool picks up with 70% of the work. It does so much of the work for us. And at the end, you being the human with all of the context and all of the backstory and all of the insight into your destination, you polish it and refine it and make those tiny tweaks that allow it to be exactly where you want it to go. 15, 70, 15. So Since we're going to talk about the strategies or the approaches that you all can take, that we all can take to leverage AI in our content marketing so that we can scale and succeed, before we can do that, we have to talk about the challenges, right? We have to identify, what are people struggling with? What are the issues? What are the elephants in the room? What problems are we solving? And so as you're looking at this slide, you're probably thinking, well, you know what, Monique? I mean, those are everyday challenges that anybody who's trying to build something will probably experience, and you would be right. But when you add to this the military veteran experience, it adds a unique set of circumstances that I want to speak to in this conversation. So when you think about, with regard to scaling your brand, your organization, your association, your business, using content, you might be dealing with resource constraints. You might have limited staff, limited time, limited budgets, right? Which make your content planning, strategizing, creating, publishing, analyzing difficult because of those limits. Well, when you think about the military veteran lifestyle, there are transitions on top of transitions on top of transitions, whether that is a PCS or an ETS or some other type of separation from military service. Oftentimes those transitions mean you are starting over. And it's difficult because you're not really starting over. You might have experience, you might have expertise, you might have built something in another place, but coming to a new community, you are starting over and trying to figure out how to navigate new spaces with existing insight and trying to determine how that insight needs to change for this new environment. Secondly, the lack of marketing expertise. Everybody does not geek out about this marketing stuff like I do. Everybody does not spend most of their waking hours digging into AI tools and strategies and talking about pillars and frameworks and all of those things. That many veterans, many military affiliated business owners, leaders are experts in their fields. But when you think about wanting to leverage marketing to help you expand, you almost have to be an expert in that too, which makes it difficult. You can excel in a lot of areas. We excel in discipline, we excel in execution, but we may not have been exposed to the modern marketing techniques and tactics and strategies that would allow us to build what we're building now. And so that also was a challenge. Thirdly, when we're talking about brand visibility, we all need more people to know about what it is that we do, so they can opt in, so they can sign up, so they can share, so they can tell a friend. And when we are competing in our prospective industries, we're competing against larger brands with longer reputation, more time in the area, more time in the industry. That means we have to get a little innovative. We have to get a little bit unorthodox with our content strategies. It makes it difficult to stand out, particularly when you don't have a track record or you don't have a significant presence in your industry locally and online. And then when we talk about creating those connections, after we've gotten visible in front of people, we want to cultivate connections with them. But how do you do that when you might be trying to figure out how to speak to multiple different types of people with different motivations and challenges and desires? It makes it hard to figure out the lane, the space that only your brand can occupy. Particularly when you add to it, many are coming to this experience as a new entrepreneur in a new community with transition and everything else that we've already talked about. And then lastly, with regard to scaling using your content, it's having the capacity and the bandwidth to learn the technology. right? I mean, it moves very quickly. And if you're not in it every day, you can blink sometimes, it feels like, and you will have missed out on some information or a feature or a new platform or a new tool. That again causes veteran business owners to feel overwhelmed because things are changing so fast and it's hard to figure out how can I stay current, at least stay current, and position myself to have the room to explore so at some point I can get ahead. All of these are challenges that, yes, exist in the business ownership journey as a whole. But when we add to it the military, the veteran experience, it creates a different, a specific set of circumstances that I definitely want to help us overcome today. So now that we've talked about the challenges that exist, let's talk about how you can use AI to help you overcome these challenges. We are all about overcomers, right? We are all about taking on challenges and overcoming them, reminding ourselves that we're warriors, that we're winners. So let's talk about how we can address, how can AI fill the gaps that exist with regard to these challenges in our content marketing journeys. The first thing, with regard to having limited staff, time, and budgets, you can use AI-powered tools like ChatGPT, like Jasper, like Perplexity to help you automate your content management. And what do I mean by content management? I'm talking about from your ideas to your planning, to creation, to analysis. And even today, many scheduling platforms have AI built in. So you add AI to that as well. It's your content management from beginning to end. This allows small teams to be mighty teams because you can leverage the technology to create consistent, on-brand, high-quality content without spending as much money. That's a force multiplier right there. Let's talk about the marketing expertise piece. So here's the thing. Many of these AI platforms that exist right now, they are very user-friendly. The user interfaces are not confusing, not overwhelming to navigate. So you have access to the marketing insights as well. You can use the tools to learn some of these skills. You can also use people like me, consultants, to get to work with one-on-one, to enroll in courses and find trainings to help you learn the fundamentals so you can develop your content strategies for your brand, focusing on defining your customer personas, identifying your brand voice, crafting those key elements of your messaging. You can leverage AI and people who are well-versed in AI to help you overcome that challenge. Next, with regard to brand visibility, getting out there, building awareness, you can use AI to help you optimize your search engine capabilities. That's searching in the search engines, but also searching on your go-to social media channels because they have search functionality built in as well. You can use AI to make suggestions about best practices to help you boost your reach organically. AI can help you identify trends. AI can help guide you on how to use your unique stories, the unique elements that exist, your business birth journey, your team, tapping into your team's experience, all of these things that allow you to be different and set yourself apart from your competitors. Again, using AI as your strategic thought partner, you can get guidance, you can get recommendations, you could get suggestions on how to leverage and weave all of these elements into your content so your messages look very unique and specific to you, highlighting your unique approach, your unique expertise, your business's unique journey. With regard to cultivating those connections, those authentic connections with your audience, you can use AI to do some customer research. Customer discovery is one of my favorite things to do. so that you can personalize your content to speak directly to those people, to address the things that they may not even be explicitly aware exist in their minds, to deliver your offers in a way that's going to speak to them, that's going to attract them, that's going to get their attention. This allows you to increase your engagement. Your content is more relevant. You build that brand stickiness that helps you take up space in the front of their minds, simply because you're using the technology to help you analyze your audiences, analyze the data from your customers, people who have already purchased from you or already said yes to you, to create content that is tailored, that is relatable, based on their pain points, their challenges, their needs, their wants, their values, their motivations. You can leverage AI to help you do those things. And then lastly, with regard to adopting the technology, do not negate looking up tutorials and leveraging the information that a lot of the AI tools put out on their own to create a more user-friendly experience. They don't want users to struggle with using their tools. They want you to have access to all of the information you need to be successful at using their tools. So look up tutorials, get all into what the buttons and the clicks and the this and the that can do. But I also don't want you to neglect or to overlook the value of community with regard to the technology adoption piece. You're here watching this summit because you know the value of community, and there you can find spaces in your physical area and online where you can rub elbows with people who are learning, who are interested in the same things that you're interested in, share recommendations, share insights, pour into each other. You can get mentorship, you can get peer reviews, you can stay informed and not feel alone as you are navigating this technology and figuring out how to integrate it into your business. So let's talk about some tools, because I know that's really what you came for. It's all about the tools. Now, anytime I am asked, Monique, what's the best tool for blank, blank, blank? My answer is always the same. The best tool is the one you're going to use consistently. I know nobody wants to hear that. That sounds like a cop-out, but that is the truth. There are reasons I prefer specific tools that I had to learn and discover those reasons for myself. Let's talk about some tools. If you are just getting started, if you don't know where to begin, I want to give you some starting points. So with tools you can use to help you leverage AI, implement AI, figure out where AI can fit in your content marketing activities. So the first, when it comes to creating consistent content that is brand aligned and really streamlining your process so that you can have that strong presence with limited resources. You can punch above your weight class using tools like ChatGPT and Perplexity. If you take the time to get clear on the things, the elements of your brand that matter, that I talked about at the top, the character, the customer discovery, the content, you pour that information into the tools, the tool will then become your always on, never taking a day off content assistant. With regard to training, the Content Clarity Challenge is one of my courses that teaches the fundamentals of content strategy, and there is a bonus session that talks about how to infuse the fundamentals into AI tools. It's great to know the fundamentals, but again, we're trying to save time. We're trying to get more mileage out of every dollar we spend. So leveraging AI to help you amplify and expand the impact of the fundamentals is, again, force multiplier. With regard to the keyword research, so you can maximize your SEO using tools like Google Keyword Planner and Ubersuggest. Now, these aren't AI tools per se. They have AI features built in. They have, you can plan to be visible, plan to backwards planning and reverse engineering the keywords that your target audience is using online. So your content is in the results when they're searching. My absolute favorite tool for audience research is SparkToro. This tool will give you insights into your audience's online activities, meaning channels that they're following, YouTube channels that you're watching, other Instagram accounts that they're engaging with. This allows you to go find them, to create content in the formats that they like, to create content on the channels that they're already spending time on. Next, for productivity, if you are not doing anything else with AI and you use virtual meeting software to engage with your teams, have team meetings, to have conversations with clients and potential clients, integrate the AI companion feature. Zoom has one that automatically does your meeting summaries. So now you can be fully engaged in the conversation. You don't have to worry about taking notes because the tool is doing it for you. It generates it automatically. You can send that out to everybody involved. That is a major time saver in my book. And then lastly, this is another tool that isn't AI proper, but has AI integration functionality, and that's Zapier. When we're talking about the content creation process from beginning to end, it usually involves a lot of tools that are in silos. And so if you want to be able to connect things and allow, if I do something here, I want it to automatically do something here and automatically do something here. This is what you can use a tool like Zapier to do. But it requires your 15% clarity. You have to know what you want the tools to do. You have to know where you want to go and how you want to get there. And from that clarity, it allows you to filter from the gigantic list of tools that are out there so that you are dedicating your attention to the ones that will get you where you want to go and how you want to get there. So now, I want to do something a little unorthodox with you. I want to show you what it could look like if you picked a tool and you poured into that tool your brand character, all of those elements that make up the personality, the essence, the vibe of your brand, coupled with the customer discovery. You've done the research about your audience. You've created your 2 to 3 or more intended customer personas. You know what motivates them. You know what they're pissed off about. You know what keeps them up at night. You know what type of content they prefer. You've plugged all of that information into a tool and you tell the tool, I want my content for this channel in this format, blah, 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 blah. I want to show you what it could look like to start with that clarity and to be able to use AI to help you get your work done faster and get more done with less. So what you are looking at is a custom GPT that I built for a confidence coaching brand. Remember when I said I have the tools that I prefer for specific reasons? ChatGPT is one of my go-to tools, specifically because at the time that we're having this conversation, it is the only chatbot type tool that has the functionality where you can create custom tools. So you can, within ChatGPT, you can create custom tools to do you can create specialists, AI specialists in specific tasks. And because my specialty is marketing, my expertise is marketing, specific marketing tasks. This tool that you are looking at ideates, so it comes up with the ideas and it plans content for this brand. And it's been programmed to engage in dialogue. So the way that you activate the tool or you turn it on, you click, let's get started. So I've clicked it. The tool searches my knowledge, and then it starts the conversation. This is what are you promoting? The tool has been programmed to ask these questions, listing out the products that the brand sells. And I'm going to highlight one, and I'm going to drop it in the input box. And now is where the magic happens. And it's going to tell you, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's craft some content that resonates deeply with these things, the needs, fears, aspirations, and challenges of the audience. The tool says, this is what we're doing. For me, it is important, if you're going to leverage a tool like this, it is important to program the technology to function as if it requires the input of the user. And this is a challenge because I understand sometimes, especially when we're thinking about scaling our marketing operation and hiring support, we sometimes forget that we have to train the people to do what it is that we want them to do. And so for me, when you can train the AI tool to do the bulk of the analysis, the recall, the things that matter to the brand, and analyze that information and process it and then kick it back out into content, this allows you to get more done with a tiny budget, with less time, with a tiny team. So this, now that we've engaged with the tool, it's asked us, telling us what it's going to do. You have to engage, the user has to engage. And so now it kicks out the 20 content ideas for this specific product. And it's giving an overview of the ideas, and it's asking for feedback. Because again, we are not in the business of allowing an AI tool to run rampant on our business, okay? That tool is not going to be able to just run free and just create the content that it wants to create to represent our brands. We have to get in the driver's seat with regard to this technology. That's why the 15% framework matters. We are the responsible drivers. We are not allowing this technology or any other technology to decide how our brand gets represented and to decide what gets published with regard to how we engage with our audiences. And so what I want to offer you, now that we've talked about those challenges, we've talked about how to overcome them, you've seen what it could look like to pour all of this information into the technology, I want to offer you a guide that can help you take this information a little bit further. Whether you are new to integrating AI into your marketing processes, or you've been playing around with it, but you really just need a little extra guidance for figuring out how to do this. You can scan this QR code on the screen and you can download the AI-powered strategic content planning kit. It's a lot of words, I know. I'm going to tell you what you're going to get. So in this guide, in this kit, there is a link to another custom GPT that I created called the Initial Persona Assistant. This tool will help you develop one persona for your business. It's going to ask you for some very specific information. You provide it and it will develop that persona for you. In this kit, you're also going to have some links to a few additional customer discovery tools. They are AI prompt formulas in this kit to, again, help you start to think about how you need to be engaging with the technology and the information that you will need to make up your 15%. And it includes a case study for how I created a product for the Confidence Coaching brand. So you can scan the QR code, get the kit. It's going to help you, I promise. Now, here's the thing, you all. As veteran business owners, as veteran leaders, as military affiliated leaders in our organizations, we have already overcome challenges. Already. We have already overcome challenges. We have already proven our resilience. We have already shown our adaptability. We have already demonstrated courage. And this process of embracing, implementing, integrating AI into your content strategy is no different. What I'm challenging you to do here is to be willing to evolve with intention, having a plan, deciding what success looks like. What is the win going to be? Creating the strategy to help you get to it, and then executing with discipline, with intention, and with leadership that I know that you have. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for allowing me to support you in this way with regard to your marketing. And then lastly, thank you to the Veteran Social Summit for having me for this 2024 summit. And so with that, do not be afraid. Do not let overwhelm set in. Do not let procrastination set in. I mean, if it does set in, just don't let it stay, okay? This technology is an equalizer for business owners who have felt like the underdog, and for leaders who have felt like they're not getting the support or they don't have access to whatever it is that they need to build. Lead with your curiosity. Lead with your leadership. And show up for yourself. Show up for your organization. Remind you of what's possible. Step into your belief and do not let the naysayers, the doubters, the skeptics cause you to abandon what it is that you've set out to do with your business. So thank you again. Thank you for allowing me to support you. If you have any questions, you can find me online. I'd love to connect with you. Let's turn this AI into a force multiplier for our content strategies. Bye, y'all. Veteran Social Summit. Hey.
Girl, Monique. I know you work closely with Selena. Selena tries to teach me some things because she's like, let me just tell you, just relax. Use this. And I'm like, oh my God. And then you and your knowledge, I'm like screenshotting QR code, this. I learn something new all the time. Thank you so much for your time, for the video, for sharing all these little tidbits, because it makes such a huge difference.
Yeah.
Life. It's ridiculous, right? I never would have thought. I was asking Selena, I'm like, should we be buying stock in ChatGPT right now? Because
I'm not saying, but I'm saying.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I'm saying. Blink twice if it's a yes.
That's right.
So, thank you so much. I'm watching all the comments come in, and everybody's just like, yes, I don't even know. This is the best way to end this day, because my brain, I was sleepy, but I am not sleepy now. I want to start working all over again and just
You ready to fight, right? You ready to fight?
I'm ready to fight. I am. I'm ready. I'm like more motivated now, because there's some days where you're just like, what the heck am I gonna? I don't know what to write about. I don't know what to do. ChatGPT will tell you.
It is a game, and that's my favorite one. There's a lot of Gemini, Claude. There's other ones, conversational chatbots, but ChatGPT is my go-to. But I always tell pick one and get in it.
That's awesome. That is so amazing. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions out there for anybody? Does anybody want to say anything besides how awesome she is and how beautiful she is? Because I mean, she's so cute. Anybody? I am sure people are going to go to your website and just find you. And if not, friend request you, LinkedIn you, all the things. So I signed up for my kit too, Sheena. I did already. It's already here, downloaded, sent to my email.
We didn't talk about that, but the whole marketing automation. Okay, don't get me started. It's a whole other thing. Just
I'm sure it is.
A whole other thing.
It's okay. Make it work for you, right?
Yeah, definitely. This was fun. I'm glad I was able to do this. I'm excited. I could talk about this stuff all day. So I am grateful that I'm looking at the comments too and seeing who signed up. So good. I'm glad it's resonating with you all. And I'm glad y'all are geeked out too. I'm indoctrinating more people to believe what I believe about this technology.
It's just like I said earlier today, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And once you start applying those tools, it's amazing what it can do for you, because I would have spent hours and hours trying to come up with content. But it's these tools are there to help us not have to, and even I learned about Metrical, CRMs and how to schedule and how to publish.
Yes.
What? Yeah, so I'm learning how to geek out too, because this is the new way to help us.
And these are the things that we have to do, to grow
Yeah.
our businesses. We got to get awareness. We got to get people paying attention to us. Like, it's a necessary evil. If I didn't have to, I probably wouldn't. I would probably be in a cabin in the woods somewhere, like just reading a book and drinking matcha, being left alone by humans. But since I have to do this, I will make it fun. I will find a way to enjoy it.
That's the best thing. That's why we need people like you in our lives, is how do we make this fun without making it daunting, going, oh God, I have to do this again. Let's figure it out.
Exactly.
So I heart you. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
So funny.
Thank you for having me. Oh, I saw the hearts too.
Isn't that funny? What? Does it go? Oh,
thank y'all. Good questions. Good things in the comments.
Yes, Rue. Always be the student. Oh, Monique says you're precious. What would be? Did we talk about that? What would be the best way to start with getting proper commands for it?
I talk to it. Like, I think part of the process too, once you've decided, if you're using like a conversational tool like a ChatGPT, it helps that you talk to it. If you have the app, you can talk to it. And on the desktop version, it has they just rolled out a voice feature. Talking to it allows it to start to learn you and your brand. So instead of thinking about it like creating commands, I love prompt formulas, but it's also important that the tool get to understand like kind of how you think as a leader. So because it builds memory, and as that memory gets improved, it learns your brand, it learns you better. So it's able to create content a little bit better. Your shot group gets tightened a little bit more every time you communicate it in a way that is authentic for you and authentic for your brand.
Yes. And like Andrew said, say please and thank you. I say please and thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I address it as if it's a person that is collaborating with me. Yes.
I had no idea. Okay. I had no idea. Okay, so ChatGPT is going to be one of my new besties. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you so much. All right, Kimberly, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Everyone, my name is Kimberly Pickens. I am the behind the scenes. An incredible 2 days. As we close the summit, I want to take a moment to reflect on the event and say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who made it so special. Our amazing speakers, our workshop leaders and panelists of hosts, you have all shared your amazing knowledge, stories, and strategies to help empower our veteran community. And we are so deeply grateful for your time and expertise. To all the participants, veterans, transitioning service members, Guard and Reserve members, and all the supporters who stand by us, you are why we do this. Your engagement, questions, and connections have brought the summit to life. Thank you for showing up, leaning in, and making this experience unforgettable. And of course, our sponsors, volunteers, and organizers, this wouldn't have been possible without your dedication and work behind the scenes. Thank you, everyone. As we wrap up, I'm thrilled to tell you we're already discussing how to make next year's summit even better. We've been listening to your feedback and ideas, and I promise we are just getting started. Next year, as we transition into becoming a nonprofit organization, we'll be expanding the opportunities we provide. We're offering a bigger pitch purse and greater resources for all the participants. And of course, we'll continue to bring you top-tier speakers and workshops that inspire, empower, and elevate. The summit is more than an event, y'all. It's a movement. It's about uniting this community, sharing our strengths, and building something extraordinary together. So as you leave us today, take everything you've learned and put it into action. Keep those conversations going. Follow up with the people you've connected with here. And remember, you are a part of something so much bigger. Together, we are unstoppable. Thank you.